Hello, everybody. No, to answer that question real quick, because people are asking the intro. Yeah, that was all from the PS2 opening mostly. Yeah, I had to edit one together because the original release didn't have one for this third route. Anyway, hi, it's Heaven's Feel time. We're Urple. Yeah. Do you want to iterate the content warnings that are pinned in the chat that were very graciously handed over by the Fate heads? I appreciate it. Let's read these out aloud real quick, just so that it's on the audio record. Content warnings for this stream are physical abuse, domestic abuse, child abuse, entomophobia, and trypophobia. Please keep yourselves safe. I don't know what to expect, as usual, of course, aside from the, like, a couple of Osmosis spoilers. But, you know, as usual, we're riding blind for me. That was, as I said, handed over to me, just for your convenience. Yeah. I don't think there's much else to say. Do you want to iterate the game plan for stream stuff real quick as well? Just for people who don't usually, like, follow the usual social media feed stuff. So today's the 5th. We're going to have our second Zato stream, which will finish up Zato on the 9th on Tuesday, and then another Fate stream on the 12th. That is next Friday. After the 12th, we will not be streaming again until after the new year because I am leaving to go visit family. My actual next video, yes, video. I'm releasing a video. I'm releasing that video on the 13th, day after that 12th stream. So please check it out if you get the chance. I've worked on it for a while, so I hope people like it. Anywho. Yeah. Let's get on with it. New game time again. Yeah, go ahead. Alright. So, we're skipping the intro scene of Shido doing his usual shed shit. But this time, instead of taking care of my daily tasks, I'll go help Sakura. Finally, she's been waiting for that help for God knows how long.
Right, I need to go help Sakura. Making someone younger than me do all the work would be embarrassing, and I feel bad for Sakura coming here so early in the morning. But I'm too late. Breakfast looks to be done already.
The illusion of choice.
The appetizing scent of the breakfast Sakura cooked wafts toward me from the kitchen. Sakura finished cooking, and she's searching the cupboards for dishes. Sorry, I can at least serve everything, so... Oh, wait. I suppose... Or no, it is. Yeah. I was right the first time. I can at least serve everything, so go and sit down.
Oh, you're already here, Senpai.
I wasn't exactly quick. It's already 6:10, and that's when we're usually eating breakfast, so yeah, I overslept.
I don't believe that's true. You're not in any school club, so it's still early.
Clubs have nothing to do with it, and if they do, you coming by in the mornings must be a lot of trouble since you have morning practice.
Oh, well, I want to do this, so please don't worry about me.
Yeah, you keep saying that, which is why I wake up early, club or no. If you're coming by, it'd be rude to still be asleep. To me, waking up early is waking up before Sakura gets here, and oversleeping means I made Sakura prepare breakfast on her own, like today. Though this arrangement started only about 1.5 years ago. You sit, Sakura. The food just needs to be plated and set on the table, so at least let me do that. I stand next to Sakura and pull out the dishes. Sakura has a surprisingly stubborn side, so she won't rest unless I really push.
Then let me help. I'll plate the food, so please take out the rice bowl, Senpai.
No, I'm saying I'll do it all myself.
No, you shouldn't. You're the head of this house, so the least you can do in the morning is sit and act all important.
Act all important? That wouldn't be much of a head of the house if I made you do all the work while I sit back, now would I? Come on, go and sit in the sitting room, Sakura.
Well, by all means, please be that kind of the head of the house. I'm also doing this to pay you back for all the delicious meals you let me eat, so I'd like for you to relax.
Hey, we split the cost of groceries, so you shouldn't worry about that. In fact, I'm the one who should be thanking you. Ever since you started coming by, I've been eating a lot better.
I knew it. You don't get it, do you, Senpai? That's not why your meals here are good.
What do you mean?
No, never mind. But please feel responsible, because I can't enjoy a meal anywhere else now.
What? That's a weird thing to say. What if Fujine heard that? She doesn't get sarcastic jokes.
You're right. It wouldn't be great if Miss Fujimura heard that.
Right, so don't say stuff like that.
No, I won't. I won't say things like that. So I can help you, right, Senpai?
Sakura looks at me in the eye so naturally and calmly. Fine, do what you want. If you want to so badly, I'll have you do everything.
Yes, I'll do as I please.
Honestly, you don't listen to anything I tell you anymore, Sakura.
That's true. Maybe I'm becoming more like Miss Fujimura.
Scary.
Me when I karate chop you into oblivion.
She responds softly as she reaches towards the cupboard. Her dark hair gently falls over her shoulder and the curves of her body catch my eye. Alright, Shido. We're starting this one off as usual, dude. I can't explain it, but it's awkward. I'm not sure if it's our age, but Sakura's been looking more feminine lately. Her casual movements or her profile are so pretty, and I inadvertently avert my eyes. Me when I can't look at a woman without hyperventilating and dying.
Senpai, is something the matter?
No, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Honestly, it's baffling. Why the hell am I getting nervous around my friend's younger sister? Cybernetic Silver, thank you. Silvers, rather, sorry. Thank you for renewing your channel membership. Sakura is just a really good and considerate younger friend of mine, and she's someone I need to look after. She's the younger sister of a friend of mine. We used to be friendly, though initially we weren't very close, since she's a grade below me. It was only a year and a half ago that our relationship became more what it is now. Sakura started to come and cook meals for me when I got hurt, and things kinda stayed like that. I think this arrangement was supposed to last until I got better, but I guess something or other happened, and somehow she ended up helping out with the household chores. Either way, Sakura is a good cook, and her cleaning and laundry skills are perfect. Having her come early in the morning is a big help, but it's been disconcerting recently. Sakura isn't the problem, it's me. Aw, the CG. She's so cute. Sure, being flustered by my friend's sister is part of the reason I feel guilty. Usually I'm unfazed, but when I blush because I get caught off guard like now, I wonder whether that's problematic as her senpai. I'm sorry, I know it's a real word, just every time somebody says problematic now, it just always gets me. Shido worrying about whether he'll be cancelled for this. Okay, yeah, I guess if it's asking me to skip, then I will. I always get scared, I'm like, oh no, I know it's not going to skip anything new, but what if it does? What if I'm wrong? What if I miss something important? Lord Omega 12 with the $2. Can't join tonight, stopping by to wish you the best. Thank you. I appreciate it. Alright. I'll go to my part-time job. But I'm skipping work. I'm skipping the scene. Return home in the evening. Pale girl. Oh, yeah, so the first time you see Ilya. Right, yes, of course. Well, skip that shit. Skip after dinner. Okay. So yeah, we're done with dinner. So what should I do? There's still some time before my evening training. I guess I will walk Sakura home. Hey, can I walk you home? I haven't thanked Sakura for cooking dinner yet, so I should talk to Sakura. It's getting late, so I should walk her home.
Ibikuri, there was a new scene. You only missed the very brief one of just Shido hanging around Sakura doing breakfast and stuff. So you didn't really miss much yet. It's getting late, so I should walk her home. Sakura just finished cleaning up, and she's in the living room getting ready to go home.
Oh, Senpai, I thought you were taking a bath.
I'll take my bath later, after I walk you home.
You're going to walk me home?
Yeah, it's been dangerous at night lately, so I'll walk you home. Your house is a pretty long walk, so let me at least do this, since you go out of your way to come here. Sakura purses her lips awkwardly. Did I say something wrong?
I'm sorry. I appreciate your concern, but you should rest. I know my way home from here, and I should be fine alone.
Maybe so, but today's special. I'll walk you home at night for a while.
But, well, it will cause trouble for you if my brother sees you.
No matter what Shinji might say, letting Sakura go home alone during these dangerous times would be much worse. It's no trouble, really. I don't want you to worry about that. It's been dangerous out there, so I'm gonna walk you home.
But I'd hate for you to go out of your way, so...
It's not an issue. You do so much for me every day, so at least let me walk you home. Or are you really hell-bent on going home by yourself, Sakura?
Well, that's not exactly what I meant.
That settles it then. I'm pretty confident in my skills, and I think I can deal with any ordinary attacker, so you should make use of me at times like this. I'll protect you, no matter what. I nudged Sakura towards the hallway with a glance.
Senpai, are you sure about this? You might have another argument with my brother.
I don't care. Guys fight all the time, and it's healthy for Shinji and I to say what's on our minds. He may not show it, but he hates when people hide things from him. If he and I have something to complain about, it's best we get it off our chests. When I say that, Sakura looks surprised for some reason. What's wrong? Did I say something weird?
No. I'm just glad you're friendly with my brother.
Really? Actually, calling it friendly might be a bit of a stretch. I'm the only one who feels better after our spats. Shinji might feel the opposite.
You may be right. But have you noticed my brother still speaks to you no matter how many times you two fight? I have a feeling he does not get along with you, but he still likes you more than most, and that's why he's always mindful of you. He doesn't wear his heart on his sleeve, and he likes people he dislikes.
I don't really know how to respond to that.
Well, I'm a bit jealous of you, so I wanted to say something that might make you a little uncomfortable.
Sakura smiles gently. Oh yeah, you're having such a normal one, aren't you? I can already tell very clearly that you are having such a normal time. Seeing her smile makes my breath catch in my throat. It's like she's beaming. I think this is the first time I've seen Sakura smile like that. Anyway, I'm gonna walk you home. I don't care if Shinji sees us. He shouldn't have anything to complain about since I'm just walking his sister home.
You're right. It might be better that way rather than hiding it. Okay, I accept your offer, Senpai.
Got it. I should act like your elder once in a while, you know. I pound my chest to demonstrate my determination. Sakura nods with a smile when she sees my conviction. We walk downhill and reach the intersection. There's no one else around, and the familiar residential area feels oddly desolate. It's only a little before 10 o'clock, but the entire town is sleeping. The silence feels unnatural. It may have to do with all the recent incidents, but it's hard to believe the town could lose so much spirit just because it's dark out.
Senpai, my home is this way.
Oh, sorry, I got distracted. Your house is at the very top of the path.
No, the house is at the very top the house at the very top is Miss Tosaka's home. The Matzo home may be high up, but not that high. It's almost like you were playing a different route until now. Is your mind out somewhere else?
What? No. It isn't? Hey, wait, is Tosaka the Tosaka?
That's right, Miss Rin Tosaka, the second year. Do you not get along with her?
Philip, thank you for renewing your channel membership. Sakura speaks as if she's read my mind.
Was I really so obvious? Well, it's not that I don't get along with her. I don't really talk to her in the first place. I just don't really know her. She's just a popular honor student. She stands out, so I only know as much about her as everyone else. What about you? You both live in Western houses in the same neighborhood, so do you ever talk?
We do not. We may live close to each other, but Miss Tosuka's home is higher up on the hill. But how did you know Miss Tosuka's home's a Western house?
Sakura asks in a slightly muffled tone. I heard a rumor about Tosuka's house being a haunted mansion or something, and you'd think a haunted mansion would be more of a Western house.
You're right. I believe Miss Tosuka likes to keep to herself, and when I was little, I was told there was a scary magician living on top of the hill.
A scary magician, huh? I think I heard that rumor too, though all the Western houses on that side of town seem like there would be magicians living in them. So did you believe in those rumors, Sakura?
I did. I was a child, after all. That's why I always avoided going all the way up the hill.
Sakura's response is entirely serious. I was only asking half jokingly, but her response seems to have been in earnest. We walk up the hill. The residential area here may be on the opposite side of town from where I live, but its layout is similar. The higher you go up the hill, the fewer buildings there are, and the denser the thickets of trees grow.
I know, by the way, that it is, like, if I look back at it, it's probably, like, more different than I'm recalling, but, like, every time I see this background, I just think of that, like, the like, walk down from the manor to school, background from, original Tsukihime. I just think about that one all the time. The one where, fucking you have, your walks with Satsuki. Most of the town is at the bottom of the hill, so it's only natural to have less and less homes as you go uphill. And one of the few buildings near the top of the hill is Sakura's house, the Mato residence. Oh. No, wait, that was Sakura.
Oh.
Sakura suddenly stops. What's wrong? Did you forget something?
No, I didn't forget anything, but do you see someone near my home?
Sakura peers ahead, looking concerned. I look around, but there's nobody except the two of us. I don't see anyone. Do you?
It's nothing. If you don't see anyone, it's fine. It's just that lately I've been seeing someone I don't recognize around my home, so I thought they might be here today too.
Philip at the 8. The movies do a really sweet bit of anime OG build-up at the start as we see Sakura meeting Shido and forming their bond over a year and a half. Oh, that's sweet.
What? That sounds dangerous. What do they look like?
Blonde, good-looking.
Oh, no. No!
They look like they could be a model. I'm sure you'd be surprised if you saw them.
Sakura blushes as she describes them, almost as if she's embarrassed.
Yeah, I remembered the scene of her walking with Gil that one time earlier on. We never did figure out what was going on with that, so... Oh, boy.
Sakura, I wonder if this is something I should be concerned about. So it's not someone suspicious.
I'm not sure, but nobody's moved here recently, so I thought it was a bit strange.
Well, I guess it is a bit fishy. Okay, if they wander around your house again, tell me or Shinji about it. We'll catch them and get whatever it is they're up to out of them.
Okay, that's reassuring, but please don't do anything rash. I'd hate for you to end up in a fight.
Sakura smiles as she says that. It'll be okay. We'll start with the peaceful discussion, so there will be nothing for you to worry about. I avert my gaze from Sakura's smile, realizing what I'm saying sounds pretty lame.
Junkie-sama, thank you for the $1.
This is bad. I've been finding myself captivated by everything Sakura does lately. I thought nothing of it a while back, but now even I think there's something wrong with me lately. Maybe it's that Sakura's matured, or maybe it's just that I've gotten more aware of her. I really do think she's become very beautiful. And that's good, but I don't think it's a good look if I just keep awkwardly looking away from her all the time.
Good night, Senpai. Thank you for walking me home.
You bet, and you really don't need to thank me. You cooked dinner for me, so I should be the one thanking you. Sakura smiles, looking pleased. Honestly, simple as this has been, I'm gonna make it a habit of doing it every day from now on.
Please do. I'd really enjoy you walking me home, even if just once in a while, when you feel like it. I'm sure it'll make my brother mad, but the bottom line is that I prefer to be with you. See you tomorrow, Senpai. Thanks again for today.
Sakura shouts those final words at me, full of energy, and disappears inside the Mato Manor. Okay then. Guess I should get home too. I left Fujine at the house, and that's frankly worrying. Did I hear something? I hear it. The sound of a swing creaking. Takes me a while to realize the sound's actually a bug chirping. Wonder what kind of bug that is. It's really not the season for that sort of thing right now. I imagine a longhorn beetle hiding in the dark under the crisp winter sky. I see 3 lights on. The light that just turned on is Sakura's room. The light in the first floor is Shinji's room, which means I wonder whose room is the third one. I thought Shinji and Sakura were the only ones living in that house. Maybe they have a guest, or maybe Shinji's in that other room. Either way, I've been in the Mato mansion numerous times, but it's the first time I've ever seen the lights on in that room. Well, it's a big house. It's not really all that strange for the lights to be on in any particular room. It shouldn't be strange, yet I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling all of a sudden. It's like a premonition or some kind of negative presence. A strangely unseasonable sound echoes across the otherwise silent, frosty night. If ever there was such a thing as a gut feeling, whatever's lurking inside of me is trying to warn me about something. Trying to warn me about something feels ominous, like the 3 worms from Taoist belief. Okay, I guess I'll skip the training then, that's fine. Wow, we're already making such good progress. Save the game. Let's just make a new save. Yeah, still technically on Fate right now, but... Oh, worm. I awake to darkness. Guess I'm not much for dreaming. Unless something big happens, I always have the same dream anyway.
Oh, thank you, Junkie-sama. I appreciate that. Glad you're enjoying it.
I always envision a sword. I have no idea why, but that's the only thing that pops into my head. There's no rhyme or reason to it. Perhaps this is what defines me as, well, me, Chiroemiya. I don't have any dreams of my own. The only things on my mind while I sleep are what others taught me long ago. For example, on how to be a mage. Even if I'm not a full-fledged mage, it's only natural for a mage to be aware of the world they're in. Put simply, a mage is an irregular, an outcast from society. But even outcasts need to band together to survive. My old man told me there's a society of mages called a Mages Association. He also told me that I should never get involved with them. The Mages Association is said to conceal the existence of magecraft and manage mages. The Mages Association watches over mages and makes sure their magecraft doesn't affect society. But the strange thing is, they don't really prohibit mages from abusing magecraft either. According to Kiritsugu, the Mages Association's only interested in concealing mystics. Even if, say, a mage carried out an experiment that sacrificed, let's say, a lot of citizens, the association wouldn't punish them. Their priorities are expressly in preventing the public from becoming aware of magecraft, which does not mean magecraft is completely banned. Honestly, anything goes as long as the truth doesn't come out. At least that seems to be how that insane bunch conducts themselves. Whatever it is, the Mages Association's surveillance is absolute. Typical magecraft research sacrifices the lives of ordinary humans, which in turn risks revealing the existence of magecraft to the world. As such, the Mages Association doesn't permit research that would harm society. Ultimately, mages conduct their research in their privacy of their homes, while the world's none the wiser. So mages sometimes go into hiding to escape the association's scrutiny and oversight. So there may be some mages living in this town and I just don't know it. I also hear Fuyuki is a spiritual hotspot of sorts.
Oh, thank you, Bud Kemi. That's very cool. Yeah, I mean, like, there are a couple, like I said before, there are a couple of little things that I do know about this route going into it, unfortunately, just from both osmosis and also having watched Zero many, many years ago. But I am mostly blind to everything else, so yeah. I think it's gonna be exciting. It's gonna be fun. I had a lot of fun reacting to UBW stuff in real time when we were playing that before as well, so I can only imagine that it's going to be a bit of a wild ride. From what you've told me, the spoilers you know are not as big as the Archer reveal from UBW. Ooh, okay, cool. Interesting. That probably means there's some prestigious mage with a storied history living here. They're called Second Owners, elite mages the association entrusts to watch over territory. Other mages who live in the same area must visit these Second Owners first to get permission to build their workshops. My old man was an outlaw who cut ties with the association and moved here without the consent of Fuyuki's second owner. So in a way, our family's a bunch of trespassers living in a house without permission from the landlord, which means the second owner doesn't know that Kiritsugu Emiya was a mage. So I tend to feel like our family's status as mages is kind of unclear. But then my old man, the bona fide mage, died. And even though I'm his disciple and son, I don't know a thing about the Mages Association, and have no real knowledge about being a mage. I have a feeling the association wouldn't want to dispose of someone like me, but they haven't made any sort of would want to dispose of someone like me, but they haven't made any sort of move. Apparently the Mages Association doesn't have many eyes in Japan, so that's probably why I haven't been found yet. But that doesn't mean I can let my guard down. The name of the eyes of sorry, it's like people were talking about names in the chat and I got my words mixed up. BAME. The eyes of the Mages Association are said to be everywhere, and if someone commits a crime using magecraft, the church's heretic hunters will make their move. Using magecraft, however half-assed you may be about it, makes you enemies. So with all that in mind, I honestly just want to study being a mage on my own. I wake up as the sunlight starts to pour in through the window. Looks like the sun's just now coming up. It's still dark out. It's cold. Waking up in the morning is getting tough. I get up, trying not to let the morning cold discourage me, and quickly fold up my futon. It's 5:30. I've always been an early riser, no matter how late I go to bed. I might mess up once in a while, like yesterday, but that's rare. Okay, breakfast. I wish I could be more like that, though, honestly, like, get by on a little sleep, but still be able to wake up early, because if I go to bed too late, then I'll just literally sleep all day. I'll literally wake up at, like, 7 p.m. Who gives a shit? By which I mean I give a shit. I don't want to be waking up that late, but unfortunately. I let Sakura do all the work yesterday, so it'd look kind of bad if I didn't return the favor this morning. I should hurry up and finish making breakfast before Sakura comes. I used to be able to do it, not anymore. That's a good point, though. Yeah, I guess Shido is still a teenager, so he's got that youthful energy that I have that has long since left my life. I cook rice and make miso soup. Yesterday the soup had daikon radish and carrots, so I'm making onion and potato miso soup today. Jesus Christ. I make the egg omelet and use the leftover konnyaku to simmer it with bonito flakes. I make incisions into the sori fish, which would be the main dish, and sprinkle it with a little salt. All I have to do is broil it, but that can wait until the last minute. Actually, just a second. Gotta check something. Okay, there we go. It's almost 6. I finish earlier than expected, so I have some time on my hands. Alrighty, well... it's the Sakura route, so I'm assuming that the one that includes Sakura is... Sakura's coming, so I should add another dish. Since I have some time, maybe I'll make another dish. I open the fridge. The fucking baby music. Looks like it's just cucumbers and potatoes. I could cut the cucumbers into sticks and salt them, or I could cut the potatoes into thin strips to make a vinegared dish. Each only takes a few minutes, and they're both better if they're fresh. It'll be another 30 minutes before Fujine and Sakura shows up. I might as well make the dishes right before I serve breakfast.
I really don't know what to do with the extra time. What can I make in 30 minutes? I have some chicken tenders set for dinner, so I can make... Maybe I'll wrap the meat and vegetables into bite-sized pieces and saute them. That sounds pretty good. Or maybe I can fillet the chicken and flatten it with the meat tenderizer. The tenderizer is such a wicked-looking thing. It's a hammer with square sides, and the hammering surface is covered in spikes. If it were any bigger, it'd work pretty well as a torture device. Normal thoughts to have. Using this frightening tool, I flatten the chicken, wrap it in carrots and green beans, cook it in a frying pan, and then add some sake to steam it up. Wait, what the hell am I doing? I come to my senses after I reach this step. I was supposed to make a simple small dish, since the sori fish that's supposed to be the main dish is still waiting to be broiled. But now I've prepared a meat-wrapped veggie dish, which is like another main course. Oh, great. I must be out of it, making an unnecessary dish when I was only supposed to kill some time.
Did you really just make this to kill time, Senpai?
Yeah, but let me explain. I only wanted to make an extra side dish, but the next thing I knew I was holding my knife. Honestly, habits are a scary thing, but I'm honestly just making excuses.
But I think that's wonderful. It may be a bit extravagant for breakfast, but since you made it, I'm sure there won't be any leftovers.
You think so? Well, that's not the issue here, though. The sky doesn't need two suns. We'll have to ask one to leave.
What? You're not going to eat it even though you went through all the trouble of making it?
I'll eat it. I didn't plan on it, but I'll make a bento for lunch today. And that way the leftovers won't go to waste.
Wow. Are you going to make a bento now?
I might be cutting it kind of close, but I think I have enough time. If I'm making it for myself, there should be enough rice. Hold up. I finally realized there's someone behind me. Yeah, I was about to say it, should I?
Good morning, Senpai. Thank you for having me again today.
Sakura greets me with a smile. It's not unusual for Sakura to come into the kitchen at this time. She usually rings the doorbell and then comes in, but sometimes I'm too preoccupied to notice, like today. Morning, Sakura. Breakfast is ready, so just sit at the living room table. Tea's ready. I call out as I keep my eyes on the frying pan. A pot of hot water, a teapot, and some snacks sit on the table.
Oh, okay. You're always so thorough, Senpai.
I'm not sure what's got her so happy, but Sakura's a lot more animated than usual.
That's that movie budget. that's that ufotable budget.
And then, Sakura gleefully walks into the kitchen instead of to the table.
So you're going to make a bento, Senpai?
Yeah, it's turning out that way. This will be perfect for a bento, so I thought I'd make a few more sides.
Then would you mind if I made one too? I'll make mine myself.
No, hold up. If you don't mind having the same thing, I can share some of my side dishes.
Yes, I was watching, and I've been wanting to try that grilled dish.
Got it. Then can you cook the rice, Sakura? I don't have enough rice for 2 bentos right now. That rice cooker over there has a quick cook setting.
Yes, got it. You can count on me.
I hear the sound of soft footsteps and an apron's strings being tied. Senpai. Oh.
Senpai, is 2 cups of rice enough?
That should be enough. With unhurried yet efficient movements, Sakura joins me in the kitchen.
Morning! Food smells great as always, guys!
It's 6:30. Fujine comes in 30 minutes after Sakura arrived.
Good morning. Please wait a bit longer for breakfast. Okay, no problem. Wait a minute, Sakura, are you making breakfast with Shiro? Senpai finished making breakfast on his own. We're making bentos for lunch.
Sakura's voice is unusually lively. This isn't exactly an exciting task, so I'm not sure why she's in such a good mood.
Evie, as far as the OP goes, I think really what I'm just gonna do, and this is just kind of my vote, is like, I'm just gonna let it play. If people are concerned about spoilers, like if they think that it might be a bit too spoilery for them, then just look away. I've already seen it, so I don't think that it's really like told me much of anything in terms of, you know, like I still don't know what's going to happen, so it is what it is. But yeah, you know, skip it if you want, or don't look if you don't want, or whatever, but true, Hersher. Trust me, I'm a JoJo fan. True. I honestly do like openings like that sometimes, though. I mean, like, even if they're quote unquote like ostensibly spoilery or whatever, like, I generally never clock anything that's going to happen from those sorts of things. I mean, I haven't, because I've seen this one. And usually it ends up being like one of those things that later, whenever I see it again, I'm just like, I recognize everything in retrospect. I'm like, oh, that's, yeah, like, you know, I don't know. It's a fun experience for me, but I know it's different for some people. The fucking Neko arc face.
I see. No wonder you're in a good mood this morning, cooking with Shiro. Everything about that's fun. Good. You may not have much time, but savor the moment.
Fujine laughs as she heads to the table and pours herself some tea. It's a lot of nonsense you two are talking for so early in the morning. What's so fun about being in the kitchen right before school? I put the frying pan back on the shelf. The side dishes are done, and all that's left is to pack them in the bento box. Sorry for making you do extra work before you go to your club, Sakura. I made you do so much yesterday, but I wanted you to relax this morning.
No, don't worry about it. Like Miss Fujimura said, being in the kitchen is fun.
She beams. I know Sakura likes to cook, but making bento so early in the morning must be tough. On top of that, Sakura comes and makes dinner pretty often. Making her cook in the morning would take away whatever small bit of free time Sakura might have. I appreciate when you help and all, but you need to relax sometimes, Sakura. Maybe you should sleep in a bit, or go out and have some fun after school. You really don't have to come up here and help me all the time.
Well, I am taking it easy. You made breakfast this morning, and you shared your bento with me.
Sakura smiles warmly. It's been 1.5 years since Sakura started coming to help me here, and she still never listens to a word I say. That's different. You have your own life, and taking care of Fujine and me is just a burden. If you keep spoiling me like this, you won't have any time for yourself.
I don't mind. Cooking and archery are my only hobbies anyway. By the way, my goal is to one day surpass you in your cooking, and I feel like I'm getting there.
Sakura proudly puffs her chest. I'd like to argue, but there's no denying that she's almost better than me in the kitchen.
So please don't worry about me. I do enjoy cooking here, and I'm really happy to see myself improve. I want to pay you back for teaching me this joy, and I'm helping out with housework as a way to practice.
Does that mean you're trying to steal all my skills, Sakura?
Yes, I'm going to absorb you. I'm going to take your skill tree as my own. I mean... That's right. By helping you in housework, I improve in all the things I love to do. That's why you should watch out, Senpai. You'll have to admit defeat soon.
Whoa. I don't believe it. Sakura said that with such conviction. If I'd known this was going to happen, I wouldn't have taught you to cook. You didn't even know what vegetable oil was when you first started. Now you're looking for the opportunity to strike at your master's throat. Why are you so adamant about beating me anyway? Just being able to cook should be enough.
Well, I've set the bar high. It'll be no good to allow your cooking to be better than mine.
What's that supposed to mean? I don't know what exactly about that is no good, but whatever. We need to set out breakfast. I take a look at the broiling sori fish. I stick my chopsticks in the fish's nicely colored belly to check how far it's cooked. Looking good. Sakura, here, take it over to the table.
Okay, very nice work, Senpai.
I hand Sakura a plate with the fish. But then, Sakura suddenly stops in her tracks, as if she remembered something really important. Sakura, did you forget something? Sakura may look like she's put together, but she can actually be really forgetful. It's not unusual for her to suddenly remember something out of the blue, just like this. But that doesn't seem to be the case this morning. Sakura? Sakura doesn't respond. She stares dumbfounded at my hand, but she seems to be unaware of her dazed state.
Senpai, what happened to your hand?
What a strange question. I pull my hand back. What the... Hey, looks like I bruised the back of my hand. That's weird. I don't remember bumping it on anything. Not sure why, but a large bruise is forming on the back of my hand. Looks like it's a cut. It's forming a big welt. Pretty disgusting, if I say so myself. Sakura looks ill, and she's fallen silent.
Sorry, but I'll leave the rest of breakfast to you. I'm going to find something to cover this.
Oh, wait, that was Shiro, duh.
Sorry, but I'll leave the rest of breakfast to you. I'm gonna find something to cover this. I leave Sakura to take care of breakfast and head to the dojo. I might have hurt myself when I was sleeping, but either way, I need to treat it.
Yeah, the command spells is what it instantly came to my mind, but he shouldn't have them yet, so I don't know.
But for some reason, I can't get the image of Sakura being so awkward and distraught out of my head.
I'll go on ahead then.
Sakura, are you sure you're okay? If you don't feel well, you don't have to go to your club.
No, I'll be fine. I just have a headache, so it's nothing to worry about. It's just your imagination. I'm actually full of energy right now.
She explains with a smile, but it's obvious she's just putting on a brave face. Full of energy, huh? You didn't even take a single bite of your breakfast.
Oh.
She averts her eyes, looking uneasy. Sakura continues to look away and says,
I'll be going. You should get some rest.
She leaves. The dining table is neatly cleared, but there's an entire set of dishes with breakfast for one person in the kitchen sink untouched. Honestly, what's gotten into Sakura? Sakura was in high spirits this morning, but then she suddenly got all quiet when she saw my injury, and everything she did from then was one mistake after another. She overfilled her teacup, she drenched soy sauce over her omelet to the point that it turned black, and she sat down to eat with her apron still on. In the end, she hardly took a bite of her breakfast, then headed off to school looking pale. Wonder if she caught a cold. I mumble as I finish cleaning up. Whatever it is, I've never seen Sakura act like that. I met Sakura 4 years ago in the summer, and it's been a year and a half since she started coming to my house to help with housework. In all that time, I've never seen Sakura look the way she did today. Fujine should be at the archery range, so I don't think there will be an issue there, but I should go and check on her sometime after school. Okay. Classes end, and it's time to go home. I can't wander around because I have work today. I shouldn't do anything at school. I should head straight to the neighboring town, but... I'm worried about Tosuka. I haven't talked to her at all, but I'm worried about Tosuka. Yeah, I'm worried about Sakura. I'm worried about Sakura. Nothing will come from me worrying about her, but I should at least check to see if she's perked up. I walk through the first year's hall, which is on the 4th floor. There aren't any students walking down the hall, and there's only a handful of students hanging around the classroom. They're either at their clubs or headed home. Damn, Sakura's probably at her club too. Well, I've come this far. I might as well check Sakura's classroom, and after I see that nobody is there, I'll head to work. Let's see. I peek into Class 1B. The classroom's tinted red from the light of the setting sun pouring in through the windows. It's silent, giving the impression that nobody is inside. Giving the impression that nobody's inside. There doesn't seem to be anybody in the classroom. All the students have gone to their respective destinations. Except for one lone shadow that remained inside the red-soaked classroom. Sakura. I step into the crimson-tinted world and say her name.
Senpai?
Her long hair is covering her face, but she looks even more weary this morning.
Is something wrong? Do you need anything from our classroom?
No, I didn't come to check on your classroom. I was just worried about you, since you seemed down this morning. Sakura's face grows, if possible, even more downcast. She's obviously not well. Sakura, you should go home if you don't feel well. I could at least walk you to the intersection, so let's go home.
No, it's fine. I'm not sick. I'm going to my club like always. Then I'll have dinner with you after my club. There's nothing wrong, so please don't worry.
She grabs her bag and starts walking so quickly it's almost as if she's trying to run away. Dummy, you don't look well enough to say that. Just don't go to your club today. Besides, you won't be able to draw your bow properly, the way you are right now. I grab Sakura's hand as she tries to pass me. Oh, a loud thud echoes through the classroom. Sakura almost falls even though I only tried grabbing her hand. Hey! I quickly pull Sakura's arm. As I tug Sakura so firmly, I learn she's surprisingly light. You gave me a scare there. You sure you're alright? You didn't have any weight in your step. Sakura averts her eyes apologetically. Honestly, what's gotten into her today? You're not going to your club today. I won't go to work You're not going to your club today. I won't go to work either, so let's just go home. Sakura doesn't respond, keeping quiet. She doesn't shake off my hand, nor does it look like she's going to listen to me. What's going on, Sakura? You know you're in no shape to go to your club today.
You're right, but my brother's waiting. Which is why I need to go,
She adds almost inaudibly. Damn. I never have any reply to that look. I hear the Mato family's circumstances are complicated, and I can't really put myself in the middle of Shinji and Sakura. No matter how much I consider Sakura my family, the people in the Mato household are her real family. As an outsider, my words will fall on deaf ears. Anything I said would just seem like unnecessary meddling. So you're still going to stop by the club, Sakura?
Oh, yes. I do realize I'm in no state to draw a bow.
Yeah, so you're just going there to save face for Shinji. I pull out a chair and sit on it. Then I pull another chair from the neighboring desk.
Senpai?
Just sit down. I'm not going to stop you from going to the club anymore, but just take a minute to rest, okay? You can tell Shinji you're late because I held you back.
I can't say that. If I do, my brother might do something to you. Again.
Shinji giving me a hard time is nothing new. Don't worry about it. Bet it makes his life easier if he has something new to bring up. Besides, telling him that I held you back wouldn't be a flat-out lie. It's absolutely true. There's nothing to feel guilty about. I gesture for Sakura to sit down. Sakura reluctantly sits on the chair. Good. Now hold on a minute. I'm gonna steal some tea from the student council room. You stay right there until I get back.
Steal some tea? Won't you get in trouble for that?
Only if a teacher catches me. I'm used to things like this. It won't be an issue as long as I don't run into a teacher, so just sit back and relax.
I can't do that. Especially knowing you're going to do something risky. Senpai, please don't worry about getting tea for me.
And I keep saying it's not risky. Just sit there, okay? Drinking tea in the classroom's good for you once in a while.
Oh.
I jump out into the hallway. The student council room isn't that far. I'll go get a whole tea set real quick to surprise Sakura. Time passes. Sakura and I both drink tea in the classroom, which seems ludicrous, but we look out the window as we have nothing better to do. The last rays of the sunset filter in through the window, stinging my eyes a bit. Sakura looks towards the sunset, her expression vacant. I don't have much to say, so I follow Sakura and keep my mouth shut. Since there's no conversation, time passes slowly. Sakura's not generally all that talkative, and it's not unusual for her to just stare blankly ahead. She seems to be more at ease when she's alone. Come to think of it, Sakura prefers to be alone. It's not that she wants to be away from the hustle and bustle, so much as her seeming want to be isolated from the people around her, and she often chooses to look outside rather than keeping her attention inside. Which is probably why she stayed alone in the classroom today. Sakura doesn't go out of her way to interact with people. Fujine and I are the exceptions. And if I weren't acquaintances with Shinji, Sakura wouldn't have had to interact with me at all, really. Ooh, that's such a nice CG. The lighting on that's just so pretty. Wow. I sneak a glance at Sakura. Ooh. 4 years ago, when Shinji introduced me to her, Sakura seemed more like a little girl. Before I knew it, she was my underclassman, and even started coming to house to help with the housework, and her childish appearance started to fade. Sakura has become beautiful. Well, she was pretty to begin with, but I guess I'd say she's grown too pretty. On top of that, she's sensible and so gentle. With all those great qualities, it's no wonder so many people say she's a beauty on par with Rin Tosuka. But there's something I just don't get. Sakura is often alone. She doesn't seem to have any friends from the Kyudo club, and given that she was alone in the classroom after school, she may not have any friends in her class either. Now that I think about it, I only know the Sakura from the Kyudo club and the Sakura at my house. I don't know what Sakura does or how she acts when she's at school or the Mato family home. I do love this art style. Is it considered Type Moon or a particular artist? That would be Takeshi Takeuchi's art, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly. Takeuchi is generally the Type Moon art guy for the most part. Yeah. Just when I realized that, and as I continued to stare blankly at the reddened sky.
Senpai, do you remember?
Sakura asks without taking her gaze from the window. Remember what?
From long ago, when I didn't know you yet.
So before you and I met?
Yes, 4 years ago, when I just started school. I'd yet to get accustomed to school, and as I was aimlessly walking down the hall, I saw something very strange. I really don't know how...
I really don't know how things unfolded back then, honestly. Ah, okay, yeah, it still hurt. Okay.
I really don't know how things unfolded back then, honestly. But it was after school, and members of the track team had left already. Yet there was one person still out there running,
Hey, that sounds familiar.
and as I continued to watch, he started doing high jumps.
She giggles. It must be an endearing memory to Sakura, if that blissful smile is anything to go by.
Wait. Oh my god, okay. Oh, this is interesting. Because, yeah, Rin, that was during the little memory dive with Rin toward the end of UBW. That was part of her memory, and then she was like, "You fuckhead, don't look at that." But then it's like there was still there's some questions about, like, wait a minute, like Rin's not in track or anything, like there's no reason for her to know about that. She must have been told about it by Sakura. That's interesting. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see where that goes.
The entire school was painted red by the sunset, and it was beautiful, but it also made me feel lonesome. And all that time, this person continued to practice alone. They would run, jump, drop their pole, and repeat that step. There was nobody around, and they clearly couldn't actually manage the height they were attempting, but they kept trying nonetheless. It wasn't a matter of trying, because that pole was much taller than this person. Even I could tell it was impossible, and that person must have known it too.
What? I understand the story, but I'm not sure what she's getting at. I don't think grueling solo practice after school is all that strange.
I was a bad girl at that moment. Something was bothering me, and I wanted to vent my anger on someone. So I was watching this person, and the entire time I was wishing for them to fail, to give up. And I wanted to see the moment their determination failed.
Oh, you're having a very normal one.
But it didn't happen. I watched this person attempt to do the impossible many times, to the point their tenacity grew frightening. They never once complained.
They must have been desperate. Maybe there were tryouts the next day and they needed to be able to reach that height to make the cut.
No, that wasn't it. See, if they weren't even a member of the track and field, they weren't even a member of the track and field club.
But why is Sakura laughing?
And then I realized something as I was watching. It didn't matter what this person was doing. They just happened to find something they couldn't do today, and they were stubborn enough not to give up. And so after the sun set, this person put all the equipment away alone and went home. They must have been exhausted, but they left calmly, like nothing had happened.
I don't get it. If they left, they must have succeeded, right? How tall was that pole anyway?
Well, the thing is, they didn't actually manage it after all. They finally concluded that they couldn't jump it after 3 hours of trying.
Well, not exactly a happy ending.
Yes, this person was so earnest that even I even worried about them, and I figured they had to be dependable. But that also made me feel uneasy and lonely.
Sakura sounds so lonely as she says that, and I'm afraid that she could be entirely swallowed up in the red classroom. Well, now that you've told me the whole story, what's it about, Sakura?
No, it's fine if you don't understand. I was just telling you how I felt when I saw it. But I have a feeling that was just a typical day for that person.
Sakura smiles warmly, seeming to have come out of her dark mood from earlier. Just then, I may be dense, but I realize who she's talking about. I actually don't remember it happening, but if it's a story from 4 years ago, it must have been a little after my old man died. I did some pretty reckless stuff every day, so I guess Sakura's story is just one instance of that. Sakura, don't tell me that person is...
Yes, this story's about an upperclassman. In fact, he's in the room with me right now. You were a little smaller back then, so I thought you were in the same grade as me.
Ugh. I really wish you wouldn't bring up my height when I was younger. Sure, I'm not that tall even now, but I still had a growth spurt.
That's what I mean. I knew you, even back then.
I see. That's news to me. I look away, embarrassed that she saw me in such an awkward moment. And then...
Well, we both saw the same thing back then.
Sakura gestures like she's praying, and I'm not sure I understand what she's getting at. Hmm? I ask, feeling concerned. But at that moment, the familiar school bell sounds, as if to deny my curiosity. Hey, the bell rang. It's been 30 minutes since I had her stay in the classroom with me. The time's 4:30. Guess holding you back longer wouldn't do. I'll clean up so you can go ahead. You feel better, right?
Yes, I feel much better thanks to you. Please look forward to dinner tonight.
Sakura gets up. She doesn't seem like she's forcing it, so she really does look better. Oh, sorry, Sakura. I actually need to work tonight. I'm gonna be late, so you don't have to worry about taking the time to go to my house tonight.
Understood. Then I'll just make dinner and leave it for you.
Sakura quickly bows and leaves. Oh well. Fujine should be at my place, so she should be able to walk Sakura home when it's time. My livelihood is at stake, too, so I better head over to work quickly. I ride the bus from school for 20 minutes. I arrive at Shinto, the neighboring town across the bridge. Oh, it's not even 5 yet. I still have some time. There aren't many part-time jobs in the residential area of Miyame, but there are plenty in Shinto since it's a developing area. Our school allows students to hold part-time jobs, so I take on simple jobs. I prefer my jobs to be physical, and the tougher and shorter they are, the better. I get paid all while training my body, so it's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Today, I'll work from 5 to 8 o'clock for a simple loading job. It may just be 3 hours of work, but it feels more like 6 hours since they make you work without a minute's rest. Which means I need to rest when I have the opportunity, even if it's just for 10 minutes. Walking around aimlessly would be a waste of energy, so I decide to rest at a park until it's time. This park's nestled between buildings, and it's like a giant plaza full of trees and shrubbery. A park should typically be filled with families and couples during weekends and holidays, but this one's deserted at this hour. In fairness, this place is always desolate, no matter the day or time. This place is the same as always. I sigh in exasperation. The area is unkept, and it's really pretty ugly compared to other places that are properly landscaped and maintained. As if the desolate location had set the mood, the wind itself blows cold and harsh. This place is the remnant of the great catastrophe that happened 10 years ago. It's the very place where I was saved from the brink of death. Why don't they seed some grass here or something? It's a shame to keep it like this. The area is quite large, so if they leveled it, there'd be plenty of space to work on the park. I sit down on a bench as I think. With nothing else to do, I stare out over the burned area to pass the time. I don't remember anything that happened here. The only thing I remember is that it was hot, and I couldn't breathe. And that some people died trying to save others. I wonder why that happened. One adult here died because they were trying to save a child from a burning house. Another person was offered all of the available water to extinguish their raw, parched throat, while others in the same situation died. Someone here tried to flee the fire as fast as they could, but the people left behind died. And someone died here because they gave whatever it was that kept them alive to someone they didn't even know. I don't like thinking about that. Just thinking about people trying to help and becoming victims for their trouble makes me angry. Is it too much to ask for everyone to be saved, and for them to get their happy ending afterward? All I want is to see people peacefully prevail. Why can't that happen? That's a tough one. What you're essentially saying is that you want to save everyone. That was Kiritsugu's response to the question when a very young me asked about it. As a child, I obviously refused to accept that idea. But you saved me, Kiritsugu. I knew you were a magician and you could do anything. I knew you were a champion of justice who wouldn't let anyone suffer, and you did it without asking for any reward. That's why I always believed you managed to save everyone back then. In response to me shouting this at him, Kiritsugu looked more troubled than I'd ever seen him, and said something I remember to this day.
Shiro, saving one person means you don't save someone else. Listen, being saved by a champion of justice only means you're one of the few they managed to reach. It might be obvious, but that's what a champion of justice is.
I get that. And now that it's been pointed out, it seems so obvious. Imagine if there was a burglar and some hostages, and the burglar intends to kill the hostages. Under normal circumstances, a majority of the hostages would probably do. But if by some miracle all the hostages were saved, there's someone who didn't get saved. The burglar, of course, since saving the hostages was done at the cost of his life. The people the Champion of Justice saves are only those whom the Champion of Justice deems to save. That's why saving everyone is impossible. Even God can't do that. Especially if it's a natural disaster, no person is able to save everyone and everything. The fire 10 years ago was like that. As someone who was miraculously saved from the incident, it wasn't my place to say anything at this point. But I still don't like it. I don't want anything like that. I don't like the idea that there's a limitation to who can be saved. No matter how impossible it may be, I need to reach out to help. I can't stand to see people around me die, like back then. If the person I am now had been there 10 years ago, I would have thrown myself into the fire. But then I would have died. For nothing. That would have happened for sure. Jeez, I can't even fantasize in my head. Oh crap, I can't believe it's already 5. A bell in the distance rings, chiming 5 o'clock. I get up from the bench and hurry to my part-time job.
I'm sure we probably did read something similar to that before, Gona, but if they're not going to ask me to skip it, then it's like, I figured they're re-emphasizing it for a reason, so I just take it as it comes.
By the time I'm done working, the sun's long since set. It's a little before 8 o'clock. I finished about 10 minutes earlier because I kind of overworked myself. Maybe it's because I stopped by that park before work. That might have motivated me to push myself harder. At the train station, the night's just getting started. There are a bunch of people milling about and an endless stream of cars on the road. Guess there's no need for me to get something for Fujine. I walk along the path as I gaze up at a lighted building. It's the biggest building in Shinto, so I can't see all the way to the top. As I gaze at the building, enjoying the nighttime scenery. I think I see something bizarre. What's that? I stop and try to look at the very top. I squint, trying to bring what I see into focus, but it's like staring at grains of rice.
Ah, yes. This.
Is that Rin Tosaka? Jeez.
If only we were talking and we had some reason to talk. It
looks like someone I know. But I can't think why the girl I know would have a reason to be there. It doesn't seem like she's going to do anything up there. But she's just standing there looking down at the city as the wind ruffles her hair. She doesn't seem to notice me down below. Actually, there's no way she could see me. Even my near-perfect vision, enhanced with magecraft, can barely distinguish what's up there. I'm able to tell she's up there because she is isolated, but there's no way she'd be able to pick me out of a crowd on the ground. She's just looking down at the town. It seems like she's looking for something. I can almost feel her sharp gaze even at this distance. I forget how long it's been, but I continue to look up at the girl standing in the void. She stands at the top of a high tower. She's like a magician, looking down at the surface world with the bright moon shining bright behind her. Oh, and then she disappears, apparently done with whatever brought her up there. The rooftop stands empty, and the scenery returns back to nothing more than the beautiful night sky. Was that Tosaka up there? I can't be sure, but I'm probably right about who it was, at least. Archer looking down like, I don't want to fuck with this guy this time. I'm done with that shit. I'm tired, man. I don't want to kill you no more. I want to go to the bar. I should be at the club. There aren't many girls I know who stand out like her. Besides, I'm not so out of it that I'd fail to notice a girl I secretly admire. Huh? It's just... Tosaka sure has a weird way of spending her time. I get back to Miyama. Unlike Shinto, it's quiet here, and as if it were already the middle of the night. I wonder if Sakura is doing okay. She seemed to be feeling okay, but I feel bad, thinking I made her push herself again because she went to my place to make dinner. Maybe I'll go check on her. Going to her house may not accomplish anything, but I'd rather have the reassurance than do nothing at all. There's nothing different about the Matzo house. There's no sign of the strange foreigner Sakura was talking about earlier, and the lights are on only in Sakura and Shinji's rooms, as usual. Wait. Hold on a minute. Why was the other light on last night, then? Was there someone other than Sakura and Shinji in the Matzo house? Who? Excuse me, do you have business here at this house? Who? I whirl around. In the darkness of night, I see a person standing there, almost hidden among the chirping insects. Oh, it's you! I see! Okay. He's an old man, and I don't recognize him. He must be really old, but his sharp eyes and intimidating presence are out of all disproportion with that tiny old body. The sheer amount of time he's lived seems to lend him a certain dignity, and I find myself petrified.
What is it, young man? Why don't you answer? If you refuse to reply, I'll just have to come to my own conclusions about your presence here. Perhaps you are in fact the suspicious person Sakura mentioned.
Sakura? Does that mean that this man is...
My. I can't just let you go. Even if what my granddaughter might want. Even if that's what my granddaughter might want. I know we've just met, but I may have to hurt you a bit. Well, I'll just ask. Would you be willing to turn yourself into the authorities?
The strange old man seems pleasantly cheerful despite the dark subject matter. There's no doubt about it. It may be the first time I've ever seen him, but this man is Sakura's. No, you have it all wrong. I'm the same year as Shinji. I'm a friend of Sakura's. My name's Shiro Emiya. I just came by to see how they're doing on the way home. On my way home.
Oh, I see. So, you're Shinji and Sakura's friend. My mistake. Well, let me call them down. Perhaps you'd like to join them for dinner.
No, sir. I was just stopping by, so I'll be on my way back home. By the way, sir, did Sakura come home safely?
It's Zoken Mato.
The old man murmurs something I don't quite catch. He sounds irritated.
I'm Zoken Mato. You've introduced yourself, so it'd be improper for me not to do the same.
Zoken Mato turns toward the house once he finishes speaking. He shows that he has no interest in me. He's so intimidating I can't even manage to get a word out as I watch him go. But then...
Sakura is home. By the way, Shiro Emiya, how's the Ironsburn girl doing?
Huh? What now?
Oh, don't play dumb. Why wouldn't the Ironsburn girl visit the Emiya residence? I'm asking how the thrones turned out this time around.
Huh? Now I really don't understand. Sorry, Sakura. Your grandpa's a little crazy. I feel like that's an understatement.
It appears you really don't know.
Zoken sighs. For some reason I feel bad for him, given how disappointed he looks. I don't really know the details, but I apologize.
You needn't feel bad. It was my mistake. I must apologize for alarming you for nothing. Come now. You needn't worry if you'd like to see my grandchildren. An old man like me is retired and long since removed from making decisions about the house. So don't hesitate to come visit.
I really just came by. But, do you really live in this house?
Of course I do. But as you can see, I'm a decrepit old man. I spend my days in the depths of this house, exhausted.
Is that so? I've been inside the Matzo house numerous times until last year, but I never got the sense anyone else was living in that house other than Shinji and Sakura.
Then if you'll excuse me, Shiro Emiya, I beg you continue to be friends with my grandchildren.
Despite his apparent age, he walks briskly away. The Matzo house appears unchanged, but the sound of chirping bugs suddenly fades. Oh. I don't like that. Another day ends. I'll finish yet another busy dinner, and after seeing off Fujine, I take a bath. Afterwards, I go to the storehouse for my daily training. I complete my usual routine and go to sleep. It's 1 a.m. The day ends peacefully without incident. It'd be really funny if Grandpa just broke the fourth wall and asked what route you're on. Evie, you'll stick on the Shinji route, won't you? That's a good boy. Jesus Christ. Okay. Burning breakfast, okay. Save the game. We still haven't gotten the actual Heaven's Field tag on the save tag yet, on the save file yet. So that's interesting. I assume it'll probably be after we get Saber. Soon after Fujine leaves, I lock up and Sakura and I leave as well. Sakura? What's wrong? You don't look good. You still feeling sick?
Oh, no, I'm feeling better. What about you? You didn't look well this morning, and the injury you had from yesterday might have gotten worse.
Yesterday's injury? Oh, the bruise on my left hand. Well, the bruise hasn't changed much. My hand just swelled up, so it should get better soon. Sakura continues to stare at me, looking concerned. I'm fine, really.
It's nothing.
Oh, wait, no, it's nothing. Yeah, sorry. It's nothing. What's going on? You've been acting weird since yesterday, Sakura. It's just a bruise. Or what? Is this your way of admitting it happened because you came in the middle of the night and stomped on my hand while I was sleeping?
Senpai, I'm not that heavy. I was just, well...
Just what?
I just hope it's my mistake.
I don't get what Sakura is saying. Sakura may be quiet, but she generally speaks her mind. It's not like her to beat around the bush so much.
Senpai, I'd like to ask you a favor.
Sure, as long as it's within something I can do. What's up?
Well, I can't come help you tonight and tomorrow, so at least for then, will you try to stay in your home as much as possible?
Are you saying I need to skip work on Sunday, too?
Yes, I'd like you to stay in your house as much as you can. I'll come back and help once I'm done with my errand.
Well, I guess skipping one day of work won't hurt. Okay, I'll just hang around the house all day over the weekend. Is that what you want, Sakura?
Yes, that'd be a really big help.
A bit of relaxation actually doesn't sound so bad. I've been working non-stop recently, so I have some extra funds right now. Maybe I'll clean out all the junk this weekend. Yeah, she knows. Okay. Summoning Saber versus Lancer. Yeah, I guess we'll skip it. Yeah, I guess we'll skip Rin's lecture. Yeah, I guess we'll skip Kotsumine at the church. Fuck it, no Kotsumine. I destroy the seal or I fight? Oh, gee, I wonder which. Obviously fight, yes. Yeah, sure, I'll skip that. Yeah, sure, I'll skip that. I'm gonna help Saber fight the Berserker, yes. And then skip it. Who cares? Oh, okay. Interlude 3-0. Whoa. Ah. Okay. There's a slithering sound. It's hard to determine whether the sound's a cry, something being dragged, or something festering. The sound represented everything. Here, there are only rotting things. The stone walls are as brittle as a decaying tree. The air smells sweet, like honey. The creatures crawling on the ground are decomposing like ripe fruit, and even the time that passes in this space is rotten, meaningless. Everything here is worn out. The darkness is a graveyard for things that were never mourned on Earth, the end of vindictive bloodlines. I don't know who this is, but... hold on, actually, let me... Well, I guess the regular echo works fine.
It appears all 7 have been selected.
The largest gangrenous mass wriggles at the center of the darkness. The sound of insects taints the air, along with a rancid, unpleasant stench.
The master of this basement is rotten and decayed, yet alive, and it is surrounded by otherworldly worms. The insects that crawl up from the feet suck on its ankles, and once their suckers reach their host's flesh and bone, they continue to slowly burrow in to reach nerves. Ugh. Yep. Okay, it's Zoken. Okay, gotcha. It's his voice actor. I see. There are hundreds, nay, more than 200 wriggling bugs. Any creature unlucky enough to be thrown onto this writhing carpet would die in moments. The insects would burrow in and devour its insides, leaving its flesh and bones intact, but taking it over.
It's not enough. These bugs will need to be replaced soon.
Yet its body does not break down. Rather, whenever the insects invade its body through the ankle, its body takes one step closer to completion. It is not being devoured by the insects. The massive insects that live in the basement are the ones being consumed, existing solely to be eaten by it. There should be enough here to last 100 years. That guarantees it at least that much time as it consumes these insects to live.
Not enough time. This battle may not be the final one. I must observe in silence if the conditions are not optimal this time.
It twists its mouth in disapproval. The situation is in no way optimal. The battle is about to start once again, less than 10 years after the last. The priest who's tasked with overseeing this ritual possesses 2 servants. Damn, okay, they're just gonna say that right out the bat, yeah. And the servant rooted in Ryuta Temple has in turn summoned their own servant. These conditions are not promising. A complete grail simply will not be forged from such an unstable battle. The gates may open, but its contents will not be reachable.
Then I shall confine myself to simply observing this one. Unfortunately, my pawns are at the optimal state right now.
The conditions to fight over the Holy Grail are abysmal. However, that thing that was painstakingly created is in its ideal form. If released, it would surely reach it. As long as the proper steps are taken, the Holy Grail should be attainable. After all, contents of the Holy Grail have been implanted inside them. For 10 years, fragments of the Holy Grail have spread into and throughout their nerves. It is only natural for things originating from the same source to be attracted to one another.
There may be a next time for me, but that thing isn't likely to last long. I may have received it as a placental vessel initially, but I never expected it to be as good as it turned out.
The thing was an experiment, but now it has perfectly adapted to its purpose. It was supposed to be disposed of, but it ought to be used if it proves useful. In either case, the plan is to dispose of it anyway. The thing is bound to be discarded, whether it loses in battle, is destroyed, or disabled.
Which raises one issue. How will I motivate it to do its job?
For some reason, the compatible masterpiece refuses to fight. One approach would be taking over its mind, but it has put up a solid mental defense. Well, that is why I wanted a vessel that possesses strong magic circuits. It is only logical for something talented to be hardy in the face of poison trying to invade it. Then shall the obedient doll or the outstanding pupil be chosen? If the latter, brainwashing would be out of the question.
Just once. As long as there is a small opening, it will surely seek the Holy Grail on its own. But what to do?
Creating that small opening is the difficult part. That thing's not so weak as to be broken by coercion. If it could break easily, it would have broken 11 years ago. It has erected quite the fortress to defend itself, but it simply has no blade with which to fight back. If it is to break, it must be from within. Its futile emotions should be the key to transforming it.
So, you've come. Then it's time to create an opening.
Descending footsteps echo in the darkness. The person walks in toward the center of the decaying insects. The thing asks a predictable question. Do all masters have to be killed? Of course, there's no need to answer. All masters must die. All servants must be seized. That is the ethos writhing within this basement. But that thought's pushed aside.
If that is how you feel, then I have no choice. We shall resolve ourselves to simply observe once again.
It utters. It emits a sigh of relief, and the mood softens. Wait, so was that still Zoken, or was that somebody else? After the thing indicates that it has no intention to fight by gently smiling. Okay. Still Zoken. Yeah. It's all Zoken. Okay, gotcha.
But that will lead to a rather unfortunate outcome. Of all the vessels created this time, the Tosaka girl has turned out to be quite formidable. If there's to be a winner, it will likely be her.
It murmurs in a disappointed tone. The air feels slack once again. Faint disappointment flickers like an ember in the basement. The thing that has resisted fighting this entire time suddenly shows signs of reconsidering after hearing its single statement. The thing is wavering. A slight crack. The thing does not even notice, but now a slight unintended opening cracks their defenses. It laughs. Swarmed by worms and still rotting, it still maintains its human shape as it laughs. Ah, opening. Be right back. Oh boy, oh boy. That is a banger, though. I do really like that song. Oof. Alright. There's that Heaven's Feel tag. Alrighty. Avenger. Okay. Winter, 5 years ago. It was a beautiful moonlit night. I was just enjoying the sight with my father, Kiritsugu Emiya. It was winter, but it wasn't very cold. On the veranda, it was just a little chilly, the perfect weather to watch the moon. Kiritsugu didn't go out much anymore. He rarely went out, and he spent most of his time lounging around the house. Every time I recall this, I still feel regret. Why didn't I realize that it was acting the way any creature does when they know their time is almost up?
When I was a boy, I wanted to be a champion of justice.
He blurted it out, just out of nowhere. My father, who already seemed like a champion of justice in my eyes, said that as if he were reflecting on a memory.
What? You wanted to?
Well, I guess, yeah, for the flashback.
What? You wanted to? So you gave up on it?
I asked, unable to completely hide my disappointment. Kiritsugu smiled apologetically and looked up at the distant moon.
Unfortunately, yes. You can only be a hero for so long. It gets harder to call yourself one as you grow up. I wish I found that out earlier.
That made sense to me. I wasn't sure why, but if Kiritsugu said it, then it had to be true.
Oh, well, that's too bad.
Yes, it really is too bad.
Kiritsugu nodded in agreement. So I just kind of blurted something out, as if it were a natural thing to say.
Okay, if you can't do it, then I'll do it for you. You can't do anything because you're an adult, but I can. You can leave your dream to me. Because I'll make it a reality.
The bold promise made my father smile. His face said everything I needed to know. Kiritsugu made a long, contented sigh and whispered,
That's a relief.
There he closed his eyes, and so too his life came to a close. He looked so peaceful, like he was just going to wake up in the morning, so I didn't think much about it. Maybe it was because by then I was used to seeing death. On a winter night, the man I called my father looked up at the moon and entered a long sleep. The yard was dead silent, not so much as a single chirp from an insect. I still remember how fiercely my eyes blazed on that brilliant dark night. I didn't cry out loud, nor did I feel sad, but tears flowed down my cheek until the moon sank past the horizon. This happened in the winter, 5 years ago. I probably cried 10 years worth of tears in that time, so after that there was nothing left. Fujine's dad took care of the funeral arrangements, and that's how I ended up living in the Emiya mansion all alone. Kiritsugu's passing didn't change anything for me. I was set on becoming a man who champions justice and does what's right, just like my father, so I didn't have time to sit around. That's right. I never talk about this, but I still remember it. 10 years ago, a man saved me from a fire. He picked up a burned, dying child and carried him out of hell, weeping with joy. I've admired him ever since. Nobody else saved me. I couldn't save anyone. In the ruins of the fire, there was only a boy who was saved and the man who saved him. That's why I aspired to be like him. I wanted to become a hero of justice that saves people and doesn't let anyone die. That's who he wanted to be, and he passed his wish on to me before quietly letting the curtain fall. It's only natural for a child to follow in their father's footsteps. Shiro Emiya must become a hero of justice and save someone the same way he was once saved. I swore to myself I would do it. I vowed to fulfill the dream of the man I most admired. But honestly, I didn't know how. But what did Kiritsugu mean by doing the right thing and championing justice? How can I grow up faster? Is there some magical way to make Kiritsugu's dream of making everyone happy come true? Seriously, what am I supposed to do when I become a master and I can't get the blonde girl with me out of my head? I wake up in my room. Something tastes terrible. The steely tang of blood clouds my mouth. It pooled in my mouth while I slept, and every time I breathe, heavy metallic air fills my lungs. I'm not sure why I feel this way. A violent urge to vomit makes me want to go wash my face in the restroom. Okay. I lift myself out of bed. Dizziness sets my head spinning. Feeling uneasy on my feet, I plant a hand on the wall. I try to move on, but it only makes the nausea worse. No, it's more pain than nausea. My body feels sluggish, and my insides seem to churn whenever I move. I imagine this is about what it'd feel like if someone forced hot lead down my throat. Imagining this is making me feel like I'm going to run a fever. I wipe the sweat from my forehead and hobble out of my room, leaning against the wall. Okay, I feel a little better. I wash my face and dry off my sweat-drenched body. For some reason, my abdomen's wrapped in bandages. I have no idea why, but I'll deal with it later. I'm hungry. Did I leave any extra food in the fridge? My stomach still feels like it's churning, but my body needs nourishment. I suck up the discomfort and keep walking, braced against the wall. The dizziness won't go away, and worst of all, my whole body feels dull. Ow, ow, ow. I keep moving forward, making pathetic noises along the way. What the hell did I do before I went to bed last night? I don't remember training strenuously enough to make my entire body ache. Oh yeah, I mean, getting attacked by Berserker and all, totally not, it's not that strenuous. Whatever. I reached the living room. Sakura and Fujine must be at school. There's no signs of breakfast, nor do I see any remnants of Fujine wrecking the place. The living room is quiet, like a typical Sunday.
Morning. Sorry I came in without asking, Emiya.
Or not. What? Huh? Rin Tosaka's sitting on the floor by the table in the living room. She's so calm, like she owns the place. So much so that I feel like a guest here. I have no idea what to say, so I plop down on a cushion. And then I take a deep breath. Tosaka, why are you...
Stop. Shouldn't you apologize to me first? I can't move on from last night until you say sorry for what you did.
I can't even finish asking why she's in my house. Tosaka's glare is all I need to know how angry she is. She seems upset about something that happened last night, but what exactly? Wait. Now I remember. Right, this isn't the time for me to be leisurely breathing in the morning air. I tried to help Saber, and Berserker gutted me like a fish. Ugh. The nausea returns. A chill grips my entire body as I remember the feeling of having a gaping hole in my body. Wait, that's weird. I should have died instantly. That's weird. Why am I still here?
Do you remember now? You did something damned stupid last night. Hope you regret it.
Tosaka huffs critically. That kinda ticks me off. My brain, frozen since seeing Tosaka in my living room, finally grinds into action. What are you talking about? I had no choice. Well, sure, it might seem like an idiotic move if you just look at the results, and I definitely meant for it to go better than it did. So I wouldn't say it was a mistake. I return her glare, insisting that I'm not an idiot. What? Why is she making such a show of sighing tiredly at me?
If the master dies, the servant disappears too, remember? I can't believe you actually tried to shield your own servant. Listen, if you die, then Saber is gone too. If you wanted to save Saber, you should have thought of another way to do it from a safe distance. Honestly, do you realize how pointless it is to risk your own life for your servants?
I wasn't shielding her, I was just trying to get her out of there. I didn't think that would happen to me. I knew I might die if I got near a monster like that, but that's besides the point.
Fine, then you had the wrong idea.
Tosaka only looks more irritated. She knows exactly what I'm thinking.
I'll be straight with you, Emiya. I didn't take you to the church so that you could win. I was just trying to give you a chance to survive because you literally don't know anything. It sounds like you still don't get it.
A chance to survive?
Yeah, I figured you wouldn't take risks or really do much if you knew defeat meant death, but it looks like you're the kind of person to go out at night even in a situation like this. I thought that if I scared you straight, you wouldn't throw your own life away for someone else, and if you're lucky, you'd make it until the end.
I see. That didn't cross my mind. So that's why she's so unhappy at me, for facing down Berserker. But why are you upset? What does me dying have to do with you?
It has everything to do with me because you made me worry all night long.
Tosaka's practically throwing a tantrum. But okay. It actually feels good to have someone worry about me. From her tone, it sounds like Tosaka was the one who took care of me. Is that so? Guess I owe you one, Tosaka. Thanks. I bow my head in appreciation and apology.
As long as you understand. If you've learned your lesson, then use your head next time.
Tosaka quickly turns away. She might still be edgy, but I feel like she's in a better mood.
Then we're done with what happened last night. Let's get down to it then. You want to talk business or talk about yesterday?
Tosaka prompts me matter-of-factly. Her straightforwardness takes me off guard, but now that I think about it, she must be here only because she has something to discuss. If she hadn't had something to discuss, she'd have gone home already. Tosaka is my enemy, so what could she have to talk about that would prompt her to stay in enemy territory? I'm curious to know what she's thinking, and I also want to know what else happened last night. I have to ask anyway, so let's start with what happened last night.
Yeah, you should know what's going on first. Hey, looks like you're finally thinking straight.
With a smug grin, Tosaka launches into a brief explanation of last night's events.
I feel like I remember, having that as, a choice, and this just kind of, rolling on through one of the options by itself, if I'm remembering correctly. It's interesting.
Apparently, Berserker left right after I lost consciousness. Afterwards, my body started to heal on its own, and it was back to normal after a few minutes. I was still unconscious, but so Tosaka brought me here, and the rest was as I remember it.
What's important here is that you managed to survive on your own. I might have helped a bit, but it was your power that healed your wound, so don't get that twisted, okay?
Get it twisted. That's what it sounds like from the way you told it. So, you weren't the one who healed me?
No way. I can't revive someone on the verge of death. What was I supposed to do about your intestines scattered on the pavement?
I don't really have an answer to that. My stomach's back to normal, yes, but I'm honestly still dubious about what Tosuka said. I can't even use any healing magecraft, much less raise the dead.
Which means it must be your servant. Either your servant's pretty powerful or something happened when you summoned them. I think it's both, actually. But you must be connected by some line.
Line? You mean some sort of fated line that connects a familiar and its mage?
Wait, say that again?
Fated? What? Why are you looking at me like that?
Chat, he said it.
Who is Chat? What?
Don't worry about it. Oh, so you do have some knowledge of familiars. Then this should be easy. Means your relationship with Saber is not just an ordinary master and familiar relationship. Saber can evidently regenerate too, so her power might be flowing into you. Normally, the mage's abilities are shared with their familiar, but in your case, the familiar's abilities are helping the master.
So it's like a river flowing upstream?
That's a good way of putting it. Normally that wouldn't be possible, but Saber's magical energy must be powerful enough to change the flow of a river. Otherwise, there's no chance she'd be able to go up against Berserker with that tiny frame of hers.
It wouldn't normally be possible. Does that mean your relationship with archers and normal mage and familiar relationship?
That's right. He doesn't listen to a word I say, but that's our relationship. The connection between master and servant's like gas in an engine. We provide the energy for them to consume. Though I've read that a master once acquired pseudo-immortality by physically fusing with their servant. They wouldn't die as long as their servant doesn't die. Are you listening, Emiya?
Yeah, I am. Then, Tosuka, does that mean my body will heal from injuries even if I don't do anything about them?
At the cost of your servant's magical energy, I don't know how. At the cost of your servant's magical energy. I don't know how it works, but it definitely has something to do with Saber being stuck in material form. I don't think you've learned any curses or of natural regeneration.
Of course not. My old man never taught me something that complicated.
That's not what I mean. I'm saying I wouldn't had to have worried this much if it was true. Never mind, this doesn't concern you.
Huh? What does she mean?
Don't worry about it. Shut up.
I wonder why Tosuka is being so roundabout.
Anyway, just don't do anything rash. You might have survived this time, but you might not live to tell the tale next time you get hurt like last night. It's probably best you just ditch the notion that any small wounds will heal on their own.
I know. Saber had to help me because I went and got myself hurt. I don't have any excuses for that.
That's not the point, dummy. Let me be clear. It costs more than Saber's magical energy to heal your wounds. You're giving up something up when it happens. Whether that's your life, your luck, or even your bank account, you can bet that kind of healing doesn't come cheap.
Tosuka huffs once again. And I agree, but Tosuka, I don't think my bank account has anything to do with it.
Of course it does! Using Magecraft means you're pretty much throwing your money away. The more you use it, the more it drains your money. Otherwise, none of this would be acceptable, especially to me.
I remember this joke. Tosuka absolutely explodes with fury. It's odd, really. The more I talk to her, the more this Tosuka feels like the real one, while the girl at school feels like an act. Though I guess I already noticed that yesterday.
Well, putting the topic of money aside, I want to talk about something serious. Are you ready, Emiya?
It's the main reason you're here, isn't it? Let's hear it.
Then I'll be frank. What do you plan to do next?
Tosuka asks the one question I hope she wouldn't. Actually, that's not entirely true. It's not that I don't want her to ask so much as haven't really thought of my answer yet. I've been thinking about feeling heaven recently.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you sure that's what you're fated to do?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, have you got your unlimited blade works prepared?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Well, then I guess there's no other choice.
That's such a stupid joke, I'm sorry. What am I going to do now? It's the question I want to ask. To be honest, I don't know. I know there's a competition for the Holy Grail, but I've never been in a battle between mages. For one thing, more than anything, I want to avoid killing. I'm not interested in something like the Holy Grail. I don't really know if I can risk my life for something I don't want.
I knew you'd say something like that. I'll have you know that your servant will kill you for saying that sort of thing.
What? Kill me? Why?
Because the servants also seek the Holy Grail. One of the conditions for them allowing a master to summon them is getting a chance at the Holy Grail. The Grail is the servant's #1 priority. They'll obey the masters if it gives them a chance at the Grail, and sometimes they'll even die for their masters. Try saying you don't want the Grail to your servant. You can't blame her if she calls you a traitor and cuts you down where you stand.
What the hell? That doesn't sound right. Servants are the ones who were summoned by masters, right? Then...
Did you think servants would really serve humans for free? Whomever acquires the Grail gets their wish granted, whether that's a master or their guardian servant. The servants have wishes of their own. That's why they respond to summons that would otherwise be at best unreasonable. Masters don't summon servants to help them get the Holy Grail. Servants answer the master's call to have a chance at the Holy Grail.
The servants have wishes too? Does that mean Saber also has a wish that she wants granted by the Holy Grail?
That's why servants will go out and eliminate other masters even without being ordered to. Only one person can get the Holy Grail. They won't allow it to fall into the hands of anyone other than their own master. Unlike masters, servants don't have the power to take away command spells. The only way they can neutralize other masters is by killing them. So, even if the master has no intention of fighting, conflict is inevitable. Masters attacked by a servant need to fight them off with their own servant. Kide told you plenty of times about how that's at the heart of the Holy Grail War.
Yeah, he told me enough of that last night. But that means the servants must fight and kill each other. I thought it would have been enough as long as the masters made peace with each other and gave up the Holy Grail. But if servants answer the summons because they also seek the Holy Grail and will never give up until they have it, then battle between servants really is inevitable. But then, is the girl who fought so hard to protect me also here to fight, kill for, and maybe die, all for the Holy Grail? That's awful. I don't know exactly what a heroic spirit is, but Saber's human. I even saw her bleed yesterday.
No, don't worry about that. Servants aren't mortal, so if they die, they'll just go back to where they came from. Heroic spirits are phenomena that can't die. Only masters can actually get killed when they lose a fight.
No, I mean, even if their deaths are figurative, it doesn't change the fact that something which takes the form of a human dies in this world.
What, you have some hang-up with killing? You've got some nerve calling yourself a mage with morals like that.
Tosaka is right. As a mage, death is never far. I understand that fact, and I've long since resigned myself to it. But I'm not strong enough to be the judge of when and where other people should live or die. Of course I do. I won't be party to some war where people murder each other.
Oh, really? So you're just gonna sit and wait to be killed? You're gonna just hand the victory to some other master?
It's not my point. All I have to do is stay alive until the end, right? I don't intend to kill anyone, but I'm also not going to hold back if I need to defend myself. Someone who shows up ready to kill others can't complain about getting killed.
So you're going to play defense? You're just gonna watch and see what the other masters do? Even if that thing from yesterday goes around killing everyone in town, you'll just ignore it?
The thing from yesterday? Oh right, the Chad PNG. That twisted, inhuman demon. It's strong enough to level a house with a single blow. If it sets its mind to it, I'm sure it could destroy all of Miyama overnight. To make matters worse, servants can turn into spirit form. Humans who lack the ability to sense the supernatural can't even see them. But as soon as servants materialize, they can interact with the physical world. You could say they're the ultimate weapons. No modern technology or weaponry can affect a spiritual form. Our attacks don't work on them, but they can hurt us. It's a depressingly one-sided arrangement. From a normal person's point of view, servants may as well be natural disasters. When people die to an invisible killer, those deaths will be treated just as accidents or natural causes.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? Don't masters and servants only attack other masters? What do the people in town have to do with it?
If only the world were so peaceful. If that was the case, then we wouldn't need Kide to play referee. I should have mentioned this sooner, but servants are spirits. Their forms are complete, static, so they do not grow. But they still need magical energy as fuel. When they're provided with more magical energy, they're able to use more of the special abilities they had while they were alive. That's not unlike us mages, actually. Do you see what I'm getting at?
Yeah, it's like repeatedly using magecraft.
Captain Salty7335 with the 5. So I can't stay for long, but thanks for the stream. My B-day is in 2 days, so this is a nice surprise. Hopefully I can make a meme of this route someday. Hey, happy early birthday! Hope you have a good one, and thank you. I appreciate it.
Magical energy is like gunpowder. The mage is the gun itself. Like how there are different guns, pistols, rifles, shotguns, mages all have a variety of abilities. To continue the metaphor, servants are more like artillery cannons than firearms. They burn a huge amount of gunpowder to launch massive shells.
That's right. But servants can't draw mana from the atmosphere like us. They generally run only on the magical energy within them. It's our job as masters to supplement that energy. Their power is limited by their own energy supply, plus whatever their masters give them.
That means a half-baked master like you has no chance against a more capable master, right?
One very obvious solution to that hurdle is to have your servant acquire magical energy from other sources. Servants are spirits, so they can eat similar stuff for sustenance.
Eating something similar? You mean other spiritual bodies? But what kind of spirits would they eat?
Simple. Spirits of nature can take in power from nature itself. So, what do you think servants, who are human spirits, get power from?
Oh my god, they eat Arby's?
What? No, what the why would you think? Anyway.
It really is an easy question. Just as we eat meat, human spirits like servants have to eat.
Correct. To be fair, the magical energy supply from masters chosen by the Holy Grail should be enough in most cases. But shouldn't it be obvious that they'd gain more energy by getting it from more than one person? Bluntly speaking, inferior masters have to feed other people to their servants. Servants can convert souls and primal human emotions into magical energy. If you want your servant to get stronger, that's the most efficient way. It's not rare for masters to sacrifice humans to their servant.
Sacrifice? Are you saying there might be masters out there who go around killing people to make their servants stronger, if they're not choosy about their methods?
Maybe, but I can't see a smart master doing something like that. No matter how strong a servant is, they're still limited by energy capacity. They can't store any energy above a hard limit, so there's only so much they can benefit from mass murder. For one thing, the association won't just turn a blind eye to someone going around murdering people, but more importantly, the other masters will be able to figure out the servant's abilities and identity based on the victim's cause of death. That, and they'll work out the other master's identity, too. Concealing your identity in a Holy Grail war gives you a big advantage, so any normal master would be unwilling to use their servant.
I get it. If you don't let anyone know you're a master, then the other masters won't attack you. Conversely, if the other masters know who you are, you're just asking to be ambushed. It stands to reason that no one would be reckless enough to let their servant attack civilians and risk getting exposed. Well, that's a relief. As long as a master doesn't order it, servants shouldn't indiscriminately attack people.
Probably not. They're supposed to be heroes, after all. Don't think there are any heroes who would attack innocent people. Though I can't say that for sure. Plenty of them become heroes through sheer violence.
Tosaka just casually raises a truly terrifying point. That she sounds genuine about it, rather than sarcastic or ironic, might be a reflection of her twisted nature.
We're getting off topic. So what's next for you? You claim you won't kill people, so are you just gonna stand by and watch the other masters do God knows what?
I take it back. She's not only twisted, she's a jerk who's going out of her way to drive me into a corner, all with a smile. If it comes to that, I'll go in to stop them. The master won't have much to do as long as their servant's been defeated, right?
Unbelievable. So you're not going to try to defeat any of the other masters unless they intend to do bad things. Do you even hear yourself?
Yeah, I know they're just pretty words, but I can't think of anything else. I'm not changing my principles, no matter what you say.
There's just one problem. Should I spell it out for you?
I can see the gears turning in her head. She's up to something. But I promised to listen, so I need to hear her out. Yeah?
Do you remember the master from yesterday? The little girl who just casually ordered her servant to kill us both?
How can I forget? She attacked us on our way home without any warning.
She's definitely going to come back and kill us. I'm sure even you've worked that out.
Oh, right. That girl is a master too. She knows that Tosaka and I are both masters, so she's bound to come after us eventually. It could be today or tomorrow, but we've already signed our death warrants. I have no chance of stopping that monster.
Her servant Berserker's on a whole other level. As inexperienced of a master as you are, you're no match for that thing. And you've been saying you're going to protect yourself by doing nothing. You are not going to be able to defend yourself.
Look who's talking. You have no chance against that thing either.
Not in a straight-up fight. That's the ultimate close-quarter servant. There probably isn't anyone who can match it even among all of the heroes of myth and legend. Berserker attacks me, and there's no escape.
That goes for me, too. I'm pretty sure I won't survive the next round with that thing. My hand moves unconsciously to my stomach. The wound's closed. It's probably not even fair to call this a wound. It's the spot where a gigantic sword nearly killed me instantly. I can't shake off the sudden wave of nausea that wells up in me when I imagine the next time I might get a taste of that blade.
There you have it. Do you just get that? Do you get that just sitting around doing nothing and waiting for the Holy Grail War to end isn't an option?
Yeah, I know that now. But Tosaka, I'm not sure what your point is. I'm sure you're not out here just to make fun of my inevitable doom. Are you?
What kind of sadist do you take me for? After everything I said, you still can't take a hint? I'm asking if you want to team up.
Huh? What? What now? What? If I take those words at face value, that means... You want to team up with me, Tosaka?
Yeah, my archer is still recovering from a serious wound. That's gonna take some time, but in the meantime, I'm not completely out of the fight. And while your servant's superb, her master is dragging her down, making her half as effective. See? Put the two of us together, and you've got a hole.
Hey, I'm not that bad of a mage.
I count 3 times in which you almost died. You're the first person I know who's had that happen in a single day.
But...
I'll make it worth your while. I'll let you off for getting Archer hurt and teach you what you need to know to be a master. Oh, and if we have time, I can even give you some pointers on your magecraft. Deal?
It is an attractive proposition. I know next to nothing, and Tosaka does seem knowledgeable. And I'd like to avoid fighting her if I can.
Amiya, I'm waiting for your answer.
She urges me to make a choice. Like I'm in some kind of visual novel. This isn't something I should be agonizing over. I'm an amateur, while Tosaka is a first-rate mage and master. Given what happened last night, teaming up with her is clearly the wiser choice.
Again, another thing where it's like, I think there was a choice there originally, and then it's like, nope, don't worry about it. You got other things to worry about, champ. Let me just take this one out of your hands for now.
My hand goes to where it was slashed across the abdomen. It's been secured with bandages, but even the slightest touch sends waves of pain and nausea through me. Makes sense. I wasn't just eviscerated, my body was almost cut in half. I'm only alive thanks to Tosaka and Saber. As long as Berserker's after me, I'm as sure as dead the next time we meet. Something still bothers me, though. About that slate-skinned giant Berserker. That pale little girl commands the strongest servant, Eliasvale von Einsburn. I'm pretty sure I heard Shinji's grandpa say that name.
Oh yeah, here we go, baby.
Amiya, I want to hear your answer. Huh? Oh, sorry. I was thinking about that Ilya girl. If I team up with you, that means we'll fight her.
Yeah, she comes after us, we'll respond in kind. We have to defeat all the other masters sooner or later. If that's how Eliasvale wants to play, then we'll shoot to kill as well.
Tosaka's determination is firm. To her, that little girl is simply an enemy to be defeated. But I don't want to fight her, even though I know that makes me sound like an idiot.
Amiya, I hope you weren't fooled by Eliasvale's appearance.
Tosaka fixes me with a glare. She sure is sharp. It's not like I'm doing it on purpose, but maybe what she looks like is getting to me. She's Berserker's master. She'd need to be a next-level mage to command such a strong servant. That means her apparent physical age might be misleading. It might be, and yet... Sorry, Tosaka. I appreciate your concern, but I can't give you the answer you want. As heavy as this whole thing is, I don't think I should just jump to a decision here. I meet her glare and dig my proverbial heels in. Tosaka slightly narrows her eyes and then gives me an emotionless nod.
Then I guess that's it. Though you're right about one thing. If you really want to win, you can't trust anyone.
That isn't true. I trust you, Tosaka. I just don't think I can make this decision on my own. If I'm Saber's master, then I shouldn't make commitments without looping her in.
I see. You're right. You are a master now.
Tosaka nods in acceptance and quickly turns away. Her long hair sways as she walks away. With that, the girl who might have been my ally turns back.
See you around. Next time we'll meet as enemies.
And leaves me with a cold warning, just like Ilya did.
Damn. No more allyship with Rin. Friendship over.
Alright then. I take a breath and consider our situation. Ever since last night, when I witnessed Lancer and Archer fighting at the school, I haven't had time to collect my thoughts. Oh, right. That means I saw Tosaka back there. The realization came way too late. After that, Lancer stabbed me through the chest. Something or someone saved me and I went home, only to get attacked by Lancer again. And that's when Saber saved me and I became a master. Everything I heard at the church, about the deathmatch they called the Holy Grail War, about a Holy Grail said to grant the victor any wish, it all sounds fantastical and still not quite real, but I've already been attacked 3 times. I can't stay bewildered forever. My entire purpose here was that I can't allow this battle to run amok. I won't let innocent people get hurt. Ever since that day 10 years ago, I've been training in magecraft so that I can be a champion of justice. I never expected that I'd be tested in this way, but there's no going back. It's time to cast aside my doubts. This could be an opportunity for me as well. It's a chance for me to fight for someone else's sake, just like I've always wanted, just like Kiritsugu Emiya did. But if there's one thing still bothering me...
Rejoice, Shiro Emiya.
Your absurd, forbidden desire
will finally be granted.
It made me wonder if always doing the right thing is actually a twisted way to live. That can't be true. I never wanted this Holy Grail War to happen. There's no room for doubt. The oath I swore 10 years ago, that I trained every day to uphold, can't be wrong. Shiro Emiya always does the right thing. He trained in magecraft to prevent other people from dying needless deaths. Alright, I should talk to Saber first. I push aside the priest's words lingering in the back of my mind and head into the hallway. I walk around the house. I checked all the guest rooms where people are likely to be, but Saber's nowhere to be found. That's weird. The way she's dressed, I was sure I'd spot her right away. But sure enough, Saber's armored form is nowhere to be seen. Apparently, servants can turn into invisible ghosts, but alas, I never learned how to do that trick. To begin with, I call myself a master, but I still don't know anything about her. I don't know anything about Saber, not who she is or how servants can even exist. All I know is, no matter how incredible she is, she can get hurt in a fight and bleed if you cut her. Oh, Saber's in the still, silent dojo. She looks different than she did yesterday. Sitting on her knees atop the wooden floor, she's not wearing her armor. She changed into rather elegant clothes that really suit her. Now she sits and waits. Words fail me at the sight. Saber looks beautiful. She strikes a refined, dignified figure as she sits there, eyes closed. Matching the stillness of the dojo, she reminds me of clear, pure water. And that rids me of any further doubt in my mind. Servant or whatever it is, she seems sacrosanct. So, from now on, I'm sure I won't go down the wrong path. Saber. I call to her. Saber calmly opens her eyes and slowly meets my gaze.
You're awake, Shiro.
Where did you get those clothes, Saber?
Oh, Rin gave them to me. I look very much forward to working with her in the future.
Oh.
What?
So anyway...
Her voice is serene. Something rich and calm about her voice hangs in the air. Yeah, I just woke up. What are you doing here?
I was resting. Since I cannot treat you, I figured that I would at least ensure that my body is in as perfect a condition as I can make it.
Saber gives a straightforward response as she scrutinizes me. This is, making me nervous in a different way than Tosuka did.
Shiro, I can't believe you fumbled that baddie. If you will not take it, I will simply do so instead.
Okay, knock yourself out.
Good. Glad we're in agreement. Like, holy shit. Shiro, what is it? Is your body still...
No, I'm totally fine. It's something else, really. It's nothing. I quickly take a step back and shake my head. Looking away from Saber, who tilts her head at me quizzically, I try to calm my rapid heartbeat. Get a hold of yourself. Why are you getting so worked up like this? I take a deep breath, but I don't think this feeling is going away anytime soon. Man, why did she have to change? I can't help myself. With Saber in that outfit, I can't help but actually think she's real now. Seriously, she's drop dead gorgeous. I mean, I saw that yesterday, but it's actually setting in now.
Shitto.
As soon as we make eye contact, I can feel my nervousness grow. Then again, I wasn't looking everywhere for her to just stay silent. It's uncomfortable, but I can't let it be awkward forever. Alright. May I, Saber? This is the first time for us to sit down and actually figure things out, but I bite the bullet. But then...
Shitto, before that, there's something that I would address regarding last night.
Saber interrupts me, her serenity replaced by irritation. That's fine, but what is it?
As I said, about last night. You are my master. It's troubling if you take such actions. Combat is my area of expertise, while your role is to fall back when the fighting breaks out. I cannot protect you if you throw yourself to your death.
Saber doesn't mince words. Her clipped tone's enough to make me forget my anxiety.
What the hell? If I hadn't intervened, you'd have been cut in half. Perhaps I would have died, but you would not have been hurt. Let me repeat myself. Do not do that again. My master need not defend me, nor is there any reason to do so.
She says it dispassionately, like it's just business.
Don't be stupid! I don't need a reason to protect a girl!
I snap back out of reflex. Saber stiffens as if surprised to see me upset at her.
Oh, are we really doing this shit again?
What do you mean?
I mean, I was asking if we're really doing this shit again.
Then her look becomes one of indescribable dignity. I find myself taking a step back under her severe expression. Now I just feel embarrassed, like I've said something incredibly tone-deaf. Anyway, thanks for taking me home. I appreciate that. I turn around and thank her. It's embarrassing enough to thank her like this, but in this situation it feels even more awkward. Even so, it's only right to thank the person who saved my life.
You're most welcome. It's a servant's duty to protect their master, but it's still nice to be acknowledged. You're very courteous, Shiro.
I don't think I'm particularly polite, actually.
Oh, well in that case, yes, you fucking suck and I hate you.
What?
See? Just take the compliment. Just take the fucking compliment.
Okay, I'm sorry. There's something more pressing that I need to bring up. Something I should have asked about as soon as I got home yesterday. Is she willing to be my servant? And is she really alright with fighting with me in this war? Let's get back on topic, Saber. Oh, I can call you Saber, right?
Yes. As a servant who's formed a contract with you, I'm your sword. I shall follow your orders, attack your enemies, and protect you.
Saber does not hesitate in the slightest to give her answer. Her tone leaves no room for doubt. You're my sword, huh? To win the Holy Grail thing?
If you want to put it so ineloquently, then yes, I guess we are trying to get the Holy Grail thing. Alright, Saber! Why are you being like this? This is my passive-aggressive era. Is that not why you summoned me?
No, actually. It was just a coincidence. You may have figured this out, but I'm not a full-fledged mage. I'm sorry, but I have no real knowledge or power as a master. But now that I've decided to, I'll fight. I'm inexperienced as a master, but are you okay with that?
Of course I am. You are my master, Shiro. That's an immutable fact. Servants do not have the freedom to choose their masters. Because if they did, I would have chosen Rin.
Okay. I didn't know that. If it's true, I'll need to respect Saber's needs and actions as best as I can. Got it. So you're fine with me being your master, Saber?
Yes. However, Shiro, I will not allow defeat. If you do not have any chance, it is my duty to carve out a path to victory. I will use any means possible to have you win the Holy Grail. We servants do not serve our masters out of charity. We serve you because we also desire the Holy Grail.
Hold on. You mean you want the Holy Grail too?
No, I just need a cup for my cupboard. What the fuck do you think?
Okay, yeah, sorry.
Of course. Originally, the only ones who can touch the Holy Grail spiritual form are servants, who are also spirits. The master who is victorious in the Holy Grail War will obtain the Holy Grail through their servant. Afterwards, the servant's wish will be granted in repayment. That's the nature of the relationship between servant and master.
Oh. Come to think of it, there's no reason these absurdly strong heroic spirits would listen to humans normally.
That Rin in like the background, like from like 2 yards away, like, I just fucking told you that!
That's a really interesting insight, Saber. You know, I never thought of it that way. I'm so glad that you're the first person to have told me this. What the fuck? They have their own reasons for serving masters, which means Saber had a wish she wants granted. That's why she does not hesitate. But that's... Hold on, Saber. You said any means possible, right? Does that mean you... I'm reminded of what the priest said. He said that people who have nothing to do with masters would be drawn into the conflict, and the tragedy of 10 years ago would be repeated.
Shitto, that's not what I mean by any means possible. I can only do things I allow myself to. It's impossible for me to betray my own beliefs. Harming unarmed innocents goes against a knight's oath. However, I must obey if you order so. In that case, you'll have to use one of your command spells in compensation.
I get overwhelmed by the edge in her voice. At the same time, I feel relief flooding through me. Saber seemed like a robot because of her extraordinary power and lack of hesitation, but I know now that she's not some cold-blooded killer. Yeah, I wouldn't make you do anything like that. Just as you say, we have to do our best with what we can do. I'm really sorry. What I said must have been insulting.
No, I also failed to grasp your intentions and jump to conclusions. You're not at fault, so may you please raise your head?
Oh, I bowed without realizing it. I raised my head.
Smacks it. Ah!
I don't know what's so funny, but Saber has a small smile on her face. I'm glad she seems happy, so I don't press her. Okay then, so can I ask one more thing? You said masters are mages who summon servants, right? I get that, but I still don't quite understand your side of things. I do know that, like, Saber and Lancer aren't your real names, though.
Yes, those are only names that are given based on each of our roles. Alright, I shall use this as an opportunity to give a rough explanation. We servants are heroic spirits. Each of us made a name for ourselves in our respective time periods. We accomplished some great deed beyond human capabilities. Whatever the means, we are beings who've sublimated to deity-esque status.
That much is obvious. Heroic spirits had supernatural abilities while they were alive, were celebrated after their deaths, and promoted to a higher spiritual rank than a ghost or such.
But at the same time, that is also our weakness. Because heroic spirits each left a mark upon history, our weaknesses were also recorded. By revealing our names and identities, we'd be revealing our weaknesses. It's no problem if the enemy is spiritually inferior, but we are all heroic spirits that have the power to kill each other. If our weaknesses are revealed, the enemy would take advantage of that to defeat us.
I see. Heroes usually do have some opponent that they're weak against. So that's why you're using a name like Saber and concealing your real name.
Yes. However, that's not the only reason I'm called Saber. There are 7 servants who are called forth by the Holy Grail, and each of them are all selected according to their class.
Class? So that's where Saber and Archer come from?
That's correct. First of all, summoning a heroic spirit is itself close to a miracle. To summon 7 of them is too much even for the Holy Grail. In order to solve that, the Holy Grail prepares 7 vessels beforehand, and only calls forth heroic spirits who are compatible with those vessels. Such vessels are like objects that keep us temporarily bound to this world. Those are the 7 classes. Saber.
Lancer. Archer. Rider. Caster. Assassin. Hey, these cards are pretty cool. Did they sell them anywhere?
No. Shut the fuck up. Listen.
Okay, sorry. And Berserker.
The Holy Grail calls forth heroic spirits with abilities that correspond to each role from any time period. And from those who are assigned to these classes are called servants.
I get it. So you're a Saber because you're a heroic spirit who was good with a sword.
Correct. There may be some heroic spirits who possess multiple attributes, but I would say in all humility that there are none better than I with a sword. I'm based as fuck. However, that's also my disadvantage. I'm not a mage, so I can only defeat enemies as your sword.
You mean you're not good at the cloak and dagger stuff? I don't consider that a weakness. You're more than strong enough as a Saber.
Shitto, battles are not won through might alone. This is hypothetical, but if your enemy is better at close combat than you, then what would you do?
Hmm? Well, I guess. I know that I wouldn't be able to win if I just fight head-on, so I would have to do something without fighting.
For example, the archer class really is made up of archers. Yeah, true.
I understand once I say that. Should I even own a computer? The story takes place in like 2004. I mean, personal computers weren't uncommon in 2004. I had a personal computer quite before that as a child.
But I don't know if Shido himself would have one. He doesn't seem the type.
I understand once I say that. If their opponent's strong, they're not going to fight fair. Defeating opponents with a sword isn't the only way to fight. If you can't beat your opponent with a sword, you just have to come up with another way.
That's correct. If your opponent discovers that you're skilled in close combat, then they will most likely not challenge you thusly. In that sense, servants who lack ability will use any means possible. The assassin servant lacks combat capacity, but has the ability to hide its presence, and the caster servant is proficient in magecraft that does not exist in this age. You cannot be optimistic from power difference. Additionally, we have things called noble phantasms. No matter what kind of servant we are, as heroic spirits, we have the opportunity to create a fatal attack.
Noble phantasm? I've not heard that term, though I think I can glean the meaning from the words. Saber, what's the scariest noble phantasm you've ever seen?
Oh, well, it would have to be the cheese touch. That one was deadly. Inhuman, even. That boy. I couldn't believe that he was a heroic spirit. He reeked only of malice to me. Noble phantasms are special weapons that servants have. Weapons like Lancer's spear, Archer's bow, and my sword are all such treasured tools. Heroes do not become so by themselves. It's due to their chosen weapon, the very symbol of their existence, that they are recognized as heroes. Heroes and their armaments are one. As such, those who become heroic spirits bear famed and powerful weapons. This is what noble phantasms are. A servant's trump card. They're also what we need to fear most.
Saber says that the noble phantasms are weapons that heroic spirits had while they were alive.
Diary of a Wimpy Servant. Jesus Christ.
I recall that Blue Knight's spear. It sucked up all the magical energy in the air and stabbed Saber's chest with an impossible trajectory. That thing's certainly not something that a normal human can handle. The spear itself carried a strong curse, but I felt an amount of magical energy on another level from the words Lancer said back then too. Could that be? Saber, are noble phantasms magecraft? Lancer's spear certainly seemed like something from history, but it was still essentially a spear. But with his words, the spear went beyond the realm of weapons. Isn't that a type of magecraft?
Yes, noble phantasms are certainly similar to magecraft. As you say, Lancer's spear. It is a noble phantasm, but its true value is demonstrated only when he puts magical energy into it and says its true name. Noble phantasms are technically mystics that have materialized. Just as incantations are necessary to activate magecraft, noble phantasms also need their true name to be recited in order to awaken and activate them. However, this also has its dangers. By saying the true name of the noble phantasm, that servant's identity will be revealed.
I get it. Heroes and weapons are a set. If you know the name of the weapon, you can work out who wields it. Saber nods in silence. That's why the noble phantasm is a trump card. In exchange for revealing the identity, it would launch an unavoidable fatal blow, and if that attack misses or fails, the servant has revealed their weakness. So, Saber, is your noble phantasm that invisible sword?
Yes. However, I have not revealed its identity yet. At this point, there should not be any servants who know my true name.
With that, Saber looks away uncomfortably for a second.
Shido, I have a request about that matter.
What kind of request?
It's about my true name. Normally, servants reveal their true name only to their master, so they can plan strategies for the battle ahead. However, you're inexperienced as a mage. If you encounter a superior mage, they should be able to read your mind. Therefore...
So you can't reveal your real name, yeah? Your name, huh? Yeah, you're right. Like hypnosis or being hit with a whisper-type spell, or... Well, I doubt it, but if other masters have mystic eyes, then I might start blabbing about it. Okay then, I'll leave it up to you to decide when to use your noble phantasm.
Are you certain you should make such a rash decision?
It's not rash. I thought it over, and I'm satisfied by the conclusion that I reached. I did think it through, so don't worry. Moving on. We've talked through most things, but I still don't think I understand the whole situation. Come to think of it, it's strange. I decided to fight, yet the only opponent that I know of is Tosaka, and I have no intention of fighting her at all. Feelings not mutual! I will kill you! Well, actually, she's ready to fight me, so I guess I'm not the one in the position to say that. Hey, Saber, do masters or servants have some sort of mark? I don't really know what I should be doing.
No, unfortunately, there's no definitive way to identify them. But if other servants are near, a servant can sense their presence. All the more so if they're in physical form. Servants themselves are a powerful force of magical energy. You were able to sense Berserker's presence, correct?
Well, I mean, yeah, he was really big, though, so...
Oh, yeah. That's true. You got me on that one.
That's true. It'd be bad if I can only tell once I'm attacked, right? I need to at least notice before they approach, or else I won't be able to take some kind of countermeasure.
Then how about tracking the Master's presence? Masters are mages. Since they use magecraft as a living, there will always be magical energy that's leaked. If you search for that, you may be able to identify the Masters about.
Sorry. Unfortunately, I can't do anything requiring skills like that. I mean, I didn't even realize Tosaka's identity, and we go to the same school. We were in the same building for 2 years, and on top of that, I saw her many times. Damn, no wonder I get made fun of for being an amateur. My only proof as master is my command spell. Looks like I have a tough road ahead of me. I sigh heavily. And then...
Shiro, can you close your eyes for a moment?
Saber's face is stern as she speaks. Close my eyes. Why?
I'm going to prove that you're a master. Just listen to me. Close your eyes and regulate your breathing.
I close my eyes. I feel a tickling sensation under my nose. I scratch at it. I open my eyes. Saber is holding a feather.
I can't believe you fell for that. Holy shit.
I feel something slightly touching my forehead. Wait, it's oddly pointed. Could it be the end of her sword? Saber, hold on. Are you sure you're not doing anything weird?
Master, please be quiet and concentrate on my fingertip. If you're a mage, you should be able to feel my magical energy from that.
Oh, so it's Saber's finger touching me.
Kid named Finger.
I pull myself together and quiet my mind. Whoa. What is this? Saber, what was that?
I unlocked your servant menu. You can check the servant menu now. You can read all of the information.
Okay.
Is it not obvious? You and I are connected through a contract, so it's natural to understand my condition.
Understand your condition?
I do not know how you saw it. Your standards are what sets how you measure a servant's ability. There are some masters who distinguish simply through colors, and there are other masters who understand by comparing them to beasts.
Cursor, it's my D&D character sheet, Shiro.
Oh shit. You've got that many spell slots?
Yes, but you can't use them because you're not the right level.
Oh, man.
I know. It really is sad. In other words, it varies by person, but one perceives it in the easiest way for them to identify. This is a fundamental part of being a master, so from now on, please check frequently. You should be able to understand the details of someone after seeing them once.
I think I get it now. I was surprised because it was so sudden, but I might be able to act a bit more like a master now.
Master, this concludes my abbreviated explanation.
Yeah, it's a lot to take in, but it makes sense. Sorry for the trouble, Saber.
There's no need to apologize. You need to understand the situation we're in to make decisions about our next steps.
Saber leans forward attentively, awaiting my next words. This tells me Saber's probably the same as Tosaka. She's the sort to strike first. While that's valid, I can't decide our next course of action before I know what I'm supposed to even be doing. I guess. We can't just wait and see. I don't know what the other masters are like, but I'm curious about Ilya. If I'm trying to avoid creating more victims, then we should probably try to find the other masters. Aimlessly wandering through the city seems dangerous, but I can't come up with anything better. Maybe I should have teamed up with Tosaka after all.
Ilya, does Berserker's master concern you, Shiro?
Oh, nah, I'm just wondering why she's after us. Actually, I've met her before yesterday, though it was just in passing. I've heard the name Einsburn before, too. That seems to catch Saber's attention. She makes an inscrutable face at the mention of Einsburn. Saber, have you heard the name of heard of the Einsburn name before too? I want to make a joke, but I can't.
I know the name. Are you familiar with it, Shido?
No, I wouldn't say that. I just heard it in passing. Before we met her, someone who has nothing to do with all of this asked me if the daughter of the Einsburns was doing well.
I see. Then you don't know anything.
Saber closes her eyes in a moment of thought.
This must be fated somehow. If you wish to learn more of the Einsburns, then you should visit the church again. That priest will be able to shed some light on your questions, and your next course of action.
The church? You mean the same one from yesterday? But I'm not supposed to go there anymore. The priest said only to come back if I'm going to forfeit being a master.
That was just a white lie. The rules that priest enforces are a contrivance of the Mages Association meant to control the battle between mages. Since you don't belong to the association, there's no purpose in obeying them.
She's right. Tosuka's part of the association, but the Emiya family are a bunch of outlaws that have nothing to do with them. I won't get anything out of following the association's laws, so I can just ignore them like my old man did.
Do you understand now? That church is a shelter of last resort for you, but you're under no obligation to obey their laws.
I suppose you're right. I still do want to avoid it if I can. I have a feeling that I shouldn't see that priest any more than I have to. Kire Kotomine. I have a hunch that something is wrong with him.
What? No! What? I'm so... Guys, it's okay.
It isn't a feeling of hostility like I can't trust him or that he's a threat. I shouldn't be around him. I'm afraid that the more I'm around him, the more of myself that I've built up over time will crumble away.
I know how you feel, Shido. I agree. We should avoid associating with him if possible.
Saber concurs with a dignified look. That's a surprise. I never expected Saber, a heroic spirit, to feel awkward over associating with mere humans, after all. Leaving me aside, why do you feel that way? You haven't even met him. Saber hesitates. After a frown of indecision, she raises her head as if her doubts have been dispelled.
He participated in the previous Holy Grail War. I don't know which servant he was the master of, but Kiritsugu was cautious of him until the very end.
I know that. I know that already, but Saber, did you just... Saber... How do you know my old man's name?
I said I was Kiritsugu's servant. Kiritsugu Emiya was one of the masters in the last Holy Grail War. I fought alongside him for the Grail, and we won. Kiritsugu judged that priest to be the greatest threat of all the participants. He said that if we lost, it would be to him.
Wait, but that means Kiritsugu was a master in the last war, who fought alongside Saber and... one of the people who caused that hell to happen? No way. How could it be? Why didn't Kotomine say anything? Why didn't the old man tell me?
I do not know. I never did know what Kiritsugu was thinking. If the priest didn't mention it, then you must not have asked. He's the type of man to answer anything people ask him. I believe he'll tell you the truth, if you bring it up.
Saber watches me silently. Her green eyes state my obligation as a master. If I want to know the truth about Kiritsugu Emiya, then I should willingly go to the church.
God damn, okay. Not where I expected this to go. Interesting.
I walk to the church. Saber's wearing the same outfit again, guarding me. My gaze is fixed on the church. I came here at Saber's suggestion, but maybe I'm still not mentally ready. As I push on the door, I don't feel particularly motivated to ask the priest about what happened 10 years ago. Master, I turn to look at the girl behind me.
I'll wait here. You should face the priest alone.
I know. I'm not leaving. Not after I came all this way.
Please do not tell the priest that you summoned me. You shouldn't reveal that the same heroic spirit's been summoned twice.
Yeah, I'll just ask about Kiritsugu. I'll be right back, so hang in there.
Yes. Be careful, Shido. If there's danger, call me immediately. There's something wicked about that priest. There's no telling what might happen if you let your guard down.
Can't argue with that. I'll run and call you if anything happens. I ascend the steps. Saber remains alone under the cold winter sky as I enter the church. The priest is nowhere to be seen in the chapel. Instead, there's someone sitting in the pews. From behind, I can see blonde hair. Oh, shit! Must be a foreigner here to worship.
Excuse me, is Father Kotomine here?
I try asking anyway. Whoops, hold on just a second. There we go. The figure lazily stands. Just from a glance, I can tell that his movements are firm and strong. He walks my way. There's nothing strange about how he moves, yet there's something I can't put my finger on. The man approaches me nonchalantly, but then, why do I feel like I'm about to fight for my life? The man raises his hand. As I freeze stiff, he slowly reaches for my neck. But his hand stops in midair.
No. Something rather unsavory has developed an attraction to you.
The man moves to leave. I can't say he's wrong. It'd be strange to say otherwise when I was in fear for my life simply because someone walked up to me.
Wait there. You seek Kotomine, yes?
The man disappears behind the altar. After waiting a few minutes,
I'm surprised to think you'd retire only after half a day, Shiroemiya.
Father Kotomine appears and greets me in his usual unpleasant tone.
I don't intend to. I'm just here to ask you a question, like I'd come just for the reasons you gave. That's fine with me. I'm a busy man as well, so I wouldn't want you becoming dependent.
Kotomine approaches, his hard footsteps echoing. It's like there's an invisible pressure emanating from him. He gives off a severe air that makes me feel conscious of my flaws just by standing near him. Maybe it's a helpful trait for someone in his position, though at the same time, isn't that counterproductive for a priest?
And? State your question. We're hardly acquainted such that I feel a need to exchange pleasantries.
That's right. I don't need to be friends with this man. I'm only here to verify what Saber has told me. Once I do that, I can get out of here and say good riddance.
Just one question. Why didn't you tell me? And what would you be referring to?
About my old man. Why didn't you say that Kiritsugu Emiya was a master in the last Holy Grail War? The priest doesn't show a hint of shame. In fact, he looks like he's enjoying me hearing me say Kiritsugu's name. Answer me. If you're the overseer of this war, then you ought to know. Why didn't you tell me?
There was hardly any reason to. How would you knowing that your father was a master benefit you? Kiritsugu Emiya's deeds are irrelevant to Shiro Emiya.
What he says makes sense. Even if the old man was an excellent master, it wouldn't do me any good to know it. But no, it is my business. Did I become a master because I'm Kiritsugu's son? Kiritsugu raised me... No.
He's not saying that out loud.
Kiritsugu raised me as his son and trained me in magecraft as his apprentice. I became a master just like him and made a contract with Saber. The exact same heroic spirit. Anyone would draw the obvious connection. You said that it's a coincidence that I became a master. But if you'd told me about Kiritsugu, then I would willingly fight in the war, just like you want. Why didn't you mention it?
That's beyond my ability to know. I know nothing. I know of no genetic succession of masterhood. And to begin with, you aren't Kiritsugu's blood-related son. It's very rare for a human with no intent or preparation to be chosen as a master. Normally, the command spells would not be bestowed upon someone who is ignorant of the Holy Grail, even if he is a mage. I don't know why an exception like you would occur.
Then it has nothing to do with my father? You're saying it's a coincidence that I became a master and that he saved me back then out of sheer goodwill? Because he wanted to save a dying child?
As far as I know. But I cannot divine the will of the Holy Grail. As much as I'd like to dismiss your selection as random chance, I feel some karmic connection at work. Perhaps the Holy Grail chose Kiritsugu Emiya's son to demand atonement for his rejection of the Grail.
My old man rejected the Grail?
Yes. Your father came to this town to obtain the Holy Grail. It was his sole objective. The Grail responded to that pure wish.
Perhaps it was willing to allow itself to fall into his hands. But Kiritsugu betrayed the Grail. In the last possible moment, he destroyed it. He turned on his own wish, on the Grail's expectations, in order to end the Holy Grail War.
He destroyed it? If that's true, then the Holy Grail certainly wouldn't approve. But it was the right thing to do. A Holy Grail that can grant any wish, mages fighting over it to acquire that power. If you think about it, the Grail is the cause of all that fighting. The old man didn't betray anything by destroying it. Kiritsugu ended the war by staying true to himself and doing the right thing, by being the champion of justice I've always looked up to. That isn't treachery. I bet Kiritsugu destroyed the Holy Grail because he realized he didn't need it. He didn't betray anything.
That's right. You didn't know the man as he was. Very well, perhaps this is a waste of time, but I'll tell you who that man truly was.
The priest's lips curl. It's a repulsive smile, as if he's savoring the moment.
Kiritsugu Emiya. He was a mage whose life had nothing to do with the Holy Grail War. He simply lived according to his own desire and objectives, which eventually led him to seek out the Grail. He sought a miracle his own powers could not achieve, an ideal which human hands could never realize. He decided to stake his hopes on a wish granter, as he was unable to abandon his childish dream, though others would have given up long ago. I do not know where he first heard of the Holy Grail War that takes place on this land. Perhaps another interested party saw potential in having him participate. It matters not. Regardless, Kiritsugu Emiya was hired as a master. The Einsburn family, which is one of the founding families of the Holy Grail War, chose him to be the ultimate master. After the previous 3 wars, the Einsburn sought masters specialized in combat. In fact, the Einsburn mages themselves are not suited to fighting, their clans particularly ill-suited to it. Thus, they placed their hopes on Kiritsugu, a seasoned killer without ties to the Mages Association. They taught him, a heretic, knowledge of the Holy Grail, gave him the powers of a master, and had him join with their bloodline in order to produce an even more battle-worthy heir. If Kiritsugu Emiya had given the Einsburns the Holy Grail, they would have taken him in as an official member of their family, not unlike a noble family taking in a knight of unknown lineage and origins. They treated Kiritsugu with unprecedented good faith. They put their trust in him fully. Kiritsugu lived up to those hopes. In the previous war, Kiritsugu defeated many masters. I was the only one who managed to survive battling him. The rest were almost certainly slain. He was precise, meticulous, predatory, and ruthless. He had no mercy for his enemies. Once he decided to kill someone, they would die. He butchered servants and allowed their masters to beg for their lives, only to pull the trigger once their backs were turned. He felt nothing after each kill. He felt neither pride in his own dominance nor guilt for the fallen. In a word, he was a machine. He never had emotions to begin with. Thus, feelings of joy, rage, melancholy, or pleasure never entered his mind.
What? He was a machine?
Yes. Understand, he was a killer through and through. He never thought to avoid collateral damage to innocent bystanders such as yourself. He aggressively targeted people's weaknesses and allowed no chance of retaliation. He used his enemies' flesh and blood as shields and fettered them with his own hands, with their own friends, all to achieve a swift victory. Let me put it another way. If Kiritsugu was part of this war, he would be the worst possible master for you to face. If you consider ruthlessness a form of evil, then he would have been the most obvious source of evil in the last war. He had nothing else after all. What's wrong? Are you unconvinced? I understand. Of course, Kiritsugu was not literally a machine. It was both in his greatest strength and vulnerability. He severed his own feelings for the sake of his goals. Not through magical self-suggestion, mind you, but by relying on his own willpower. One so easily changed by magical suggestion or merely hardening their heart would not have been worthy of obtaining the Grail. That must have been his belief. So he adopted the identity of a killer through and through. But in going to such extremes, his weakness betrayed everything he had. The Einsburn family, who entrusted them with their long-held wish,
The Holy Grail which appeared before the victor after 5 masters were defeated, and Kiritsugu Emiya's own dream, which no human hands could ever realize. He cast all of them aside on that altar. That's how the last Holy Grail war concluded. And then, the truth behind them made you remember as your father.
And the truth, rather, sorry.
And with all that, the Holy Grail disappeared, and the war drew to a close. After Kiritsugu's treachery, the Ainsburns retreated and have spent the last decade preparing for the next Holy Grail. Now that I think about it, the Ainsburns must have predicted the onset of this war. The previous battle ended without a clear outcome. They likely knew that the unused magical energy left over from last time would accelerate the timetable.
To be honest, Kotomine's words don't feel quite real. Kiritsugu, the ruthless master. The Ainsburns, a great family of mages with a deep connection to him. How can I just accept all of that? But the one thing that I do know for certain is... Kotomine, did you hate Kiritsugu? For someone who doesn't seem to care about anything, he seems angry whenever he talks about Kiritsugu.
Naturally. We stood at opposite extremes. We were born to be each other's nemeses. You might compare us to the Mercuries and the Ainsburns, but we both understood each other as natural enemies.
Natural enemies? So you were as cautious of him as he was of you?
I was not cautious of him, but I most certainly could not ignore him either. That man was an incorrigible saint. He could not abide death, yet he'd kill others to save people. If a single life had to be sacrificed to save 10, then he would make that sacrifice without hesitation. Always willing to pay the minimum cost to bring about a utopia in which everyone could be happy. That dissonance. Those failed ideals were not so different from my own, but there was a crucial, irreconcilable difference between us. He chose to live for his ideals. As far as I'm aware, he was faithful to them until the moment he destroyed the Holy Grail. Doing so let him feel proud and free of doubts about his life as a ruthless machine. We were similar, yet ultimately incompatible. That man had an unshakable will. He was able to fight without suffering a single wound, yet he was deeply wounded from the beginning. Deliberately, he took an inhuman path. Deliberately, I became a man of the cloth.
He was deeply wounded from the beginning, meaning that his fundamental beliefs were always flawed. Hold on a second. Adjusting in my chair a little bit. And you were different? He was someone who avoided getting hurt, while you say you were hurt as you took the path of embracing took a path embracing humanity. Being a priest made you different from Kiritsugu?
I wonder about that. It would be difficult to consider us similar in that case. The others viewed me, he and I, as similar for other reasons. Yes. In terms of humanity, at least, you have similarities to Kiritsugu. You've wished for something from an early age. You believe in honeyed ideals and are willing to get your hands dirty for them. You see yourself as a greater evil working to eliminate all lesser evils.
Oh wait, that was shit. That was shitto. Sorry. You wished for something from an early age. You believed in honeyed ideals, and are willing to. Wait, no. I'm not sure.
That has to be Kide, right? Because Shido wouldn't say honeyed ideals. I don't think. Yeah, okay. That's what yeah. It's him. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I got a little mixed up there for a second. I thought, yeah. Sorry about that.
You've wished for something from an early age. You believed in honeyed ideals and are willing to get your hands dirty for them. You see yourself as a greater evil working to eliminate all lesser evils.
You and Kiritsugu are the sort of saviors one might call an anti-hero.
What's an anti-hero?
Does the word not explain itself? It's the opposite of a hero, an incorrigible killer.
Yeah, that's definitely, yeah, it's a little too poetic for sure. Like, the thing that confused me was just you see yourself as a greater evil, which I was like, oh, what, does Shido see himself as a greater evil? I mean, you know, that's the, I don't know, that would be, that's kind of what threw me off a little bit. But, you know. Also, yeah, it is very funny for Shido to be like, what is an anti-hero?
What do you mean? What do you mean, what is an anti-hero? Okay, I guess I have to define extremely simple things to you.
That just makes us sound like bad guys. You making fun of me?
Perish the thought. Lest you misunderstand, I welcome you. You're his son, after all. The child of my nemesis is coming to me for help. Should I rejoice or lament? My feelings are so mixed I can hardly bear it.
The priest chuckles to himself. I don't know what he's really after, but he sure doesn't look bored.
We were talking about anti-heroes. In other words, their existence is treated as evil, but their deeds are to the benefit of other people. Regardless of their intentions, their reputation uplifts them as saviors. Such heroic spirits tend to be labeled as anti-heroes. Imagine the most vile man you can think of. If his sacrifice would save everybody else in a village, would that not make him a hero? Whether said hero is then consumed or buried matters little. Those who are unlucky enough to draw the short straw, to be saddled with the dirty job of saving the masses, they are not blamed as sinners, but venerated as heroes.
Like a soldier getting promoted after dying in a battle?
That's quite different. The key point is the awareness of those doing the veneration. Those elevated out of respect, gratitude, or guilt are proper heroes. Someone glorified for such reasons can never become an anti-hero. It's, well, human to forget our own ugliness and substitute it with comedy or tragedy. With time, even reviled heroes are eventually treated as victims and cease to be seen as pure evil.
They stop being pure evil?
That's right. Anti-heroes must be the ultimate assailants, even while being victims. They're something created by humans and grow only thanks to human involvement. That contradiction is what exempts these enemies of the world from the corrective forces that would have otherwise eliminated them. Of course, this does not apply to pure anti-heroes. They do not truly exist. They're merely the expression of the human wish for such beings to exist. They're sacrifices that reject the idea of original sin, an ideal conclusion created by humans. Just know that anti-heroes are a wish that can never be granted, treated much the same as peace itself. In other words, more impossible honeyed ideals. You want to be a champion of justice who always does the right thing, like Kiritsugu, yes? That makes you an admirable anti-hero. I know, once you acquire the Holy Grail, why don't you try asking it to make you a hero?
Just what are you getting at? A hero isn't the same as someone who always does what's right. I have no idea what you're talking about, but I'm not gonna fall for your tricks.
Oh. In what way are they different?
I don't know, but I know they're different. Plus, a hero isn't something that you try to be, but someone you become after everything is over. All the Holy Grail can do is give you power beyond your means, right?
I see. Like father, like son. Even if blood does not tie you, you're made of the same steel as your father.
The priest lets out an unctuous chuckle as if he's mocking me. This guy hates Kiritsugu, but something has been bugging me this whole time. He said a lot of stuff about Kiritsugu, but none of it belittled him.
Hey, did you actually like the old man?
Before I knew it, I'd already put my thoughts into words.
Oh? What makes you think so?
Nothing. Just felt that way to me.
You're wrong. I despise Kiritsugu Emiya, and we've never even spoken to each other. We only tried to kill each other once. I said we're polar opposites, remember?
His wishes and doubts were different to mine. How could the questions of someone without anything be the same as those of someone who had everything from the start?
The priest's eyes declare that they are absolutely, fundamentally incompatible. What did Kiritsugu have that you didn't?
Well, unlike Kiritsugu, I could never do anything like will myself into changing for something I believe in. Though our objectives were different, so you can hardly compare us. Hmm?
Willing oneself to change for a belief. Is he talking about how he mentioned abandoning one person to save 10?
You don't have to understand. Kiritsugu Emiya's wish was, in a word, peace. Very simple, isn't it? So simple, in fact, that in a complex world it renders much unneeded. All he could do was dispose of or ignore all the excess and hypocrisy that didn't fit into his perfect ideal. He could not abide it. He pursued perfection while also trying to save everything that fell by the wayside. It was a miracle that no human could accomplish. A world without conflict does not exist on this earth. He sought out the Holy Grail because he could not abide that fact. Pursuing an ideal and confronted with the fact that he would never attain it, he had no choice but to seek the Grail. It was the end of a man who was driven into a corner by his own ideals. The dream of Kiritsugu Emiya was an impossible, magical idea that only an impossible device like the Holy Grail could make come true.
A world without conflict. Did Kiritsugu seriously believe in that? He worked to be stronger for the sake of that goal, finding himself at odds with the disconnect between his ideals and reality, yet still clung on to hope until he arrived at the Holy Grail to try to make a miracle happen. By then, the man must have known countless setbacks and endless frustration. To begin with, someone would only seek the Holy Grail because they have a wish that they couldn't make come true on their own. He would have been worn down into a person far removed from his own ideals. Despite all that, he still wanted the Grail. All because he kept dreaming the same dream, an ideal he couldn't realize on his own, that he'd already sacrificed so many people for.
But in the end, he destroyed the Holy Grail, probably because it couldn't grant his wish.
Oh, okay, that was shitto.
But in the end, he destroyed the Holy Grail, probably because it couldn't grant his wish. Exactly. Ultimately, he betrayed himself. He must have been so enraged in that moment. To be honest, I still would have found that acceptable. I was deeply intrigued by what shape his idea of peace might have turned out to be.
And you don't want that? You're still a priest. The priest nods in agreement, affirming that a world without conflict or suffering is something that all people want.
It's not something I personally desire. I have no wish, or at least, not the kind that a normal person could conjure up.
What do you mean by that?
Wishes are, in essence, one's most comfortable state of being. In Kiritsugu Emiya's case, it was the idea of a world without conflict. He and I had fundamentally different values. It's simple. I've never experienced what others call happiness. Trust in others, as well as others' trust in me, has never held anything for me. The things that the rest of you consider joyful have never once pleased me.
He murmurs emotionlessly. The monologue seems addressed to someone who isn't here, rather than me.
Now I think that concludes our discussion. I've sufficiently answered your question of whether Kiritsugu Emiya was a master.
No, wait. I didn't only want to ask about him. How should I think as a master? How should I fight the rest of this war? If I ask him dumb questions like that, I'm sure he'll smirk and answer me with sarcasm and mockery. I want to avoid that. Actually, I damn well better avoid it.
If you have any other inquiries, make them brief. This topic took up much more time than I expected.
No, there's something else I need to be sure of. Didn't I come back to this church to clear away one of my doubts? It wasn't to ask how I should conduct myself as a master.
Is it not about the Ainsburns? As Kiritsugu's son, I believe they would consider you a target to be killed.
Right, that's it. Who the hell are these Ainsburn people? You mentioned that they're the ones behind the Holy Grail War.
Yes, they are. I said that the Holy Grail War is a ritual. Accordingly, someone must have first designed it. 200 years ago. There were a group of mages who learned of a distortion in this land's ley lines. They shared their secrets with each other and built a circle deep within the land to activate the Holy Grail. This was the starting point of the Holy Grail War. The 3 families who were involved in creating the activation ritual are the formal owners of the Grail. Those who created the Holy Grail, those who conceived the command spells with which to bind heroic spirits to their will, those who provided the land and the ritual to open a path leading beyond the world. The Ainsburn, Makiri, and Tosaka families. The 3 founding families boast history and bloodlines, the likes of which you and I can only dream of. Of them, only the Tosakas are natives of this land, but their grandmaster is the famed Schweinord. He is truly as capable as the stories say, and it's little wonder that their excellence has persisted in spite of mixed ancestry. So, these Ainsburns are the top dogs of the war? In the past, but they've failed to summon the Grail and they've been reduced to mere participants like the rest. Their current role is only to create a vessel for the Holy Grail. That goes for the Makiris and Tosakas as well. They're now simply privileged families who are more likely to be chosen as masters. That said, the Ainsburns originally conceived this Holy Grail. They have 1,000 years of history. Few mage lineages have persisted for a millennium without fragmenting their bloodlines. Do you understand, Shiro Emiya? For 1,000 years, the Ainsburns have tirelessly pursued the Holy Grail. 1,000 years in the name of their quest. They have killed and killed and killed, committing atrocities beyond imagination, clinging to their inhuman madness since the Middle Ages. It's not passion, obsession, nor zealotry that inspires them, but a cross they desperately cling to in the name of reaching a pointless destination. The Ainsburn mages have gone beyond the realm of mere evil. Over the centuries, those monsters have never once strayed from their dogged pursuit of a shared goal that was forgotten only decades from its inception. We cannot imagine the obsession that drove them to endure the frustration and humiliation of inviting a foreign mage into their fold. And yet, they have continued to prioritize attaining the Holy Grail. 5 centuries of repeated mistakes. 3 spent thinking they could not acquire the Grail on their own, and another 2 to realize that they could only acquire it via their own power. The Ainsburns were prepared to literally die for their own goal, and partnered with the 2 lesser houses to achieve it. As a result, they lost claim of ownership over the Holy Grail and were reduced to fighting their rivals for it. They bore that humiliation and even invited an outsider to contaminate their lineage. Then, when that man was within arm's reach of the prize, he betrayed his benefactors. Such is the relationship between the Ainsburns and Kiritsugu Emiya, and the sin of the father underpin your relationship with them.
Sins of the father, sorry. Aw, thank you guys, I appreciate that.
Oh, no wonder she went straight for me. The son of the man who betrayed them as a master. They'd never let me get away with that.
You seem to understand. While all the masters have some connection to this matter, the obsession of the Makiris and Ainsburns cannot be described in mere words. The Makiris have chased it for 500 years, the Ainsburns 1,000. If rightful ownership is the point of contention, then it will only be resolved once the Holy Grail falls into either of their hands.
I have no words. Not just anyone can obsess over a single goal for hundreds of years.
Don't look so downtrodden. Kiritsugu Emiya may have betrayed the Ainsburns, but it was not out of malice. On the contrary, he was so committed to his own wish that he was willing to defy 1,000-year-old ghosts. To that end, he cast aside all that was near and dear to him. Is that not something to be proud of?
They welcomed him into their family. But he was so determined he made an enemy out of 1,000 years of history. I don't intend to take the priest's words at face value, but if it's true, if I call myself my father's son, then I have to walk a path I believe in, just like he did.
I appreciate that, guys. Kide is definitely one of my favorite characters to read for. I had actually been thinking recently, I was wondering if my reading was slacking just a little compared to some of my others, just because it's all cold read, and I know it's like kind of hard to maintain energy sometimes, but I'm glad to hear that it's good.
What's the matter? Has the mention of 1,000 years worn away your will to fight Shido Emiya? Yeah, right. No matter the story behind this war, I've made up my mind. Whatever the other masters are planning, I won't let them repeat what happened 10 years ago. I look up to him to drive the point home. The priest makes a dramatic, satisfied nod. That's sufficient. If that's what drives you, then fight like your life depends on it. The longer it lasts, the more victims there will be. Do as Kiritsugu did, and weigh lives on a balance, all to lure out your objective. You make it sound like it isn't your problem, like you're telling me to be bait. You have nothing else to offer as collateral, after all. I wouldn't call it a desperate measure. You lack the ability to detect other masters, but servants can sense other servants. If you possess a capable servant, then you need only wait for it to find the others. The priest turns his back on me. I have nothing else to ask him. Saber's been waiting a long time, so I should get back to her. Wait. Now I have a question for you. Are you trained in healing magecraft? Oh, wait, no, that's... sorry. Reversed. Wait. Now I have a question for you. Are you trained in healing magecraft? No? So what? In that case, you should bring me your wounded. The church mustn't overlook any victims. I'll treat them. If you can bring them here in time. I come to an abrupt halt on my way out the door. That's a surprise. You know healing magecraft? Isn't that against church rules? It's never been my specialty, but I picked up the skill at some point. Long ago, I watched someone die of illness. It spurred me to try my hand at healing, and I had a greater knack for it than I expected. But I'll require compensation from you personally. As the overseer, I must treat my flock equally. No thanks. I wouldn't come to you for help even if my life depended on it. I turn away in a huff and don't stop walking until I'm outside.
Yes, I want to heal them. Please. Take them down to my basement. Please don't look over there. Don't worry about that. What is that? Is that a pile? Don't worry about it.
I leave the church. Saber appears as soon as I exit, as if she's been waiting in the shadows. Holy shit, that took forever. Have you finished your inquiry, Shiro? Yeah. I heard what kind of master my old man was, and about his connection to the Einsburns. The priest also warned me about what I should do next. He's a lot more chatty than he looks. I feel like I owe him now. The priest was cooperative. Saber blinks a few times in bewilderment. Shiro, are you alright? Did he exact some price from you? Why didn't you call for help if you were in danger, like I said to? I must have been making an odd expression, because Saber gets in my face and starts examining me. What did he do to you, Shiro? Your wounds aren't fully healed yet. You know what will happen if you're reckless enough to repeat what happened last night. Saber gets even closer. Show me your injuries, Shiro. It's partly my fault if you were hurt. I cannot let you die without repaying that debt. I still haven't helped you even once as a servant. I refuse to let our contract end this way. Saber reaches for my shirt as if to tear it off. But rather than coming off as frightening, she's... Oops, I couldn't hold the laughter in. Shiro? Saber's hand stops. Her look of worry becomes a glare as she realizes what I'm thinking. Shiro, it is in poor taste to laugh at someone else's discomfort. Even her indignation is amusing, and my cheeks start burning. Shiro! Sorry. You looked so anxious it surprised me. It's just a happy accident. A dumb mistake of mine. A happy accident? I expect you to explain. Saber looks increasingly offended. She'd be right at home on the disciplinary committee at school. I know she's sincerely giving me what for, but it was so sincere that I got a glimpse beneath her usual veneer. Why are you grinning? Do you find my misunderstanding that amusing? Sorry. I'm happy to hear it, honest. You seem more upbeat than usual.
I believe my condition is entirely normal, though. What of it?
That's not what I meant. It's like I saw who you really are for the first time. I'm glad you're an actual girl.
What?
Saber flinches and takes a step back.
What are you talking about? A servant's gender is immaterial. We exist only to defeat enemies. It is troubling that you'd be pleased by such a fact.
I'm not sure if Saber is angry or exasperated, but she's giving me a withering look. Strangely, it doesn't bother me, and I just keep grinning. Though she's a servant, beneath it all, she is also still a human. I don't know what the others are like, but she's the one I'm contracted with. She isn't just a familiar for fighting my battles. She just said that she hasn't helped me yet. I recall how she saved me from Lancer, and how she tried to buy me time to get away from Berserker. She saved my life twice over, and she still thinks she hasn't helped me. I can't tell if you're a busybody or a perfectionist.
Why are you looking at me like that? You may be my master, but I won't tolerate mockery. Take care of what you say next.
Fine, fine, don't be mad. I'm just saying that I'm glad you're the servant I made a contract with.
What do you mean? I merely answered your summons. I did not make a contract with you by choice. Are you not the one who chose me?
Only by coincidence. It's too bad. Wish I could have reached out to you like I meant it. I extend my right hand to her. It's something I still haven't done yet. I have to make her a promise that I should have done from the beginning.
Shido?
I know it's overdue, but this is the only way I know how to do it. Saber wordlessly walks over to me and grasps my hand without hesitation. Her fingers are thin. I feel the firm touch of someone other than myself. Will you fight with me? I need your help, Saber.
My oath has not changed. I was summoned to be your sword. And I'll require your aid as well. I'll borrow your power to obtain the Holy Grail. If you trust me, then I will show you power worthy of that faith.
Through her handshake, I feel her warmth. Whatever unease I've harbored is erased without a trace. It's been half a day since the night when all this started. For the first time, I finally feel like I have a true ally at my side. We wait for nightfall, then head out into town. That's what Saber and I decided after discussing it. Like Kotomine said, I can't sense the other masters. Only Saber can detect her enemies, and only when she's physically near the other servants. So the obvious course of action is to patrol the city on foot. It just happened to seem like a good idea to me, but Saber said that it was a risky but certain choice. A master shouldn't stay holed up in his hideout. The Holy Grail War is a competition between masters, so they'll all do whatever they can to come in first place. To do that, servants searching for opposing masters' hideouts, while masters set magical traps for each other, and everyone exposes themselves to a degree while doing that.
Philip with the 5. With the Kire convo done, now the newbies know what Fate Zero fans have known all along. Kiritsugu was kind of an asshole. Yep, I've known that from the beginning, which is... I honestly find it such an interesting aspect of his character, though, to, like, know how flawed of a person he was leading up to this point, and yet to see that contrast and how much he meant to Shido and how much his disposition sort of adjusted in terms of his relationship with Shido. It's very, like, it's bittersweet to me, because when I watched Zero, and I'm not going to say too much about it, obviously, but, like, when I watched Zero, I found Kiritsugu to be a very interesting character, but I fucking, like, hated his ass so often. Like, so often, I was like, fuck this guy! Like, I was genuinely, like, yelling at him all the fucking time while watching that. So, seeing... From the very beginning, I was always compelled by the stuff of Shido's POV of him, because it was so much more of a, like, gentle kind of POV, I guess. It was so... I don't know, it made me feel very sad all the time, because it was like seeing this other aspect of this guy who I had kind of been pretty steeped in my opinion of for a while, and kind of seeing that other aspect of him is like, I don't know, it's very human, it's very interesting. It definitely, I feel like, obviously, if you're gonna get into Fate, it's probably better to just start with Stay Night and then work your way to 0 after that. But in that way, I feel like I don't entirely regret getting into the series the way that I did, specifically because I feel like that was an interesting thing to observe, I guess, from that POV.
And everyone exposes themselves to a degree while doing that. Servant or master, they still need magical energy to operate. Even if I can't sense other mages, I can at least sniff out traces of their spent energy. If I canvass the city looking for those traces, then I might find clues leading to the other masters. Of course, that requires me to offer myself up as bait. Like Father Kotomine said, it's the only thing I can do. We'll start our patrols tonight. Saber insisted that I stay home while she patrols the town, but I countered that we were supposed to be fighting side by side. After a long and fruitless argument,
Very well, but promise me that you will act with me at all times. Will you swear not to venture outside alone at night?
finally Saber gave in. Now then, we've decided on our plan of action, so there are 2 more problems left to address.
Shido, as I explained earlier, I cannot make any use of surplus magical energy. That's doubly true if we decide to head out tonight.
Yeah, you mentioned that you'd be sleeping whenever you can to save power. You have to maintain your physical body on your own since you're not getting any energy from me. You recover 8 points of magical energy a day, and it takes 6 to maintain your body. That leaves 2 in reserve. In a regular fight, you need to spend, 10 points at best?
Only as long as I avoid being wounded and my armor stays intact. But that's very unlikely if I fight a heroic spirit of similar strength. To use your terms, I spent 50 points in my skirmish with Lancer and 200 fighting Berserker.
Lancer stabbed her in the chest, and Berserker tore her stomach open. Recovering from that much damage clearly took a lot of magical energy. Or so I thought, but it doesn't take much energy to heal my
physical body. In fact, it costs more to restore my damaged armor. Most of my magical energy is dedicated to my defenses.
Is how it is, apparently. So the armor is like a part of your body. It takes energy to maintain them both, and you take it off to conserve energy.
Yes, but other servants have no such requirements. Unlike Lancer or Archer, who can assume spirit form outside of combat to reduce the burden on their masters, I can only dispel my armor.
I see. Makes sense. Oh, I think that's enough ingredients.
Shido, I appreciate you cooking our meals, but shouldn't you be taking this more seriously?
I am, though. Okay, not entirely, but I don't exactly feel like I'm in danger at this very moment. I was surprised to hear Saber's condition after we came home and had our strategy meeting. Without any extra magical energy from me, it takes all of Saber's power just to exist. That doesn't sound like she's in any shape to fight at all, but when I brought it up... Hey, Saber, can I ask one more time how much magical energy you have right now?
In your terms, about 1,000 points.
Well, that's just crazy. She still has that much in the tank even after spending 200 on Berserker. And that's Saber on a bad day. It terrifies me to imagine how much power she might have with a proper mage backing her up. Clearly it'd be a number beyond imagination. It'd be stupid to even ask how many multiples of me that would be. I think I'm finally starting to understand why Tosaka calls Saber the best servant. That makes me feel a little better. There's only 6 enemies to fight, so you seem to have plenty of fuel for now.
That's only if I limit myself to regular combat. As I said, my noble phantasm requires an enormous amount of magical energy. It'd be quite difficult to use it in this state. That's why I should try to conserve energy whenever possible.
Saber is upset. I'm not sure if it's because her incompetent master is a burden to her, or if it's because I'm not letting her get a good night's rest. I know you need to save energy, but meals are important too. I still have some leftovers from lunch, so let me fix your dinner. You can go to bed after that.
Very well. I don't intend to use my noble phantasm on a whim at any rate. We'll revisit this topic once you have a better understanding of what servants are.
Looking a little displeased, Saber politely takes a seat at the dining table, her posture perfect. Good, good. I'm glad she's willing to hear me out. Anyway, that's enough about our magical energy problem for tonight. It isn't something we have a solution for, so the next step's to get a firm grasp on our situation.
But Shido, you said that there were 2 problems. What's the other one?
Oh, it'll be here any second now. Make sure you use the cover story we talked about. I started chopping daikon radishes and throw them into the wok. Saber tilts her head, quizzically. And then,
We're back! Shido, are you making dinner? Thanks for having me over, senpai.
a pair of familiar voices ring out from the house entrance. Yeah, we gotta do this again. The silence is painful. As I expected, Fujine and Sakura take one look at Saber and then fix me with a laser-hot glare. This is Saber. She'll be staying over starting today. Please be nice. That's all the explanation I give. Nobody objects, which makes the silence feel that much more pointed. They don't even drink the tea to avoid making a sipping sound, leaving the hot tea to go cold. But we'll never get anywhere at this rate. I'll just need to screw up my courage and press on. Anyway, she came to see my old man. I can't just send her home. She's taking the time for a little tourism and won't be staying that long. And we can have her stay in one of the open rooms. The quiet stretches on. By the way, I can understand Fujine and Sakura's reaction, but why does Saber look so surprised?
Well, if she knows Kiritsugu, then we'll just have to let her stay. He did mention that he had some relatives abroad. Miss Saber? Looks well behaved, so I guess I can't say no. Miss Fujimura, you mean... Sorry, I know how you feel, Sakura, but this is Kiritsugu's home. She came from abroad looking for her relatives, so it'd be a shame the reputation... It would shame the reputation of Japanese hospitality if we turned her away. Plus, it's dangerous outside lately, and we can't kick out such an adorable girl. That's true. Do you agree, Senpai?
Yeah, I do. I'm going to let Saber stay here for the time being. Do you have a problem with that, Sakura?
No, I think you should let your acquaintance stay over, but, Saber?
Oh, yeah, her name sounds kind of...
Oh, yeah, her name does sound kind of strange, but I guarantee that she's good people.
Wait. Oh, okay, no. That's still Shadow. Sorry. But I can guarantee that she's good people. She might act a little weird because she isn't used to Japan yet, but I'd appreciate it if you'd help her out.
Alright, if you say so, Senpai.
Sakura nods meekly, not meeting Saber's eyes. Does she not like Saber because she's a foreigner?
Just...
I wonder if Sakura is xenophobic. Really funny assumption to jump to, Shadow. Anyway, it's time for dinner. I put a lot of effort into dinner to make up for lunch, and because it's Saber's welcome meal. The meal begins with a tuna tataki salad and fried chicken with a mildly spicy scallion sauce. It's followed by a somewhat standard main course of beef and potato stew, accompanied by an assortment of deep-fried tempura featuring fluffy shrimp. I keep thinking of the, like, you know, the Tumblr post talking about, like, somebody when they watch Food Network, and it's like, here I have this bread with this raspberry reduction and a nice peanut spread. It's definitely a splurge without any clear program to the menu, but it seems poorly received by both the guest of honor and my apprentice.
Wow, what's up with the tempura? It isn't just soft and yummy on the inside. I think you might have just changed my whole outlook on shrimp, Shido.
Well, on the other hand, Fujine enjoys the meal enough for the four of us. Thanks to her good humor, dinner ends without incident. I even get to see Fujine offer Saber some of her own food, which isn't common at all. She seems to have taken a shine to our taciturn house guest, which is something I ought to have seen coming. Fujine leads Saber off to prep her bedroom in the guest house. Sakura and I stay behind to clean up after dinner. We divide up the tasks as usual. I'll do the dishes, Sakura. Would you mind cleaning up the table? Oh, and don't throw the frying oil away yet. Just cover it and put it in the back. Do you need help? It's heavy.
Oh, I can carry it. I'm stronger than I look, you know. Also, Senpai, quick question.
Yeah?
Saber? Not even a cover name?
What?
Not even... Really? Like, really?
What do you mean? She picks up the pot with a small huff of exertion. She can pull a bowstring after all, so I shouldn't have worried. Though there's more to archery than pulling a bowstring. I wash the dishes to the sound of splashing water. Then...
Senpai, we're short a few towels. We're out of paper towels. We're out of paper towels, too. And some of the dishes aren't in their usual place.
Let's see. Oh, you're right. Wonder if a thief got in.
I doubt there are any burglars who only take kitchen rags.
Right? What kind of thief does that? Dishes not in their proper place. An empty paper towel roll. Several missing kitchen towels. Finally, the dots connect in my head. Ah, right. Tosuka was here. I slapped my fist into my palm in realization. Tosuka took care of me after I collapsed during the Berserker fight. She must have used whatever linens were on hand to treat me.
Senpai, by Tosuka, you mean from school?
Yeah, she stopped by the other day. I was stupid and got myself hurt. Tosuka was passing by and was kind enough to give me first aid. She really is the gracious star student of our school, huh? Of course, I didn't mean the last half of that at all. Whatever fantasies I've had of Tosuka died last night. To my deep regret, Rin Tosuka, the star student and idol of my high school life, was wiped away yesterday. Damn it.
Why? Why was she here? It's a little strange. She has nothing to do with us. Not me or you, so why?
Sakura suddenly goes still, looking downcast. It's so sudden I don't know what to say. She's hugging herself as if she's trying to hold in some anxiety. The lighting dims once I'm outside. It's 11 p.m. Saber and I leave just as the city starts to fall asleep.
Then, Shido, are we going to the center of town?
Sakura's condition didn't improve after cleaning up after dinner. In fact, she looked worse. She didn't have much energy and she was spacing out like she had a fever. But she didn't want me to walk her home and asked Fujine to take her back instead.
Or should we try the other side of town? I think it's likely that the other masters are lurking there.
Come to think of it, Sakura has looked off for the last 2 days. She looks like she isn't feeling well, or maybe she's scared of something.
Shido, are you listening? Shido, I'm asking what we'll be doing tonight.
Huh? I look up in surprise. Saber's pouting in front of me. Sorry, I spaced out. You want to know what we'll do next?
Yes. Please do not make me repeat myself once more. We could go to either side of the city, but there's a slight disruption in the flow of the ley lines. There's no doubt that the other masters are active. Depending on our choices tonight, we may be able to defeat one of them.
So we might suddenly end up fighting a master, huh? But what should we do if we run into that girl again? I thought we can't beat Berserker.
Master, I'm ready to do battle. Although I lack a magical energy supply, I will not fall as long as I have all limbs attached. Though we would need to retreat if we fought Iliasvale. We cannot reveal our noble phantasm until we know what Berserkers is.
Saber's only cautious of Berserker. She doesn't mention any other possible encounters, like Tosuka. To Saber, Tosuka is just an enemy that needs to be defeated. To me, though, the others need to be stopped, but not defeated. Just to be sure we're on the same page, Saber. If a master and their servants surrender, stop. I want to force the other masters to use up their command spells. Are you alright with that?
I understand, but what if they don't accept our terms?
Then we'll follow the rules of the war. That's what they signed up for when they became masters. We start down a nearby road. Should we patrol nearby Miyama or Shinto across the bridge? Tonight. Well. I'm gonna say we should secure our home turf. We'll patrol Miyama tonight. It's been weird around here lately, so we should make sure our home turf is secure.
I agree. Although the naked eye cannot detect everything, we should glean some valuable information if we're thorough in our search.
I think that's pretty much the smartest choice anyway, considering, like, you know, it's better to have a good survey, like, to have a good look around your immediate vicinity so that way nothing ends up surprising you or, you know, springing up whenever you don't expect it later.
Let's check out the nearby neighborhoods first. We head down the intersection and patrol the European-style neighborhoods. If we don't find anything, then we can just move on to Shinto and look for clues there. After doing a circuit of the neighborhoods, we'll return to the intersection. There was almost nothing out of the ordinary in our area. All that's left is to search the hill on the European side. And we can go as far as Ryudo Temple if we want to expand our search area. Okay, what? Huh? A sudden chill runs up my spine. Saber, that's... Saber looks in the direction of Shinto. She must have better senses than me. Whatever I sensed is fading, but it was unmistakably a scream accompanied by a strong wave of magical energy. I knew it. It's the entire reason we're looking around outside. But why won't my brain work? I told myself I was ready to fight. Any hesitation disappeared the moment I risked my life. But now my body won't listen to my brain. It's too soon. I never expected that we hit the mark on the first day. So I can't move. I may be used to being attacked, but I'm not used to going on the attack. I'm such an idiot. I kept saying that I was ready to die, but I never thought about killing anyone else. The scream stopped. The presence we sensed is fading. I don't know what just happened, but I doubt we'll be able to help whoever was attacked. Then it passes. My frozen brain and paralyzed limbs move again. The fear of watching someone die drives away. The fear of an imminent battle of life and death. I'm sorry, Saber. I break into a sprint, apologizing for my own spinelessness. I dash toward the source of the scream and the battle that left such ominous magical energy. I'm not ready. My legs are shaking even as I run. That's the correct response. If I lack the will to fight, to want the Holy Grail for myself, then that fear will inevitably come for me. What the hell are you doing, you dumbass? That's right. If I had a reason to fight, I should have embraced it first. If Shido-emi is facing those armed with wishes for the Holy Grail, and he needs to confront and erase this fear with the wish to stop the fighting. I make a straight dash for the park without looking back. The leaking magical energy is huge and incredibly repulsive. It's like an oil spill in the middle of a clear stream. Even I can sense power as dense as this. Saber halts. Her eyes grasp the situation faster than I can. What? I tremble. The feeling in my frenzied mind can only be described as revulsion and terror. It was like seeing a vampire out of folk tales. A black-clad woman has her mouth on the neck of an unconscious woman, biting, sucking. Drops of fresh red blood fall from her lips. It was eating a person. I don't mean that it was chewing on their flesh. The woman in black was sucking on a person's entire being, her victim's mind and memories. The victim doesn't even twitch. It's as if the woman getting life sucked out of her by the minute has been turned into a living doll. I can't come up with any words. I'm not surprised that the vampire-like thing is a servant. There's an unmistakably human figure watching the woman in black from behind.
Oh. Well, well. If it isn't Emiya, I'm amazed your bumbling has gotten you this far.
Uh-huh. Yep. I fucking thought so. Shit. Yep. It's Ryder.
Shinji, you... My head grinds to a halt. I can't figure out what's happening. I can't make a clear decision. What is he doing here? What's that book in his hand? How can he laugh when someone is dying? How is this absurd situation happening in front of me?
What's wrong, Emiya? You went all stiff. The servant drew you out here, didn't she? You gotta man up. We even put on a show so obvious even you could understand it.
Shinji's familiar voice doesn't sound very familiar at all. It's strangely high-pitched. There's something utterly repugnant about it. Did you kill her? My hands ball into fists. I don't even look at the servant in front of Shinji. My mind is frozen. Something far stronger than me, a servant I should do everything in my power to flee from, is right in front of me, and it doesn't feel threatening at all. My rational mind's gone out the window.
Did I kill her? Servants feed on humans, you moron. What'd you expect? I think it's in bad taste, but what else can I do? They need to eat live ones. The only way to maintain a servant is to keep giving it magical energy. You're out here looking for prey too, aren't you?
The black-clad servant doesn't move. It's like a well-trained attack dog. One that won't act without orders. A doll that won't even move without orders from its master. But once that order comes down, it becomes a devil that will murder without hesitation. Back off. I stand in front of the attack dog and give my warning. There's no time. If I hurry, I might be able to save this woman.
What'd you just say? Are you talking to me, Emiya? Heh. No thanks. You can fight me if you want the leftovers. That's your familiar, isn't it? Shinji. Come on, show me what you got, Emiya. I went to all this trouble because I want to see servants fight. Aren't you a master? What are you shaking in your boots for? Makes you no different from that girl there. So you're not gonna back off? Damn, you're annoying. You'll just have to make me. But you know. Go ahead and keep shaking. You're just going to end up feeling the pain anyway. Shinji's eyes burn with animosity. As if taking that as a signal, the black-clad servant sinks to the ground and...
Here she comes! Get behind me, Shido!
Saber steps forward to meet the ghastly attacker. The two shadows collide. In an instant, Saber's fully armed and intercepting the other servant with her invisible sword. Steel clashes against steel. Saber, with a firmly planted stance, faces down the bounding, whirling servant. She can't keep up with her opponent's speed, so she plants her feet and solidifies her guard. The enemy's long hair whips through the air, hounding her cautious prey. She's just a scarecrow. Oh, wait, yeah.
Ha! She's just a scarecrow! A third-rate servant for a third-rate master!
Like me, Shinji backs away from the fight, cackling all the while. I don't know why he became a master, but he doesn't seem to be a mage. Shinji isn't doing anything to support a servant, which means he might be doing someone who coincidentally became a master, like me. After taking several dagger strikes, Saber's feet stop. Her face looks pained. It's tinged with something resembling irritation at the agile opponent harrying her.
Good. Good, Ryder. Finish her. I don't mind. I follow Grandpa's orders. You're unstoppable enough to take out Emiya's servant.
The dark shadow gets faster.
There he is talking about Zoken again. Because he mentioned him before in passing in UBW, I believe.
Ryder obeys her master's commands, accelerating and aiming to take Saber's head. But as she begins her strike, the shadows cut down the middle. The fight was decided in an instant. Saber's sword finds Ryder's body, sending the servant streaking through the air. It's as magnificent as sending a sandbag flying with a bat. The batter in this case is Saber, while the sandbag is Ryder.
Huh?
The tension in the air changes. Shinji stares at the wounded Ryder in shock.
No way.
Saber's face! She's just like looking at Shinji like surprised. Fuckboy.
Astonished, I watch as Saber lowers her sword with a bored expression.
What the fuck? What's wrong with you?
He's giving her an earful. Shinji runs over to Ryder and screams at her. She's sprawled on the ground, her belly cut open.
Who gave you permission to die? I can't believe you. This is insubordination. How could you lose to Emiya's servant despite having me as your master?
Ryder does her best to rise out of the pool of blood, but she can't stand. She's taken a critical wound. Even if she's a servant, she won't survive long unless she gets treated soon.
Damn it, stand up and fight! You walking corpse! You're not even alive, so who cares if you get injured? God damn it, what the fuck are you doing just sitting there for? You're making me look like a loser!
No, Shinji, you make yourself look like a loser all the time. is the problem.
Shinji verbally abuses Ryder. Saber doesn't approve.
Blame yourself before you blame Ryder. No matter how excellent a heroic spirit is, she cannot display her true worth without a worthy master.
I said stand up, you idiot! It's your job to protect your master. If you can't win, at least be a meat shield!
That's futile. Even if you use a command spell, you will not be able to heal Ryder. If you force it on her while she's near death, she will be unable to protect you. She will still be unable to protect you. This is the end, Master of Ryder. As much as it pains me to say it, my master offers you a chance to surrender. Will you forfeit your command spells and admit defeat?
Shut up! Don't tell me what to do, monster! Stand up, Ryder! I'm your master! How dare you disobey me when you're just a dog!
Sparks dance. Ryder writhes with pain as blue-white lightning wrecks her body, punishing her for failing to comply with Shinji's command. What an awful cycle. Ryder is in no condition to fight anymore, but Shinji's command punishes her for being unable to stand up. Her wounds deepen and Ryder draws closer to her death. Saber reaches for Shinji.
Stand up! Move, Ryder! If you're gonna die, at least take her with you!
Ryder reacts to Shinji's order. Her body begins to move, her death ever more certain. Then, enough. It seems you weren't useful after all, Shinji. A wizened voice interrupts the tension. Huh? Something roars into flame.
Huh? The book is burning!
The book Shinji was holding is on fire.
Why, damn it, stop! Go out! Why is this thing burning?
He tries to smother it, but it's too late. The book burns to ash. In the same instant, Ryder disappears without a trace. Ah, it was Zoken.
Good grief. I never expected much from you. But this is indeed pathetic. I gave you a chance because you're my grandson, but I should have trusted my better judgment.
Where was he lurking all this time? The old man, Zoken Mato, seems to have suddenly crept out of the darkness.
Grandfather? Was that? Who else would I be? You little fool. You nearly got your servant killed, and you still claim to be of my blood.
Why'd you interrupt me? All I needed to do was win. I'm the heir to the Mato family, so I knew I couldn't afford to lose to guys like him.
Shinji scrambles over the old man as if clinging to his feet. Now that he's lost Ryder and been cornered by us, he has no choice but to rely on the old man. And yet...
You half-wit. I never once expected a failure like you to succeed. I simply wanted to see you rise to the challenge despite your weakness, as is our way. But look at you, besmirching the Makiri name. You're as useless as your father.
Oh.
What? I'm the same as my father.
Even less than him, you cretin. Your incompetent father gave birth to an utterly hopeless, defective child. I tried to ignore the signs and have some hopes for you, but you're a complete disappointment. Your mind is as worthless as your blood. The Mato bloodline is ended with you.
The old man ignores Shinji and walks forward. Saber shifts slightly backward as if repulsed by him.
I see. It's little wonder Ryder lost. You're a heroic spirit of some renown. I seem to recall a servant as powerful as this one in the past wars. Still, I can't simply let him die. He is my flesh and blood, as sad as that is. I'll risk myself to preserve his life at least. Family love truly is a matter of life and death.
I'm surprised. Apparently he's trying to give Shinji a chance to escape. Is that why Zoken's going to face Saber and protect the cowering Shinji?
Hurry up and leave. You're no longer a master now after the Book of Contract is destroyed. If you survive, these two won't come after you. Go live out a pointless life. Just like your father.
Shinji slinks away from Saber's gaze, all while glaring at the old man. Saber doesn't give chase. She's probably decided, for my sake, that Shinji isn't worth pursuing now that he's no longer a master. He crawls away from the battleground. Once he reaches the park exit, he takes one last look back and runs off into the night. I feel my stomach turn sour. There's a smell of rotten meat coming from somewhere.
Oh, so you'll let him go. I see, I see. You must not want to dirty your sword on such a lowly past.
Saber keeps still, squarely facing the old man. It feels like she's trying to block him from looking directly at me. Saber, back off. I know this old man. I want to talk to him. I can't do that. This man is not human. There is nothing worth saying to him, and we should not listen to anything he says. I know that, but I have questions I need to ask him. Please, I'll be quick. I'll let you decide whether to fight him afterwards. Saber backs up, just slightly. She's giving me a chance to speak to him, but she isn't going to let me pass. Thanks. So, how do you explain this?
How very brazen of you to simply demand answers. I don't mind hearing your questions, but I don't know what you're asking me.
I'm talking about Shinji. Why did he become a master? It sounds like you're the one who put him up to it.
Oh, that's what you want to know. I'm happy to tell you. As you said, I chose Shinji to be a master. I've long since retired from the field, as you can no doubt tell. Since I can't fight, I yielded the limelight to my grandson.
You gave up your rights as a master. So that means...
He's just like you, scion of Emia. When he learned of the Holy Grail, he, not I, made a contract with a servant. Like you, he's the last of a line walking the ways of the wise. Surely you can understand entrusting one's unfulfilled dreams to one's descendants.
So, what? As a rule, only mages become masters. Is the old man saying that Shinji studied magecraft as a family tradition? Is the Mato family... Are you a magical lineage?
You didn't know? Both the Tosaka and Mato families have deep roots in this land. That said, our bloodline fell into decline long ago. In practice, Tosaka rules over this land. We Matos just survive by virtue of our old privilege.
Tosaka? Then Tosaka knows you? That the Matos are a family of mages?
Of course she does. Our families are old friends, though we've fallen out since the ritual turned into a bloody conflict. We were once comrades who sought the same dream. Our associations continued in ways beyond the Holy Grail War. Yes. They let us adopt one of their daughters once.
What?
I wonder how much of a mage their apprentice has grown into these past 10 years.
He lets out a hearty chuckle. Zoken Mato laughs in amusement at whatever the Tosaka family must be feeling. You said that you're old friends with the Tosakas. Then does that mean the Matos have been around since the first Holy Grail War?
We used to be called Makiri. We adopted Mato to assimilate in this country, but that seems to have been a mistake. The land of this country does not suit us. Over the past 2 centuries, our blood has grown diluted, ending in the flawed air you saw before you.
Mato. It was just a conversion of their old name, Makiri. Then if Shinji belongs to a mage family, Sakura.
Oh, it's simply a play on words. We chose the name to conceal our identities, but names carry great importance. It may be a fake name, but it needs to have a connection to our true name.
I don't care about that. There's only one thing that I need to know. Then, Sakura. Is Sakura a master just like Shinji?
What an odd question. Sakura, a master? That's inconceivable. It seems your father didn't give you proper education.
Inconceivable? That Sakura doesn't have the talent to be a mage?
The problem is more fundamental than that. Mage lineages are essentially unilineal. Except in the greatest of families, the secrets are never taught to anyone other than the appointed heir. That's doubly so for siblings. There's no need for 2 heirs. If the Mato name hadn't declined, then we might have been able to adopt someone, but we don't have any magic circuits to pass on to begin with.
Then Sakura is...
Shinji is the master, so the conclusion is obvious. A sibling not even chosen as the heir would not be inducted into our arts. I did consider the sister, if the brother turned out to be of no use, but our role in this contest is already concluded. There's little point in sending out an ignorant grandchild to fight in the Holy Grail War.
I feel a sense of relief in my chest. Thank God. I was surprised to hear that the Matos were a mage family, but the problem is Shinji being a master. Still, I can rest easy knowing that Sakura won't be involved in any death matches. You said you're done with this battle, so Shinji won't fight anymore. You're retired, and Sakura has nothing to do with the Holy Grail War.
Yes, but I can't guarantee that Shinji will agree. That boy is obsessed with being a mage. To our shame, the Mato blood has thinned ever since we settled in this land. The sad display you just saw is our final heir. The Mato children no longer have any magic circuits to speak of. By Jove, where did he ever learn of such secrets? His head is filled with conceits of being a chosen one,
even as he grapples with the inferiority complex of being taught how flawed he was from birth. Perhaps it was a mistake to let him run free, but there's little to be done about it now. If he refuses to give up even when you've handed him such an obvious loss, then there's not much I can do.
The old man's body shrinks. No, it just seems that way because he backed up without making a sound.
In any case, Shinji has lost. We intend to withdraw early from the war this time. But you would still cut this old man down, Saber.
I'd rather avoid needless fighting, if your words can be trusted. But there will be no next time if they are false. That goes for your progeny as well. If he fails to learn his lesson and comes for my master again, I will slay him without mercy.
Indeed.
The old man disappears. I wonder what kind of trick he used to do that. Zoken Mato melts back into the darkness, not unlike the way he first appeared before us. All he leaves behind is the smell of rotting flesh. I pick up the fallen woman, fighting down the sense of disgust within my chest. Let's go to the church, Saber. We can still make it. He'll know what to do. Understood. I can carry the woman. Oh, right. Thanks, Saber. Saber takes the woman and starts running. This situation calls for haste. Saber can take care of this. She's stronger than me.
Alrighty. Well, I'm gonna take a brief BRB real quick to grab some water and go to the bathroom and stuff. So I'll be back in just a minute, but this is getting very interesting. So stay tuned. Okay, I'm back. Did I tell that the stream lagged out for a second while I was gone? Because that's interesting. But hopefully it's not doing that anymore. Right before I left? Huh, interesting. That's weird.
Well, yeah, like I said, hopefully it doesn't do that again. Ugh. YouTube. Let's see. It's the middle of the night, but the church is brightly lit. Saber hands the unconscious victim over to me in front of the church, and I take her inside. I call loudly for Kotomine, who comes out, takes one look at the victim, and carries her to a back room. Apparently, the only room that's usable as a treatment room is Kotomine's own chambers. I sit in one of the pews. For now, I've done everything I can. It's up to Kotomine whether she'll pull through. I just have to trust him and wait for the outcome. Time passes. I know Saber is waiting for me outside, but I can't leave just yet. Besides, I want some time to think alone. The Mato family turned out to be a bloodline of mages. Shinji became a master with a servant under his command. Zoka and Mato let the family heir fight in the Holy Grail War even though they've lost their power. The Ainsburns aren't the only faction with a fixation on the Holy Grail. Makiri and Tosaka. In fact, people close to the Grail itself are bound to become masters. Even Saber's no exception. The Ainsburns sought the Grail for 1,000 years. I can't even begin to imagine that level of obsession. There are things that require the Holy Grail's power to be saved or healed. My old man defied the Grail and chose to destroy it instead. Can I see this through to the end with the same conviction? Do I really have the right to fight in the same war as the Ainsburns and the Makiris, who've been chasing their goal for hundreds of years?
I must say I didn't expect you to bring me an injured person the very same day I offered to help you. Kotomine.
I look up. Kotomine's expression isn't grim. That must mean the treatment went well. Kotomine, what happened to the woman?
I've done what I can. The rest depends on her. If you'd brought her even a half hour later, I would have had to perform the rites of my actual occupation.
I see. Sorry. Thanks. I'm glad you were awake.
What's wrong? Does it pain you to express gratitude to me? If anything troubles you, I'll listen.
I don't know. I've got plenty on my plate right now, and you're the one who keeps adding to it. I'm sick of hearing your long sermons.
Our discussions today bothered you? I meant to motivate you, but it seems to have only confused you further. That's quite regrettable.
The priest seems rueful, but I can't tell how sincere he is. But I'm not going to let this awkward silence win. So, someone I know is a master. I murmur pitifully, unable to keep it to myself. The priest says nothing. He merely nods in acknowledgement.
And you defeated him, of course.
I answered the short question with a nod of my own.
Then there's no need to be sorry. People cannot change their pasts. All we can do is affirm our own actions. If you must shoulder your sins, then question your next actions. Only you can decide how to face the tragedies of the past.
The priest is right again. The problem isn't that Shinji was a master, or that the Mato and Tosaka families are mages, or that the Ainsburns are obsessed with the Holy Grail. What matters are the choices I make next. I'm going home. Take care of her. I stand up and make to leave the chapel. Saber's waiting for me outside. Now that I know the woman will be alright, I have no reason to stay here.
A moment, Shiroemiya. Allow me to offer a word of advice.
What now? I already said no more lectures.
It won't take long. I've already gone through the trouble of healing your charge in the middle of the night, so consider this your fee, and listen.
Can't argue with that. I reluctantly turn back and stand in front of the priest.
I neglected to mention something today. The Ainsburns have survived for the last millennium in pursuit of their wish. It's quite a monumental feat, and you were only right to feel daunted by it.
This is why I can't deal with this guy. I haven't even said anything yet, but he hits me right where I'm most uncertain. You're so annoying. Are you still going on about that?
That's not my point. I'm merely saying that you needn't overly concern yourself with it. It isn't anything extraordinary. It's quite a common circumstance in this war, actually. The Holy Grail War is a crystallization of man's feats and blessings. One need not feel guilty in joining the war, nor killing over it. All humans have their respective wishes and compete to fulfill them. That's what life is about. Whether great or small, we all share in this underlying principle. I doubt you'll ever find an exception to this rule.
Of course, success and failure are a different matter. While we all live in pursuit of our objectives, we all meet our ends without ever reaching our goals. All things have an order to them. A wish can only be fulfilled through sufficient effort and resources. We call that accumulated vain effort life. Accumulated vain effort life. The Holy Grail simply abridges that necessary effort. And the Holy Grail War is a mortal battle to simplify the human way of life. In other words, it's nothing special. The Seven Masters are simply attempting to take the shortest path to achieve something that otherwise would have taken their entire lives to do. But there's nothing else particularly extraordinary about it. It's utterly human for people to crush others' wishes to make their own wishes come true. The Holy Grail War is no different from life itself. You should simply do as you desire and win, without troubling yourself over it.
The priest's tone is pleasant. To him, there's no difference between noble and mundane wishes. He doesn't judge the quality of anyone's desire. He's saying that I should follow my heart and trample on everyone else's wishes. I can't tell if he's being sarcastic or not. But what I hear loud and clear is his serious declaration that even a half-baked master like me can find meaning in this war. Hell must have frozen over if you're worrying about me.
Oh, I simply told you not to worry. After all, I'd be a failure of a priest if I added to my flock's troubles instead of lifting them away.
What a piece of work. If Tosaka heard that, she'd say he's always been a failure. I never asked for that. See you around, fake priest.
Yes, do fail to learn your lesson and come again.
I snort, turn on my heel, and march out of the church. This time I really do leave, announcing it with loud and forceful footsteps.
I'm really fucking with this, like, weird dynamic happening between Shido and Kotsumina right now. I really did not expect that at all. It's like they're definitely not friends, and, like, Shido doesn't trust him as far as he can fucking throw him, but they still have, like, a weird, like, almost, like, not quite kinship thing going on. It's very funny.
Saber's waiting for me outside the church. Come to think of it, my daytime visit went exactly like this, too. Saber patiently waited for me in the frigid winter night. That might be how a master-servant dynamic's meant to be anyway, but she's still here for my sake. I hope I can repay her goodwill. She's going to be all right. It's all thanks to you, Saber. I require no thanks. You're the one who saved that woman, Shido. I merely accepted your decision. She gives me a surprisingly kind expression. That's not true. You saved her. I never would have made it in time. Plus, she let Zoka and Mato get away, just to help a victim. If we'd stopped the old man from leaving, there would have been another fight. The woman was in critical condition and wouldn't have made it. Saber must have had that in mind when she let Zoken go. What is it, Shido? You're smiling for no reason. Oh, there's a good reason. I'm glad you lived up to first impressions. Thank you, Saber. I'm happy that you went along with my stupid order. Speak nothing of it. I would never defy your... No, really now. I seem to recall you calling me naive and soft, saying that I don't know what war is like. Saber, your face said that you'd do your best to cooperate, but would change the plan if the situation called for it. No, I wasn't. I simply said that I'd prioritize my own decisions if you were in danger. Don't give me that tone, Shido. Saber grunts in indignance. Her pouty face looks so similar yet different from the way she's been acting that I can't help but smile. Shido, it appears that you need a lesson in manners. Then you'd better teach me once you get the chance. But more importantly, we should end this war. Shido, unlike you, I don't need the Holy Grail. I was thinking that we'd end the war and give the Grail to you if we survive. I wasn't confident that my half-hearted conviction would make me good enough to be your partner, Saber. I see. And now? You engaged in battle of your own accord. Have you had a change of heart? Not at all. I still don't accept this Holy Grail war, but I'll fight until the end. I don't have a wish for the Holy Grail, unlike the others, but my objective has always been to protect other people, to do what's right. That doesn't mean I think any less of the others. They all have their own reasons for fighting. Some have been after the Grail for 500 years or even 1,000.
I see. Yes, that does make sense.
Then allow me to swear an oath to
you. As long as you are worthy of my service, I swear to be your sword. Remain true to yourself, Shiro, and I will never betray you.
Yeah. I'll do my best, Saber. Her honest smile makes me feel a little awkward, so I look up at the sky. The starry winter sky reminds me of a frozen lake. It's so beautiful. I will never betray you. I gaze up at the night sky, so far removed from the surface and from tonight's events. Under that same sky, she made a promise to me as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I need to do everything I can to live up to that trust, to stay true to the person she thinks I am. At the very least, I hope I can look back on this path one day without any regrets. OMEN. Okay. Yay! Light pours in. Through my closed eyes, it announces the coming of morning. I roll over in bed, turning away from the light. I'm still sleepy. Judging by how cold it feels outside, it must be around 5:30 a.m. I went to bed late last night. By the time Saber and I returned from the church, and I sent her off to sleep in her guest bedroom, it was already after 3 a.m. I don't think 2 hours of sleep is enough. Not to mention, I ran myself ragged yesterday. If I can at least get another 30 minutes of sleep, then... In my sleepy haze, I think I just saw something. It's right next to my futon. Next to me, in other words. Something is kneeling there, incredibly out of place. Somehow it reminds me of a person. It's staring so intensely it makes me nervous. Which means it's... Saber!
Yes, what is it, Shiro?
What are you doing in my room? I even gave you a guest room to sleep in last night! I jolt up and start to get out of the futon, but I stop before my lower half leaves the covers. Guys have to deal with stuff in the morning.
I object. You did show me to another room, but it's too far away. It'd be more appropriate for me to remain nearby, to protect you.
Now hold on, just get away from me! I need you to back up, alright? Please, damn it, Saber, if you won't, then I will! I start rolling away from her, still wrapped up in my sheets like a spring roll. Saber watches me curiously. Darn it, doesn't she know I'm a healthy young teenager? I get nervous enough when she's close to me, but having her kneel next to me first thing in the morning is certain doom for my brain cells. It's an ambush guaranteed to wipe out the brave soldiers of my frontal lobe.
Your frontal lobe? Was that the bite?
Don't. Please don't. Please don't.
Okay, just brought something to mind. Shiro, may I continue?
You want to stay in my room?
Yes. We should rest in the same room so that I may be ready to defend you at any moment. This home has an excellent bounded field, but it functions only as an intruder alarm. It will not protect you during an attack.
Saber is correct, of course, but I wish she'd consider my mental fortitude. If she sleeps in the same room as me, then I might lose my sanity before I lose my life to an enemy. Besides, I can't stay with Saber 24/7, so maybe we should draw some boundaries. Oh, I forgot. I have to go to school today.
What's wrong, Shiro? You suddenly look pale. I've learned that whenever you make a face like that, you're about to suggest something inadvisable.
She's sharp.
Saber, you gonna watch the new Iron Lung movie?
I will if it ever comes out.
Saber eyes me suspiciously. Loyalty oath nowhere to be seen. Well, there's something I forgot to tell you. I take a seat opposite to her. Now, how can I convince her to let me go to school by myself? Her gaze is painfully unrelenting. While my knife rhythmically chops tofu, Saber's sitting in a dignified seiza posture, staring intently at my face. I'm going to school like I usually do. We haven't seen eye to eye since I suggested doing so. Saber's against it, of course. She says it's too dangerous to let her master go out alone, but I have my own life to worry about. Fujine will get suspicious if I miss class. Should I give Saber a Freddy hat? Please don't. That's my request. Please don't. And I'll never know what's happening outside if I stay cooped up at home. Besides, we might tip off the other masters if Saber goes outside. I think it's worth going out on my own to scout out the terrain. Masters aren't supposed to fight in public view, right? So it should be safe during the day. As long as I stay in places with a lot of people, they won't attack me. Saber disagreed, saying that it wasn't a guarantee of safety. To be honest, I lost my temper at how overprotective she was being and stubbornly insisted on going to school, so that's where we are now. Saber's gaze is painful because she's angry at me. Lesson of the day. She knows how to hold a grudge, and she's pretty emotional about it too, so she could be a handful. I'd better be careful not to get into any shouting matches with her in the future. So hard-headed.
What did you just say, Shido?
Oh, I was just talking to myself. I said this tofu is really hard. And her hearing is too damn sharp. Definitely not the sort of person you'd want to have a cold war with. Oh, it's that time already. The doorbell rings and I hear the front door open. Sakura announces herself a second later.
Oh,
I lost 30 minutes arguing with Saber. Still, I'm mostly finished making breakfast. I thought about making sandwiches to make Saber happy, but she didn't look like she was in the mood, so I won't. Japanese people eat rice. I resist the violence of her gaze by making her follow the old adage, when in Rome.
Good morning, Senpai. Are you already finished making breakfast?
Yeah, I was just finished cleaning up. Morning, Sakura. Fujine should be here soon, so help me set the table.
Okay, I'll help.
Sakura sets her bag down in the living room and greets Saber.
Good morning, Saber. Did you sleep well last night? Yes, the room is quite new to me, but I've gotten accustomed to the house.
Oh, they're talking. They didn't yesterday, but Sakura seems to have accepted her.
Thank you for waiting, Senpai. How do you want me to set the table?
One big plate and 4 small plates for the 4 of us. The salad's ready, so go ahead and dress it however you want.
Yeah, I will, I'm being gentle here. I was making the joke before, but yeah, I prefer not to. I'd prefer not. That is a serious request. That's not me just being funny. Even though it was funny.
All right. Wow. Are we having German potato salad today?
You're really
going all out with the Western breakfast.
As she expresses her surprise, Sakura scoops the large serving of potato salad onto the big plate and garnishes it. I'd like to object that the only Western thing about this meal is the salad, though. I'd like to further point out that this isn't a concession to Saber, I just felt like making potato salad.
Oh, that smells nice. May I have a taste?
Sure, but it's hot, and maybe a little sweet. Sakura uses a pair of long frying chopsticks to sample the potatoes I'm cooking.
Oh, that really is sweet. That doesn't come from the onions, does it?
She licks her lips as she considers the recipe. Watching her, I'm surprised. I've seen Sakura taste test food plenty of times, but from this close, was she always so charming?
Yeah, it's good, Senpai. I like how you seasoned it.
She must be fond of it because she enthusiastically scoops potatoes into the big plate. That's the usual Sakura. I'm relieved to feel my surprise draining away. Sakura.
Yes? What is it?
She's the same old Sakura. She's no different than she was yesterday. It's Shinji. I stopped just short of asking her what happened after he went home last night. If Shinji has a grudge against me for yesterday, then I doubt he would have let Sakura come over. Shinji may be a master belonging to a family of mages, but that has nothing to do with Sakura. She won't be pulled into this war. Still, I worry for her. If something happens that causes Shinji to dump on Sakura all the Mato family affairs, the Holy Grail War and the fight between masters, then she'll definitely be involved. I have to prevent that, no matter what. Never mind.
Okay. By the way, please don't talk to my brother today. He was acting off last night. I think he's in a bad mood, so he might say something weird to you.
I need to make sure Sakura doesn't know what happened. I know why Shinji is acting that way, of course. He went off the rails last night. He lost his status as a master and his grandfather berated him. Considering Shinji's personality, he must be seriously pissed at me. Sakura doesn't know anything. She's ignorant of her brother's situation and her family's secrets. Then, is it safe for her to keep living with Shinji? Shinji hasn't given up. I can't rule out the chance that he might do something awful to his sister.
Senpai, I'm sorry for causing you trouble so early in the morning.
Silly, don't say that. You aren't any trouble. I'm the one causing trouble for you. I should have foreseen this situation after fighting Shinji. I need to think, to come up with a way that Sakura can keep living her life. To find a way to let her keep smiling like she always has. Breakfast ends in a gloomy mood. I don't know why, but Fujine never showed up, and Sakura ate in silence the whole time. Saber's always been stoic, so I'm not exactly talkative either. We clean up quickly after breakfast, and Sakura leaves 40 minutes early for morning practice.
I'll be going now, Senpai.
Sakura forces a smile and puts on her shoes. Yeah, don't be too hard on yourself at club. I know you've been pushing yourself because you haven't been feeling well. Just go through the motions and have tea in the back. If Mitsuzuri has a problem with it, just tell her it's a favor to me.
Okay, the captain will be happy to hear that.
The front door slides open with a clatter. Sakura bows, turns to leave, and runs smack into the door. Sakura?
Ow!
She holds her nose, moaning. Hey, are you okay? Is your nose bleeding?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'd die of embarrassment if you saw me get a nosebleed.
Sakura stands up unsteadily. Surely that accident happened because she wasn't paying attention, right? Are you sure you're feeling alright? You look more like you fainted rather than just running into the door. If you're feeling dizzy today, then...
That's not what happened. I wasn't paying attention. Ugh, so embarrassed. I'll be going on ahead, Senpai. I'll let Miss Fujimura know that breakfast was delicious today.
Sakura leaves without further incident, trying to downplay my worries. She does look full of energy. If she's tired, maybe it's mental rather than physical fatigue. There's still Shinji to deal with. I can't let things stay like this. I say that, but I don't have any clear solutions. I can't consult Saber about this, nor can I tell Sakura the truth. Fujine is completely out, of course. Damn it. If only there was some way. If only there was someone who goes to the same school as me, I could ask for advice, who would actually know what the Holy Grail War is. As if someone that convenient would just walk up to me at school. Gee. I go up the stairs. I managed to get Saber to stay home while I went to school, though my head's a little foggy.
Huh? Amiya? As if somebody like that would walk up to me at school.
Oh, there she is. Luckily, the one person I can ask about anything suddenly strolls right up to me. Yeah, you.
What? Yeah, you. Do you take me for a pushover? Tosuka calls out to me. Maybe she has business with me, too.
Well, good luck.
Oh, shit-o. You're gonna get your fucking ass kicked, dude.
Oh,
okay. I smell danger. Take shelter in my classroom. Consult her about Sakura. Fine. If you want to settle things now, then let's go. I can't believe you came to school without your servant. Sorry. I'm begging you, Tosuka. Please, give me your advice. I close in Tosuka until I've got her backed up against a wall. Given the subject matter, I can't let the students around us hear. Hold on. What are you thinking? I was just putting you on, but there's a lot of people still around. Please, you're the only one I can count on. I don't know how to stop her from getting sucked into the Holy Grail War. You know a lot of stuff, so can you think of a way to protect her? Tosuka stares at me for a moment, flabbergasted. Sorry, you had such perfect timing. I lost my cool. Right, so Sakura is this first year I know, and I feel like she's gonna get mixed up in the Holy Grail War. I want to do something about that, but I don't have any good ideas, and...
I don't need your excuses. Do you mind backing up now? Homeroom is about to start.
My bad, I didn't realize. I scramble back from Tosuka. Belatedly, I come to my senses while my cheeks go beet red. What was I thinking, cornering her against a wall like that? I'm sorry. I know it's really pushing it, but hear me out.
You need advice, right? Fine, I'll listen.
Huh? Really, Tosuka?
Did you really expect me to say no when you were making a face like you'd die if I turned you down? The roof, at lunchtime. We'll talk then.
Tosuka turns on her heel and goes up the stairs. I stare after her in shock for a moment when...
Hey, stupid, you'll be late if you don't get going.
She leaves me with those words in a vaguely pouting tone. I hurry to the classroom. It's still 3 minutes before homeroom starts, and Fujine isn't here yet. Shinji's desk is empty. It's gotta be tough to face him after yesterday, but I was hoping to talk to him. If he's absent, though, there's nothing I can do about that. Going to the Matzo house would just provoke him, so I need to think of another way that won't involve Sakura. There's another empty seat. Issei's. Well, never thought I'd see that guy miss class. I put my bag down at my desk and get ready for homeroom. Oh, there she is.
Thanks for waiting! How do you like my new record?
Fujine arrives before the bell, which is unusual for her. Thought maybe she overslept since she didn't come over for breakfast, but she's as chipper as ever. The bell announces the start of lunch break. I make a mad dash out of the classroom, buy a sweet green paste bun and tea from the cafeteria from the ground floor, and take the nearest flight of stairs to the roof. I hover my finger over the button for the curry bun and I think about it, but I say no, I don't really want curry. I'm not in a curry mood. As I'm going up the stairs, a girl with blue hair and glasses looks at me and is like, "What the fuck, dude?" Glaring dagger eyes at me. I think she wants to kill me for some reason. I fight through the flood of students heading down to the first floor. My heart pounds in my chest. I thought that was a laugh at first. I was like, ha, ha, ha. But no, it's breathing. In first period, it was fine. By second period, it was going up. Third period, it was like I was at a run. And now the fourth. After the fourth, the tempo is absolutely frantic. This is where I admit that I'm nervous as all hell. I'm grateful to Tosuka for giving me her time, but it feels like an afterthought right now. Thinking about it rationally, it's crazy that the Rin Tosuka's meeting up with me for lunch. She's the school idol, an impeccable star student, and, well, the girl I've had a crush on ever since last year. Damn it, calm down, you idiot! I try to steady my wild breathing as I run up the stairs. Anyway, this is big. Even if we're both masters now, Tosuka is still Tosuka, so I don't want to be late to our meetup. I'm the one who suggested we meet. It'd be really lame if I wasn't ahead of her, confidently waiting. However, Tosuka? You're late, Emiya. There are some walls that we plebeians can never overcome, no matter how hard we try. You wanted to talk. I'd rather not stand, so have a seat. Tosuka moves into the shadow of the water tower without waiting for me. Right. Even if someone else comes up the roof, they won't see us there, and it blocks the wind, too. Let's hear the details, then.
What's this about that first year Sakura and what happened yesterday?
Right. It's a long story. Hope that's alright.
Try to make it brief. Lunchtime isn't that long.
It isn't exactly spacious here, but I'm only getting more nervous sitting this close to her. Now's not the time for that, though. Tosuka's gone out of her way to be here, so I need to tell her about Sakura. I'll keep it simple, then. Sakura Mato is a first year I've known for a while. Her big brother, Shinji Mato, and I go a long way back, too. So to make a long story short, I fought Shinji last night. He was a master.
Shinji is a master? Really?
Yeah, his grandpa Zoken told me, so I'm sure of that. He said that the Mato family's always been mages. Did you know that, Tosuka?
Of course. You're the only mage in town that I didn't know about. But that can't be right. Shinji
isn't a mage. He lacks even the bare minimum magic circuits to be a spellcaster. Zoken said that too. But that only means he can't be a mage. I think the conditions to be a master are different. I'm not that different from Shinji. We shouldn't assume that someone can't be a master just because they aren't a mage. see. So, did you beat Shinji?
Yeah, Saber beat his servant Ryder. His command spell book burned up, and he isn't a master anymore. But I don't think he's given up yet. Sakura lives at his house, even though things are really dangerous right now. Zoken told me that only the chosen heir can inherit the family magecraft. The family magecraft. Period. Sakura was raised without knowing anything about that, so she doesn't know what Shinji has been up to. If that stays true, then Sakura should be able to live her life without ever getting involved in the Master's battles.
That's right. So, what makes you think Sakura is in danger?
I told you, Shinji's unstable. Sakura lives with him, so there's no guarantee she won't get mixed up in this. That's why
You want us to settle this before she does. You're right to think that, but it's impossible for you. There's the matter of Ryudo Temple, and I have a bad feeling about the other masters. This war's going to drag on longer than I thought.
Yeah. Shinji forfeiting as a master and exiting the war would be the best outcome, but it isn't realistic to hope for that. The next best option would be to separate Sakura from Shinji, but...
So there's only one thing left to do.
If you don't want this Sakura girl to get involved, then you can just take her under your protection. I thought about that, but I'm a master too. She's in danger at my house, and Shinji won't like it. Sakura is sure to be upset at me if I suddenly tell her to move in, too.
Phew. You sure are oblivious, Emiya. Nothing. You may as well ask her. Protecting Sakura from Shinji is the same as protecting her from the other masters. That just means you should pick a solution you can do yourself, right? If this Sakura is so important to you, that is.
Tosuka's words strike a chord somehow. It's like getting punched in the head. You're right. Yeah, that makes sense. I should just ask Sakura herself instead of worrying about how she might feel.
That's right. Do you really think she'd go cook for some guy she doesn't like? Sakura relies on you. You should be more forward with her.
Did I ever tell you that Sakura comes over to cook?
Yeah, you did. Back when all this started, you said it. I'm pretty sure you did. Yeah, you absolutely did. Don't sweat the details, alright?
Tosuka shoots back at my simple question with a raging flurry of retorts. Sure, whatever. Ever since that night, I've become painfully aware of how much of an act she puts on during school. Okay, anyway, thanks. You really did me a solid, Tosuka. I was just getting hung up on everything, and it would have taken me a lot longer to make up my mind.
Well, well, how bold of you. Just when I thought you were being honest, you're bragging that you could have come to the same conclusion all on your own?
Tosuka smirks. What a surprise attack of a smile. Oh, that's not what I meant. I was still gonna ask Sakura to stay over tomorrow if she's feeling down.
Mm-hmm. And you're as red as a tomato, too. You're such a bad liar. Are you the type that likes to act all cool and mature when you're actually pure and innocent inside?
Well, what about you? I thought you're supposed to be some star student, but you love bullying people.
That's rude. I pick my targets, you know? I only go after people that I enjoy teasing.
Now. It's chilly, so why don't you come a little closer? The wind must feel so cold from over there.
Stupid, knock it off! If you want to fight, you've got one, you demon! Overwhelmed, I shy away from Tosuka's reach. I'm in trouble. Being this close to her was bad enough, but that was nearly a mortal blow. The more I'm around Tosuka, the more it feels like she's someone I can talk to, but I also come to realize that the girl I admire is someone I must absolutely not let my guard down around. I could handle it if that was the extent of our relationship, but that just now was too much. I can't ignore her beautiful hair, delicate features, and the soft lines of her body if she gets this close to me. My formerly pounding heart's now on the verge of exploding. I hate to admit it, but Tosuka is really pretty. Even though she just turned out to be different from how I imagined once I got to know her personally, it doesn't change how much I admire her. Anyway, thanks. That's all I had to ask you. I'll listen to you next. I'll listen to you next, rather. Sorry.
I don't have anything to say to you, though.
But weren't you trying to tell me something this morning? I didn't really pay attention, but you seemed like you were in a bad mood.
Oh, that. You can forget about it now. I did have business with you, but I don't feel like bringing it up anymore. Honestly, you threw me for a loop.
Throw you for a loop? What is that? What do you mean?
It's just the way you are. Anyway, while we're here, I'll share some intel with you. You've heard about the sudden unexplained comas happening around town, right? That's the work of a servant, and its master is in Ryudo Temple.
You did mention Ryudo Temple earlier. You mean that Ryudo Temple in the mountains?
Yeah, they're tricky, so be careful if you go after them. Even if they haven't killed anyone yet, they've been so indiscriminately attacking people.
I'd like to crush them soon since they're getting stronger by the day, but my archer is still healing from a wound from somebody. Well, no matter how much energy they've saved up, there's only so much they can do with it, so I'll just sit back and wait for now.
So there's a master in Rito Temple. Tosaka must be doing everything she can to stay in the fight without Archer.
Well, looks like you owe me one now, Emiya. I told you some information you didn't know after all. The star student of Homurahara oh wait, that's not her saying that.
The star student of Homurahara High smirks confidently. It strikes a sense of foreboding in me, like a snake licking its lips before a frog. So what? Told you about Shinji. It was a fair trade, so we're even.
But I gave you advice about Sakura, didn't I? Was that thank you earlier just lip service?
She's a devil. A tease. Don't be fooled, everyone. Tosaka's out to ruin the peace and quiet of our school.
Now then, what should I take from you in return? I'm sure you know that deals between mages are founded on equivalent exchange.
My old man did mention that. I stare at my hands. This is all I have on me right now.
Do you get it now? If you don't have any equally valuable information to give me, then I'll have to demand sabers.
Guess I have no choice. You haven't had lunch yet, right? Here's half of mine. I take a sweet bun out of its wrapper and tear it in half. It's a painful sacrifice, but to prove I'm a man of my word, I offer her an entire can of tea, too.
What? Huh? Wait, Emiya!
Come on, eat up. The cafeteria and takeout counter are closed by now, so you should at least get something in your stomach. I put the bun in Tosaka's hand. Maybe she doesn't like sweet green pea filling. Tosaka stares at me for a second.
Thanks. Don't mind if I do.
Then she really takes a bite out of it. After school, the campus dies down. The classroom's empty, with students either going home or to their respective clubs, like baby spiders scattering from the nest.
That was a weird description, Shadow. Why did you think about that?
Okay, I'd better get home early. I need to mentally prepare to have Sakura stay over, too. I'll do my dinner shopping first, then break the news once Sakura comes back from club practice.
Oh, you're going here, huh? I wonder if you'll run into a certain somebody then.
Let's see, what should I make tonight? Arms folded, I pause to think in front of Toyoetsu, the local supermarket. If I want Sakura to stay over, I'll have to convince Fujine, meaning that I should think of a way to make them both happy. I splurged pretty hard yesterday, and I'm taking time off from work. Plus, there's another mouth to feed, so the budget is a little tight. Still, I can make an exception this month. I do have savings, and I can't fight the Holy Grail War if I'm worried about living expenses. I can just think of it as a way to repay Sakura for everything she's done. And there. With a bag full of ingredients, I leave Toyoetsu. Usually I'm against overspending, though in this case the bounty was good. I managed to get my hands on some high-grade Pacific cod, which could go well in a stew tonight. That should make Fujine happy. While walking home in high spirits, I stop in my tracks. Something is pulling on my clothes from behind me. I turn around curiously.
Yep, that's what I thought.
I met with the sight of a young girl with silver hair.
What? Huh?
I leap backwards with a yelp. The girl just watches as I panic. The hell? She doesn't seem hostile, much less murderous. Instead, she says,
I'm glad you're alive, big brother.
She beams at me in genuine joy. What? There's no mistake that this is Berserker's master. She commands that monster that nearly tore me in half with a single slash that night. She's from an ancient magical lineage that founded the Holy Grail War, when my old man Kiritsugu betrayed. But what is she doing out here in the middle of the day?
I'm glad that Ilya is back. I was very sad with how Ilya ended up in the last route, so now that she's alive, even if she is, like, kind of still exuding, you know, menace, I'm like, yay, it's Ilya!
With Father Kutsumine's words still fresh in my mind, she's no longer just a stranger to me. That's why, without thinking, I murmur, Ilya? Without knowing the significance of it, I blurt out the girl's name. No, I mean... Ilias... Yeah, you're Ilias Vale. Sorry, I got your name wrong. I bow out of reflex. It doesn't matter whether she's Berserker's master or the daughter of the Einsburns right now. I just can't leave her alone. Not when she looks like she's about to cry. I didn't mean anything bad by it. I just thought of your name and, what's... Wait, who? Okay, yeah.
What's your name?
Hmm?
Tell me your name. It isn't fair that you only know mine. Only you know mine, rather.
That's right, come to think of it. Ilias Vale introduced herself before, but I still haven't told her my name. I'm, Chido Emiya.
Zero Emilia? That's a weird name.
No, that's wrong. It doesn't sound like Western names. You pronounce it Chido Emiya. Just call me Chido if it's easier that way for you. Without really thinking about it, I correct the girl's lilted pronunciation. I even wag a finger at her, which makes her blink in surprise. By the time I realize how blunt I'm being, it's too late. Once again, she looks like she's about to cry.
Shido. Shido, huh? Okay, I like that. It's simple, but it has a nice ring to it. Shido suits you. I'll let you off for being rude earlier.
Suddenly, she grabs my arm. Whoa, hold on! Iliasville, what are you doing?
It's okay. You can keep calling me Ilia, Shido. I'll call you Shido, so we're even.
What? I mean, sure, that's easier to say, but wait! I try to shake Ilia off my arm, but she just squeals in delight. Uh-oh. At this rate, the neighborhood mother hens will start to gossip. Damn it, what are you after? You trying to hunt me down in broad daylight? I finally wrench my arm out of her grasp. Ilia looks unhappy. What? Don't look at me like that. I don't know what you're doing here, but I'm a master too. Ilia shoots a glance at the shopping bag in my hand. But she also keeps looking at me curiously. Ilia?
Yeah? What is it, Shido?
She's, not how I imagined. She laughed back then, too, but the feeling behind it was different. Like maybe... Ilia, did you not come here to fight?
Why? Do you want me to kill you?
Her gaze is enough to make my hair stand on end. No matter how young she looks, this girl's the strongest master. She might be giggling innocently one second and become a ruthless master the next.
I don't understand, but I'm fine with it if that's what you want. It'll just move my schedule up a little. Would you like to die here with Saber?
Stop joking, of course not. I don't want to die, and I'd rather not fight here.
Right? Masters aren't supposed to fight while it's light out. You didn't bring Saber with you, and I didn't bring Berserker either.
Well, yeah. So, what are you doing here? Did we just run into each other by chance?
Not by chance. I snuck away from...
Yeah. Text, come back.
I snuck away from Sela and came here to meet you. You should be honored.
I think I'm getting dizzy. Just when I thought she was in serious master mode, she's back to being an innocent child. I have no way of knowing which side's the real Ilia. Fine, so you're here to see me. But you're not here to fight. Is that really okay?
Yeah, I'm here to talk to you, Shido. You'll at least do that, right? I've been waiting such a long time.
I don't know what she means by at least, but apparently she really is just here to talk.
Or do you not want to talk? If not, I'll just go home. I don't want to, but I don't like forcing people to do things.
Ilia gazes up into my eyes. As a master, it's dangerous to stay here with Ilia any longer. If Saber were here, I'm sure she'd be vehemently against this course of action. But I can't just leave, not when she's looking at me like that. I know it's heedless, haphazard, and half-cocked, but I'm not against talking to Ilia. To be honest, I've wanted to meet you too.
Yay! Then come this way. I found a small park earlier.
As soon as I agree, Ilia starts running, practically dancing in delight.
Come on, hurry or I'll leave you behind, Shido!
I guess whatever happens, happens. Resigning myself to my fate, I follow after her. Ilia called me Shido. That means I should deal with her in kind. Not as a master, but a regular girl. There's no one else at the park. Not in the sandbox, nor on the swings. It feels lonely. I sit down on a bench with Ilia. We must look like an odd pair. Ilya's clearly not my sister since she's obviously foreign, but we have too much of an age gap to look like friends. So, what did you want to talk about, Ilya? You must have something to ask me.
Why? I don't really have any questions for you.
Well then, how am I supposed to answer that? How am I supposed to answer that, inscrutable little lady? Ilya, you're the one who said you wanted to talk, but now you're saying there's nothing to talk about. Normally, you wouldn't invite someone for a chat without business.
Really? We can't talk unless it's business?
That's not what I meant. I phrased that badly. We don't need to talk about business. Actually, it's more fun that way. But you've got me at a loss. I don't know you well, so I'm not sure what we should talk about. I don't know about your likes or dislikes. That goes for you too, doesn't it? Wouldn't you feel uncomfortable if I suddenly asked you about things you wouldn't want to talk about?
Yeah, maybe. But then what should I ask you? You won't get mad if I ask you anything I want.
Yeah, probably not. I'm the big brother here, so I'll try to act like a grown-up.
Okay then. Shido, do you like me?
What does that kid think she's asking?
Ah, you're a liar. You said you wouldn't get mad, Shido.
Anyone would be shocked by that, stupid. You cut me in half, you know? I don't even know how to feel about that.
That's not how it happened. You're the one who ran out in front even though you're so weak. It wasn't my fault.
The hell it wasn't. You showed up all ready to murder us. That's insane. And why does it matter whether I like you or not? Ilya's shoulders tremble and she goes silent. Oops. I made up my mind to forget we're masters, and here I am putting my foot in my mouth. Ilya?
Well, it matters to me. You're a jerk, Shido, and you're all talk. You would have died if I didn't stop him.
Ilya's shoulders shake and she stares at the ground, even as she says something so ominous. Well, she's got me there. I'm the one who steered the conversation this way, and I'm older. Ilya's just a kid. Well, about that. I make up my mind and decide to say it. I say, I don't hate you. I don't really know you because we just met, but I don't hate you, Ilya. At least, I'd like to get along with you, the way you are now.
Really?
I've never had a little sister before. It'll be fun. And I won't mention what happened the other night. That's all I can promise you. Can you trust me?
Yeah. If you say so, I'll trust you, Shido.
Ilya nearly tackles me when she hugs my arm again. Good grief, what's your deal? So I grumble, but this isn't so bad, I reassure myself. Right now, Ilya has no ill will towards me. I'm not gonna fall over from a hug either, and if I lose my cool here, I'd be a failure of a big brother. As long as I've got her here, I'll have an easygoing chat with her, just like she wants. I think Ilya and I chatted for about an hour. Ilya happily listened as I talked about meaningless topics and everyday stuff. At some point I realized how heartbreaking this was. Ilya really is an innocent little girl. She doesn't hesitate when it comes to being a master. It's so tragic that she doesn't feel any fear about fighting in a war. The magical lineage known as the Ainsburns. This young girl is who they sent to carry out their 1,000-year-old obsession. If that's Ilya's objective too, then Ilya, can I ask you something?
What?
Does the name Kiritsugu Emiya ring a bell? I just have to know. Time stops. It's an emotionless silence that seems to erase all the time we've spent together so far.
No, I don't know anyone like that.
Her silver hair sways. Ilya stands up from the bench and does a little twirl, like a fairy.
It's almost sunset. Berserker will wake up once it's nighttime, so I should go home.
Ilya bids me farewell in her childish way. Yeah, I'd better get home too. I stand up from the bench. Break time's over. The sun's setting, so we're back to being enemies. And yet Will we meet again, Ilya? The question comes naturally to my lips.
I'm not sure. I don't think so. Do you want to see me again, Shido?
Yeah, I wouldn't ask unless I wanted to.
Okay, then I'll come find you tomorrow if I'm in the mood. Don't wait for me, though.
She runs out of the park, but the pale girl stops awkwardly.
I lied earlier.
I do know him.
Ilya?
I was born to win the Holy Grail War, but my goal is to kill you and Kiritsugu.
Her footsteps fade into the evening. Leaving me with that, she leaves without looking back, and I watch her go. Oh, man. Jeez. I'm home. Wait, huh? Is Fujine already back? I take off my shoes and enter the hallway. It's not even 6 p.m. yet, so why is the Kyudo Club advisor back so early?
Welcome home, Shiro.
There you are, you little nincompoop.
Saber greets me while seated in a polite seiza posture, while Fujine is very improperly resting her face on the coffee table. There's a shadow of defeat in my adoptive guardian's eyes. I'm curious as to why, but experience tells me it's probably no big deal. Sorry I'm late. Did anything weird happen while I was out, Saber?
Nothing in particular. What about you, Shiro? Was there anything of note at school?
Nothing on my end either. Shinji didn't show up, and school was business as usual. Think we can cross him off our list of people to watch for now. Using roundabout language, I report to Saber that there are no other masters at school.
Something reeks. This bittersweet post-rain shower aroma, like a 10,000 yen bill you hid on payday, but can't remember where you put it, is without a doubt the stench of secrets.
She sniffs the air like a dog off its leash.
I smell rusty shackles on you, Shiro. How very shady. Are you hiding something from your big sister?
Oh, wow. I don't believe it. How is she this hammered so early in the day? Saber, what happened to Fujine? The tiger doesn't get this drunk unless something really crazy happens.
I'm not sure. I thought Taiga might be feeling out of sorts because she's hungry.
Saber says something terribly cutting and with such ease.
That's a load of crap! Saber, you said you wanted to see my skills and then you beat me to a pulp!
Fujine pounds the table. Whether out of frustration or fear, she scurries behind me and loudly boos Saber in protest. Also, she sure is acting all buddy-buddy with Saber real fast. Saber, did you spar with Fujine?
Well, I suggested that Taiga get some exercise if she had free time. It was a mock duel with bamboo swords for safety, and she consented, so... Don't believe her lies, Shiro! Saber came after me with murder in her eyes, I can tell! I know guys with guns! She meant to kill me! I'm absolutely positively sure she pounded me as flat as soon as I let my guard down!
Fujine trembles. Saber, did you fight Fujine like you really meant it?
Well, I may have been a little enthusiastic. I was tired of waiting for you to come home, and Taiga's skills were greater than expected, so perhaps I just acted on instinct.
Wow, that sounds terrifying. Fujine reached an impressive 5 dan in kendo at her age, but Saber is on a completely different level.
Anyway, don't go sneaking into Saber's room at night or in the morning if you value your life. Hell will be unleashed upon this world if you make a move on her. You will be wiped off the face of the earth. You won't even have a corpse left to collect.
She's right. I still have another problem to deal with. What do I do with Saber, who insists on sleeping in the same room as me? I'm a growing young man, and I have issues with a girl like Saber sleeping in the same room.
You needn't concern yourself with that, Taiga. I serve at Shiro's command. I would never raise a hand against him.
You serve? What was that, Saber?
Think nothing of it. More importantly, to avoid any misunderstandings, I would inform you that I'll be retiring to Shiro's chambers tonight.
Fujine freezes in her tracks. Oh no. Given how we're positioned and the power balance between us, she's definitely gonna do it. Fujine, actually, I've been hiding something from you since yesterday. I hear Fujine from behind me. Huh! Wow, she is totally ignoring me, and I just heard a sound like a phone book being slammed on a table. Listen to me. Saber doesn't understand Japanese. Ready and... there it is. The sensation of being put into a sleeper chokehold from behind. Fujine doesn't know how to hold back her own strength, so when she has me by the neck, I'm in serious danger. Wait, this is not the time for that! Hey, Fujine, you win! I give up! Ow, I'm really gonna fall! Crack, Crack. Fujine's answers to grapple me harder in a magnificent grinding of bone and flesh.
I give! Stop it! And don't throw me next!
In my fading consciousness, I managed to tap Fujine's arm. However,
Shut up! Eat dirt, you lazy son! That's not how I raised you!
I'm going down. Damn, just one problem after another. Jeez, that was awful. My neck makes cracking noises. Bent nearly at a right angle, I managed to get off with only bruises thanks to my daily training.
How disappointing. I thought I could twist and let you go down into a roll, but you're heavier than I thought. It took everything I had just to throw you.
Obviously, I'm not a little kid anymore, you know. Stop trying to suplex me with those skinny arms. You could have hurt yourself.
I've learned my lesson.
You too, Saber. We're sleeping in adjacent rooms, not the same room.
But it's to protect you, Shido.
You're protecting me plenty already. I wouldn't know what to do with myself if we stayed in the same bedroom. I'm sorry, but this is the best I can do. It's a hill I have to die on.
You really are quite fond of dying on hills, aren't you?
What's that supposed to mean?
Don't worry about it.
You're asking a lot. As long as both of you understand. Alright, time to get ready for dinner. I stand up, stretching my neck. Oh, right, Fujine. I'm thinking of having Sakura stay over starting today. Is that okay? I'll put her in the guest house that we gave Saber before.
Sakura is staying over? That's fine with me, but why the sudden change of heart? You're acting kind of weird lately.
Well, Sakura doesn't look like she's been feeling well lately. It's probably because Shinji's never home. She should have someone around to look after her.
Okay. And have you told Sakura yet? At club today, she looked no worse for wear.
But she's going to... I mean, what about you in club? Why are you back so early today?
Oh, someone got hurt. I let Mitsuzuri take care of it, and then I came straight here after sending the students home.
Something like that happened, huh? It's a little concerning to hear that someone got injured at club, but Fujine wouldn't be here if it was serious. Somebody probably just jammed their finger or got anemic. Anyway, this is my chance. Sakura is like family to both me and Fujine. Then I should... well... Talk to Sakura. You can't avoid the conversation. Can't just do it without her grace. No, this is important. It's my decision, so I shouldn't push it onto someone else. It's only right that I be the one to tell Sakura. Just as I make up my mind, the doorbell rings with perfect timing. I'm coming! Oh, wait, no,
I'm coming in!
It's Sakura's voice. I'll ask Sakura right away. It's faster this way.
Senpai, thanks for having me over. Are you making dinner now?
Yeah, just starting. I can handle it on my own, so make yourself at home. If you would, could you keep Fujine busy while you're at it? She's being a sore loser after Saber beat her at Kendo, so cheer her up with a card game or something.
That's mean, Senpai. Miss Fujimura had a rough day, you know.
She did mention that. Then play shogi with her instead.
Shogi? Okay, she's very confident at that. I think it'll be just right if I give her a handicap and play without rooks.
Sakura is in a good mood. The swelling on her face is gone, and there's no sign of the dark bruise from this morning. Okay, now would be a good time to bring it up. So, Sakura, I know this is sudden, but you should stay over starting tonight.
Stay over?
You shouldn't go back to the Mato house for the time being. As for how long, let's try to make it a week. Oh, and I already got Fujine's permission. Sakura's expression stiffens. She gazes back at me like she's scrutinizing my heart rather than my face.
I know I'm asking
a lot, but still, I really want you to stay over. No matter how badly you might think of me, please live here for now. Sakura doesn't answer. She just keeps watching me, and I notice she slightly bites her lip.
Why?
Finally, she asks me in a very quiet voice. I can't give her a reason. On my life's honor, I can't tell her it's because Shinji is a master, but anything else would be a lie. Everyone has secrets. I'm a guy, so there's plenty of stuff I don't say to Sakura and Fujine. No matter how precious someone is to you, there are some things you can't tell them. That's all the more reason I can't lie to her. If Sakura is my precious family, then I'd rather not tell her anything that's untrue. The atmosphere between us chills. Silence falls over us, and it seems to stretch on forever. Sakura awkwardly breaks eye contact. I desperately rack my stupid brain for a response. Do I have to tell you why? She doesn't answer, but her eyes seem to show concern for me rather than herself.
Is it because you're worried about me?
She states it outright. Yeah, I'm worried. So it'd make me feel a lot better if you'd stay over. Her long, dark hair sways. Sakura nods at my inadequate answer. An answer's not with words, but a smile. This is just common sense, of course, but once dinner's over, all that's left is to take a bath and go to bed. There's no problem at all. Really, it's totally normal. Nothing out of the ordinary about it. However...
Miss Fujimura, I'd like to ask you something.
What's up?
Well, you know.
Oh, right, you need a change of clothes. I have some school uniforms at home. I can give you some of my regular clothes, too. Or do you want to go home and get clothes?
No, I think if I went, I wouldn't be able to come back. I'd rather not go home. My brother is,
Don't worry about that. I just called your house and got permission from your grandfather. He said that you could rest easy knowing you're at your teacher's house, and thanked me for teaching you. Oh, wait. That he could rest easy, rather.
Oh, he did? Then I can really stay over?
Yep, so about the clothes, you can use my pajamas. Hopefully you're okay with my underwear, too?
Yours might be a bit tight around the chest.
Oh, right, you've got a big bust. Give me some of that.
What do you think you're doing?
Just kidding, but that is a problem. I don't have any bras in your size. Do you wear them to sleep?
Well, yes.
Figures. A lot of bigger women do that. I bet it's uncomfortable, though. She says, all insensitive.
It is uncomfortable, but when that happens...
I see. Sure is nice to be young. Anyway, I'll gather up my younger-looking clothes by tomorrow morning. On that note, have a nice bath.
You didn't need to have that conversation in front of me, stupid Fujine. I'm a man. I'm trying not to think about it, but if you talk about it here, I'll be extra conscious, and I won't be able to look at Sakura the same way.
Oh, what's wrong, Shiro? You're all red. Are you curious about what we were talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about. It was private, right? I didn't hear anything, and I don't care.
Oh, okay. Then I'll share something interesting with you. Sakura is an 85E. Amazing, right? She's actually 13 centimeters bigger than last year. I bet you've noticed, Shiro, how soft she looks lately and how huggable she is.
You... Guys.
Miss Fujimura! What are you saying?
Oh no.
Sakura counterattacks, taking Fujine to the ground. She's blushing bright red and furiously trying to cover Fujine's mouth. Sakura, I understand why you'd want to silence Fujine, but don't silence her basic life functions too.
That surprised me, Sakura. You're more of a fighter than you look. I can't believe you just tried to suffocate your teacher.
Yeah, she's trying to be a wingman so hard, but she can pull it back. Pull it back, sister, please.
I can't imagine what you mean. I think you should act a little more sorry, Miss Fujimura.
Sakura turns away from Fujine sulkily. Then, we end up making eye contact with each other. Bath towels are in the bathroom.
Right. Off I go then, senpai.
Sakura hurriedly turns to leave the living room. Hey! And once again...
Ow! Bumped my nose.
I was about to warn her to watch her step. Before I could, however, she ran smack dab into a pillar. Sakura, are you okay? Was she panicking so bad she ran into a pillar before she even made it to the hallway?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm okay. So I'll go take a bath now.
Sakura disappears down the hall, her steps wavering. Phew. I can finally breathe now that Sakura's in the bath. If that tension had gone on much longer, I might have been the one to flee the living room. What now? If you have something to say it, you delinquent teacher.
Oh, nothing in particular. I was just thinking that Sakura is going to have a hard time too. You were kinda cute getting all red and flustered. Maybe it makes Sakura embarrassed to see you like that too.
I wasn't red! Sakura's like family to me, you know? She's my kohai who always cooks and eats with us. I wouldn't embarrass myself in front of her like that.
Mm-hmm. So you don't want to embarrass yourself,
Of course not. She's Shinji's sister. I gotta take good care of my friend's sister.
Oh, that's what you meant? I never thought you paid attention to that you actually care.
Fujine heaves an exaggerated sigh. This is very unpleasant.
I see many challenges on the horizon for you both.
Where are you going?
To the changing room. I need to pick out some clothes for Sakura. Shido, go get the guest bathroom ready for her. I'll bring some new sheets.
Fujine just says whatever she wants and leaves me in the living room. Saber, I'm going to make up the guest room, so wait here. Saber nods wordlessly and I leave the living room. I make the bed and check the guest room furnishings. It's a different room from the one we initially set Saber up in, one that hasn't been used in a long time.
Oh, hey. The room that Rin is always in.
This one's better for Sakura, and has a lock on the door. Sakura's, well, a girl, so I figured she'll feel more comfortable if she can lock her door. Not like I let Fujine get to my head or anything. I lay the sheets out and pat them flat. This bed has never been used. As soon as I start thinking that Sakura is going to sleep on it tonight.
I bet you've noticed, Shido.
Awful thoughts fill my mind. That's stupid. After all this time, why would I... But that goes without saying. I've watched from right next to her as Sakura has grown more and more beautiful. I'm happy for her, and I've been telling myself not to be conscious of it. Sakura is Shinji's little sister, and she helps me out of a sense of guilt out of the way her brother behaves. It's already been a year and a half. It's not like I see her that way. It all started with the accident that caused me to leave the Kyudo club. I hurt my shoulder at work, and there was some talk about the burn scars being an issue, so I figured it was a good time as any to quit the club. After that, I think it was Sakura who volunteered to start helping me out at home until my injuries healed. She still looked younger back then, and struck me as a hard worker. The first day, she waited in front of my house for me to come home, and then stood there sullenly face to face for a while, until she said she finally wanted to help me. I think she was out there for 2 hours. And now, that introvert's the rising star of the Kyudo club. People sure can change. Sakura's demeanor has brightened a lot, actually. I first met her 4 years ago through Shinji, I think, when I went over to his house to play. She was silent, and she had a habit of letting her hair cover her face. She still has that part of her, but Sakura back then looked positively downtrodden. She always had a glum look on her face and would just stand around absently. When I compare Sakura now to back then, I truly do feel happy for her. I'm relieved that the depressed girl who was always staring at the ground's now someone who can laugh like she's genuinely enjoying life.
Don't you think about it sometimes? How soft and huggable she looks?
I don't really know myself. At the very least, I only saw Sakura as my kohai until recently. That image of her only started to crumble recently. When did it start exactly? Maybe it happened long before I realized. Or maybe we're so close that I never needed to notice. Damn it, everything was going fine, so why does the thought of Sakura sleeping over make my heart pound like this? It's rude to Sakura. I should hurry up and finish cleaning the room. Then I can let Sakura stay here.
Yeah, so Cross said that there's at least an hour of this day left, probably way more. So I think since we're pretty much at the 5-hour mark, we're probably just gonna go ahead and stop here. So I think we made some pretty good progress though. So give me just a moment and I will pull up art and stuff. Also, I don't have chill music prepared. Oops. I should grab that real quick. Give me just a second. It'll give both Philip and Bird a second as well while I do that. Oh, hey. P4WST, thank you for becoming a channel member. Don't go to that song. Let's see. Copy this link to myself so that I can go get it real quick. Thank you for your patience. Mute that window and then pull this window up. Turn that volume down. And then Bailey 3691. Oh, wait. That's 10 gifted memberships from Seditious. Thank you, Seditious. Just put this one on. I think that probably works. There we go. Yeah. Alrighty. Well, you get a bunch of witch laughs while I pull up the art. Also Frog Forest, because Frog Forest is a fucking jam, as always. Okay. Just let me know, Philip, when you get your meme submitted, and Bird, let me know when you get yours submitted as well, and I will get them up. We're just getting the other stuff right this second. Let's see. Getting stuff from the Discord now. Okay. Ah, yes. There's also that. Okay. I think that's everything until we get the other submitted stuff that I'm waiting for.
But, yeah, I mean, I guess, while we're taking a second, I can go ahead and talk a little bit as well. I'm very much interested in what we're already getting so far. It's really, like, I appreciated the sort of, like, sort of frantic pacing of UBW, where there was a bunch of shit happening, and it was, like, really action-packed, and, also lots of Rin, so, I mean, you know, I'm always happy about that as well. But I really like, for like different reasons, the fact that this one so far has like a little bit of you know, it's like we're still getting a lot of information, but it's like we're having a lot of like talking right now. We're getting a lot of like character interaction and reflection, and like going into sort of loose ends that we've been building up so far. I think that contrast is very nice. I really enjoy that difference. Oh my god, that is so much louder. Sonic Unleashed music, please. But yeah, it's very, very interesting. I'm definitely enjoying that difference in pace right now. Also, as always, I'm also very intrigued whenever we have, like, characters who in a different, like, who basically get introduced in sort of the last leg of routes. Like, Zoken just showing up now is definitely interesting, especially considering what I already knew of him going in. I almost, like, I didn't ever necessarily forget that he existed, but, like, as soon as he showed up, I was like, oh, right, this motherfucker. So, you know... It's interesting.
I'll go ahead and start showing stuff now, by the way. Just, again, let me know when stuff is submitted, but I'll go ahead and start showing art. Okay, so starting off with this submission on Blue Sky from Chiyoko at Chiyoko Arts, as usual. Yeah, I got yours, Bird. Tonight's the start of the last route, and thus time to post some Sakura. Finally time for the childhood friend to win. Very, very good. Oh, let me read this real quick. P4WST with the 20. Thank you for allowing me to fly through Mineko and Higurashi in an insane pace of 5 months via 12-hour stream binges every workday. You're very welcome. I'm always glad to share a peek. Thank you for your generous donation. Yeah, this is really cute. You did a really good job with the coloring on this one, Chiyoko. I mean, like, you always do, but, like, I think Sakura's palette suits your coloring style very well. It's like it's just very nice and, like, light and cool. But, like, with the nice, like, warm sort of, like, intermingling in there as well. It's very pleasing. It's just very soft on the eyes. It's very good. Yeah. Soft. No worries, Philip. Hold on just a second. If that's a Blue Sky one, then I might as well just go ahead and get that pulled up. One moment. Give me just a second. Okay, there we go. Late meme, but I just had to do this. Taiga and Fate and UBW. No son of mine will have women sleep over with him in his house. Taiga and Heaven's Feel. Oh yeah, Sakura has eco. Oh shit. Literally, like, girl, this is a very different treatment. Like, you clearly have a shipper's bias, don't you, Fujine? You're very much like, no, not with her. No, not with her. Yeah. God, it's very funny. All right. Speaking of cute Sakuras, we have this from Dingo's Trash over on Tumblr. Yay. Always happy to see Dingo's stuff. Wow, Heaven's Feel. Who's excited for some exciting Sakura screen time?
Senpai, I just made about 15 servings of the worst pasta I've ever made in my life. Do you want some?
Oh my god. And she's so fluffy too. I would say yes. I'd be like, okay, that's fine. I'll have your terrible pasta, Sakura. As long as you don't cry. It's okay. I'm just thinking of the fucking, you know, the Mario 64 meme, the like, Dear Mario, I have made an absolute dog shit cake. Just totally fucked it up. I'm sorry.
Dear Senpai, I have made an absolute dog shit pasta.
Just totally fucked it up. Jeez. This is really good. Man. Everybody, chat, eat her pasta. Everybody, we can get through all of the pasta if we band together. If it will make Sakura happy, we have to. Get your bowl. Get your serving. We're going through this together. Next up, we have the new board, the long board from Deathbird. So, alright. We got 18 near deaths for Shiro. We got Zoken on the map. Shinji, Smelly Loser. Ryder gone. We got Archer exists, but he's on the bench. He's sitting over on the bench. Jeez. Lancer is again technically exists. The fucking Kismesis line between between Kiritsugu Kotamine, that's great. Gil is here, unfortunately. The pact and enemies with Lancer and Kotamine, fun. The fated enemies line between Rin and Issei still persists. We have annoyed Saber, passive-aggressive Saber in her passive-aggressive Saber era. Sakura with the dino nugget and the bandage on her nose. Jeez. We're not quite pacted with Ilya yet, but I'm hoping that will change. Yeah, and we already have, you know, even though we haven't seen Caster, we've had the stuff with her and Assassin and, you know, all of that mentioned, so it's represented. Got the ribbon on here. Very fun. Well, wonderful. I can only imagine that by the time we actually get deep into this route, this board is going to become extremely fucking complicated. So, you know, I feel for you, Bird. I really do. Oh yeah, the broken pact between Kiritsugu and Saber. Yeah, that would. Jeez. I didn't even notice, but oof. Alrighty. Well, good board, good board. Moving on to Discord. We have this incredible traditional writer piece from Mayakul. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. New route, new chance to don't die in an instant. Well, about that. About that. But yeah, this is really fucking good. Like, goddamn, the coloring on this is really fantastic. You did a really, really good job with this. Like, it reminds me of like the oh jeez, I can't remember the name. Like, you know, the fucking like the unicorn books. Like you if you were in school in like the mid 2000s, 2010s, you saw the unicorn books. You know what I'm talking about. You know. And if you don't, it's fine. This is just the ramblings of an old person. Don't pay attention to me. Yeah, Pegasus book. Yes, exactly. Yes. Very, very good though. But it has that like quality to it though. It's like that very rendered, very like dreamy quality to it. I quite enjoy it. Next up, we have this from Niesna. It's quite hastily done, but I forgot to finish it before I realized the way time zones. So this is the best I can do without guaranteeing another round of falling asleep in class. Yeah, don't do that. While it wasn't stream topical, I've been assigning Fire Emblem classes to Umineko characters and decided to do so with Fate, starting with Saber as the hero class. Oh. It is Sword Axe class I choose mostly because of the name and personal fondness for it. The design's based mostly upon its Jugdral, I don't know, iteration, once again due to bias. Sorry, I don't know anything about Fire Emblem. Her personal skill will be Defender's Oath, where she can protect an ally from 1 KO per battle. That's pretty cool. I do like this. This does look nice. It's a very, like, I don't know, I kind of like that more. How would you describe it? Like, just the way that it, like, I don't know, I guess like covers a little bit more, like almost like a tunic or a cloak or whatever. It's fun. I like it. Yeah, very cool. And then also from Niesna, bonus of a Rin of unspeakable emotions from my notebook. I am often too of unspeakable emotions, so I understand her. Very cute though. We're quite like her eyes here. It's very fun, blocky anime eyes. Reminds me of the more like 90s anime styles, which I'm always very fond of. Very, very good. Yeah. Good submissions, everybody. Good submissions. Going through one more time. Wonderful, wonderful. Alrighty. Well, I believe that's everything for now. Thank you, everybody, for watching again, as usual. Wrong layout. That one. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Rest of... Huh? That's pronounced Yggdrasil. Oh, okay. I see. Interesting. But yeah. Rest of Zato on Tuesday. More Fate next Friday. And then, my new video on that Saturday after, the 13th. Please make sure to tune into it. I need eyes on any video that I put out to continue to eat and live. I appreciate your support. And then, yeah, after that, I'll see you after New Year's. So, yeah. See you later. Bye.